Volume 10, Chapter 322, Echoes of Accusations. The vision of Ellie vanishing in a wave of destruction played over in my mind again and again. My sister, dressed like an Alacrian soldier, caught up in an Assyrian attack on the Elven homeland, where Nico and Tesha fought side by side like old friends. It didn't seem real when I thought about it like that. Each piece was more absurd than the next. Maybe it was just a vision, I told myself, though I knew it wasn't true. Whether it was some aspect of the relic's magic or my own intuition, I knew that what I'd seen was real, that it had just happened. Ellie's alive, she had to be. I couldn't accept a world where she wasn't. "How are you feeling?" Kara asked, her brows knit with concern, letting out a deep breath, as if that would somehow ease the weight of what I had just witnessed in Dicathen. I nodded at the Alacrian noble. "I'll be fine. What happened?" "The stone in your hand was glowing, and then suddenly your eyes were glazed over and you froze like a statue." Kara was holding onto my arm, her upturned gaze searching for answers on my face. Regis waited expectantly, almost awkwardly, and I could sense his desire for answers as well. Answers I wasn't quite ready to give. Although I had made up my mind that Ellie had to be okay, as if my own force of will could make it so if I only believed in it hard enough, I hadn't even begun to come to terms with what this meant for Dicathen, for the war, for the world. It was all too much. Prying Kara's warm fingers from my arm, I took a step forward, dazedly toward the portal back to the second level of the relictums. The toe of my boot struck the relic, which rolled across the white tiles to the edge of the pool of water at the center of the room. I resisted the urge to kick it into the bath and leave it there, instead scooping up the multifaceted stone and examining it. The clean, shiny surface was again opaque and dull. Not quite the same plain stone texture it had been when I first won it, but it felt dead and lifeless in my hand. Looking more closely, I noticed a faint crack along one side, but my mind was too heavy to ponder the relic's mysteries, and so I tucked it away in my dimensional storage rune. Kara was standing anxiously between me and the shimmering gate, her body tense and gaze flickering back as she blocked my way. Her horns had disappeared again, hidden by the relic she was wearing, which was no longer being suppressed by the snowy wasteland of the last zone. "Gray, wait!" I was angry, anxious, tired, and scared, and a part of me just wanted to crawl in a hole and deny everything the relic had shown me. But there was work to be done. I needed to go back and meet with Alaric. I needed resources, a plan, and I needed to get back to the relictums. Because of what I'd seen in the relic, I was now sure of one thing. The Vritras weren't the only clan of Usuras that were a threat to Dicathen. I could hear the dull echoes of my footfalls ring in my ears, drowning out Kara's words as I staggered through the portal. I was greeted by a mass of Alacrian soldiers positioned around me in a crescent formation. To my left, knights in black and steel armor held their weapons forward, ready for battle, each individual figure thrumming with magic. On my right, knights wearing armor of glimmering white silver formed the other edge of the crescent, but unlike their darker counterparts, their stance wasn't aggressive. Directly ahead of me, filling in the center of the semicircle, were several individuals garbed in robes of varying colors, tensed and quiet. Kara stepped out from the portal beside me. "Damn it, Gray, why didn't you wait?" The sharp ring of steel on stone cut her off as the knights in white silver stamped their spears against the ground and took a knee in unison. "Quite the welcoming committee," Regis mused. "Think this is all for the demon lady here, or Lady Kara?" A woman with bright orange hair tied atop her head in a loose bun rushed through the line of soldiers in white, practically sliding to a halt before my companion. "Are you hurt?" "Distressed, in pain," she rambled, her wide eyes scanning every inch of Kara's body. Despite her weariness, Kara mustered a smile. "I'm fine, Nessa, really." The orange-haired woman frowned as she slapped the Alacrian noble in the arm. "How could you sneak out on another ascent, and without your guardians? Do you know how much trouble I have been in with the High Lord and Lady? My goodness, and as if that's not enough, to think you got mixed up with." The woman named Nessa let out a frightened squeal, as if only now noticing my existence. She pulled Kara a few steps away and hid behind her. "Why you're the murderer," she stammered, pointing a shaky finger at me. "Are you finished, Aide?" The resonant voice echoed through the terrace, and all eyes turned toward the source. I locked eyes with an elderly Alacrian who stepped forward from the rest of his robed peers. That's when I noticed the crown emblazoned on the chest of his dark robe. In fact, now that I was paying closer attention, I realized all the dark-armored soldiers had a golden crown etched into their breastplates too. Memories of the Granbell siblings came flooding through my mind, their deaths replaying as clearly as the moment it had happened. Damn it. "Looks like Kara was right," Regis mused. "Should have just killed the girl." "That's not what Hedrig, not what Kara said, and it's also not helpful, Regis." Reaching a pale, bony hand into his robes, the golden-haired elder pulled out and unrolled a scroll before proceeding to read it. "Gray, blood unnamed, you are hereby charged with the murder of Callan and Ezra of blood Granville and Raya of blood Phaelane." Kara stepped forward, her arm raised in front of me. "Gray wasn't the one that killed them." The elder looked up, his clenched fists betraying the forced respect in his voice. "We have a statement from a key eyewitness that says otherwise, Lady Denoir." "I myself am an eyewitness, just as Lady Ada of Blood Granbell is," she countered. The golden-haired elder's eyes narrowed. "Your testimony and involvement in this matter has been revoked, Lady Denoir. Please step aside." Anger seeped from Kara as she took a threatening step forward. "By whose right? By High Lord Denoir, my lady," the elder replied immediately. "At his request, with acknowledgement from Blood Feline and Blood Granbell, the Ascenders Association has sanctioned this so that you will not be questioned and sent to trial as well." Kara continued to argue, but it was clear she was losing the battle. My tired mind tried to examine the options available to me. It was pretty obvious I wasn't likely to get a fair trial considering they were willing to forego Kara as a witness, and I had no desire to undergo any kind of questioning from Alacrian officials that might lead them to realize I wasn't who I claimed to be. Despite the number of battle-ready mages surrounding us, I knew it wouldn't be too hard to escape now that we were back to the second floor of the Relictums. But fighting my way out, becoming a wanted fugitive with my appearance revealed, would make any future ascents difficult and would certainly draw attention. Maybe even enough attention to get a scythe involved. "You're not actually thinking of just going along with all of this bullshit, right?" Regis asked, his irritation growing. "Just let me out and I'll clear a path." For now, playing along seems like the best option. A thought occurred to me. Who knows, maybe we can even turn it to our benefit somehow. At the very least, we know that none of their monosuppression artifacts will work on me, and we can escape later if we have to. A bright, silvery voice cut across my thoughts. "Kara, enough." The voice silenced all others in the vicinity, drawing my attention toward a lavishly gowned woman with gleaming white hair. "We are leaving, dear. Leave this to the administrators." "But mother," now Kara. The authority in the woman's voice was absolute, and Kara crumpled under the weight of it. I couldn't recall seeing the Vritra-blooded Alacrian mage look so miserable before, even when I was on the verge of killing her myself when she first revealed her true identity. She turned, her scarlet eyes meeting mine. "It's all right," I said. "Just go, I'll be fine." "Gray, I'm Kara," the white-haired woman said again, her voicing ringing across the terrace like a bell. Kara flinched and rushed to follow her adoptive mother, who led the white-armored knights away from the portal. She shot a furtive glance back at me, and I was struck by how much different she looked and acted in her blood's presence. "Families are weird," Regis said. "I mean, look at all the crazy shit you've got me into." I realized the golden-haired elder was speaking again. "And so it is that the suspect Gray is to be taken to the Granbell Manor for questioning before a trial is held. This trial is currently set for," he checked the scroll again, 3 weeks from day," I scoffed. "Is it standard procedure that the accused is imprisoned by the accusers? Hardly seems fair and unbiased, does it?" The speaker cleared his throat and scowled. "Blood Granbell has every right to ensure that you stand trial for your crimes. Were you a member of a named blood or high blood, you might be released to your blood's custody to await trial," but I waved away his explanations, knowing it was nothing but words. The truth was that the powerful always played by different rules than everyone else. "Let's just get this over with, shall we?" I held the man's gaze until he flinched and looked away. "Put this man in shackles and get him in the cart," he said, a hint of bitterness and wariness in his tone. 3 knights stepped forward. One pulled my arms in front of me while another fitted my wrists with a pair of monosuppression cuffs. The third kept his spear pressed against my back. When that was done, I was led to a small, beast-pulled cart that had been left at the edge of the terrace and wordlessly deposited inside. It was small, with only enough room for me and one other Granbell soldier who was already sitting inside. The guard's features were hidden behind a full-face helmet. A short sword rested across his lap, carefully set into the crook of his arm so that, if needed, a short thrust would pierce my core. A moment later, the cart rocked as the goat-like beast pulling it surged forward at the command of our driver. I rested my head against the back of the cart and closed my eyes. My thoughts were jumbled, an indecipherable mush of memories, fears, and plans for what was to come. I was deep enough in my own mind that I didn't notice the guard take off his helmet, and was surprised when a familiar voice interrupted my tired contemplation. "Well, this is a hell of a scrape you've gotten yourself into, pretty boy." Chapter 323. My eyes snapped open and I twisted to look at the guard. Sitting next to me was a red-faced old man, his graying hair matted and sticking out at odd angles. He let out a belch, filling the small carriage with the stench of his alcoholic breath. "Alaric, how?" I trailed off, waving the fumes away from my face. "The gentleman sure knows how to make an entrance," Regis joked, chuckling inside my head. Alaric gave me a half-cocked smirk. "You didn't think I was just going to let you get arrested without paying what you owe me now, did you?" I shook my head in wonder. "You can't fool me, old man. You wouldn't risk squeezing into that armor just for a few pieces of treasure. But you did get some accolades in there, right?" he asked, his bloodshot eyes widening. "Not to put too fine a point on it, but you're in deep shit, pretty boy, and a little gold would go a long way to turning the right ears. or a lot of gold if you've got it. I rolled my eyes but felt in my dimensional storage rune for one of the items Kara and I had taken from the Spearbeak's hoard of treasures. It was a sheath for a short sword, made of deep red leather and inset with gemstones, a couple of which were missing. Barely looking at the accolade, as the Alacrians called the treasures unearthed from the relictums, I tossed it into Alaric's lap. Consider it a down payment, but you don't get the rest until I get out of this mess. The old man ran his fingers appraisingly along the leather, pausing greedily at the gemstones. Well then, this will do nicely. Alaric shot me a covert look from the corner of his eye. And you've got more like this. I held back an amused laugh, not wanting the driver to overhear. Enough to keep you drunk until your dying day. Alaric's eyes closed and he leaned back, a serene peacefulness falling across his face, just what I've always wanted to hear. At least he's easy to please. But what can this drunk really do to help us out here? Regis wondered. Now, I said soberly, what do you know about this trial? There has to be more to this than what they're saying. Alaric's face fell and he shot me a dirty look, like I'd just woken him from a pleasant dream. The Granbills are about tops for a named blood. They don't swing as big a stick as the Highbloods, but they've been pushing for Highblood status for years, sponsoring ascenders, buying up property in the first 2 levels, currying favor with the sovereigns, that kind of thing. This Calon boy was the rising star of Blood Granbill from what I've heard. Good-looking, talented, good instincts both in and out of the relictums. You get the picture. I was nodding along with what Alaric was saying. Likely to be the future head of the house. Alaric nodded in return as he stored the sheath in his dimension ring and rested his short sword against the side of the carriage so he could get more comfortable. A shoe-in, yes. His death is a hard blow for Blood Granbill, but ascenders die in the relictums all the time, I said, half to myself. I've seen it firsthand in the convergence zone. Most of the mages who entered that place didn't leave. But an experienced ascender who doesn't want to take on too much risk can make some goodwill and a name for himself by leading preliminary ascents for noble brats, Alaric said sagely. For a moment I was reminded why I had agreed to work with the old drunk in the first place. Despite his lack of grace, Alaric was very perceptive. Then he belched loudly, and I wondered not for the first time if it wasn't all just blind luck and alcohol-inspired overconfidence. Damned armor's too bloody tight, he grumbled, tugging at the edges of the blackened steel chestplate. So they're angry about losing their heir apparent, but how does pinning his murder on me help? I asked, frowning across the carriage at Alaric. Not sure yet, to be honest, but this, he tapped his dimension ring indicating the jeweled sheath, will help make tongues wag. You're right though, it doesn't make sense on the face of it. Proving murder in the relictums, well, it's damn tricky, especially with only one eyewitness. 2, I said, my frustration bleeding into my tone, but they're refusing to let Kara act as a witness on my behalf. Kara, is it? Alaric waggled his thick eyebrows up and down, an expression that reminded me of Regis for some reason. Spent some quality time with the high-blood beauty in the relictums. I shared a few romantic evenings slaughtering beasts, then cuddled by the fire, still crusty with blood from the day's fighting. He trailed off under the weight of my withering glare. All right, don't pop your cork, boy. All I'm saying is I know how it gets when you're facing death every day. No one would blame you, Alaric, I said, my voice low and calm but humming with an obvious threat even he couldn't miss. Get to the point. Let's think this through then, shall we? He said quickly. High-blood Denoir is more powerful than Blood Granbill, but the latter's hungry and punching above their weight. What would the Denoirs gain by allowing their precious princess to be entangled in this whole trial fiasco? He paused, looking at me with unfocused eyes. What was the question? He scratched at his messy hair. Oh right, nothing, that's what. They don't want it getting around that the adoptive daughter of the noble High-blood Denoir snuck off into the relictums with some bloodless rookie. It looks bad. All they have to do is let the Granbills eat you alive, and for them at least the whole situation goes away. But what do the carriage swerved, and our driver exchanged shouted insults with someone. Alaric grinned. Granbills have to gain by putting me on trial, I finished. We're going around in circles now, he said. Perhaps they've hedged that there's more to you than you told the 3 Granbill siblings. You're freaky powerful, enough to alter the difficulty of any level you walk into. Depending on what young Ada's said, they may be hoping you're secretly some disguised highblood that they can recoup losses from by forcing the issue in front of a panel of judges. That made sense. It would be a chance to get something back from Calon's death, I mused. But they still have to prove it was murder, right? Regis pointed out. Which they can't do because, it wasn't. I echoed this thought to Alaric. That's what's got me worried, he grumbled. And why I'll be doing some digging. Blood Granbill must have something up their silk sleeves if they're going to all this trouble. We sat in silence for a minute, listening to the wooden wheels of the carriage crunch over the stone streets. So, Alaric said, how many zones did you make it through? 3, I said a little bitterly. I should have just kept going. And get yourself killed because you were distracted by the genocide of your girlfriend's entire race, Regis asked. Cooling your heels in a jail cell is probably not a bad thing for you right now. You were telling me to fight our way out not 10 minutes ago, I thought incredulously. Hey, I'm nothing if not inconsistent, he replied, letting out a barking laugh. Alaric whistled in response to my answer. You were in there for a few days longer than I'd expected, even after word got around about the Granbills. Must have been weeks for you. I only nodded. The Granbills would be forcing me to recount every painful detail of the ascent soon enough, and I wasn't eager to go through it with Alaric too. The carriage slowed to a halt, and I heard heavy iron gates rattle open outside. Must be there, Alaric said as he lifted his helmet off his lap and set it carefully over his head. You never told me how you arranged this, I said, waving my hand at his black armor and the carriage around us. I couldn't see his face, but I could tell he was grinning beneath the helmet. Friends in low places, pup. Don't worry, old Alaric is going to get you out of this. I'm not letting you avoid paying me the rest of my 40%. The carriage surged forward, but stopped again only a few seconds later. I steeled myself for whatever was to come, but a thought occurred to me as someone began unlocking the carriage door from the outside. Alaric, take the dimension ring, I said, holding my shackled hands up with my fingers splayed out. It'll raise suspicion if they check it and see nothing stored in there. He plucked it off my finger and slipped it into the bracer of his armor. Good thinking. A second later, the door on my side of the carriage opened, and one of the black-armored knights grabbed my arm and pulled me roughly out into a broad courtyard fronting a large manor house. It was an imposing residence made mostly of dark stone with steeply pitched roofs, with sharply pointed arches over the windows and doors. At least 20 of the Granbill knights stood in the courtyard, flanking the carriage. A man and woman waited beneath the mansion's veranda, which had some kind of blue-leafed ivy growing in thick vines across it. I could tell immediately that they were Lord and Lady Granbill. Both were fair-haired and wearing fine dark clothes with silver trim. Lord Granbill had the same broad-shouldered build as his sons, while Lady Granbill was like an older, more beautiful version of Ada. The knight grabbed me by the shackles and dragged me toward the Lord and Lady. 3 other knights fell into position beside and behind me, their weapons held at the ready. This might be your last chance, Regis suggested. Think of how badass it would look if you just snapped those shackles in half and drove all these mages to their knees with your angry eyes before just vanishing with God's step. You mean my etheric intent. I struggled to keep my eyes from rolling as I stood face to face with Lord and Lady Granbill. Her eyes were red, and I could see dark rings under them through the makeup she'd used to paint her face. Lord Granbill's jaw tightened as he looked down at me from the edge of the veranda. I saw the blow coming long before he threw it, but didn't flinch when his heavy fist swung down, landing a solid punch against my temple. Take this murderous dog to the cells, he ordered, his voice booming across the courtyard. The knights behind me all stamped their spears against the ground twice as my guard hauled me by the shackles into the house, along a finely appointed hallway and down a set of stone steps that led first into a cellar and then into a sort of dungeon. There were 4 cells, all of them empty. Runes were etched along the floor and bars of the cell doors. I couldn't read them, but I was sure they were meant to keep people from using mana within, perhaps a backup to the mana suppression cuffs. The guard shoved me through the barred door into one of the cells and forced me up against the wall. He began to pat me down, feeling my pockets, along my sides and up and down my legs. Next, he pulled up my cloak and shirt to examine the false spellform runes on my back. When he was finished, he turned me roughly around and stared at my hands before giving me a furrowed look, which, along with his massive build, reminded me of Karaz's bodyguard Tegan. Where's all your stuff? He asked. It was all in my dimension ring, I lied, which I lost in the last zone we went through. The big guard gave a shrug before stepping out of the cell and slamming the door. Lord Granbill will be down in a minute. I trust you won't get lost in here. The guard laughed stupidly at his own joke as he stomped away. I was too tired and mentally drained to bother offering the man any sort of reaction, instead turning my attention to the accommodations. The cell was solid stone with no windows. A cot little more than a thin piece of fabric stretched across a wood frame was pushed up against one wall. There was a drain in the corner instead of a chamber pot, that was it. Well, we've slept in worse places, I told Regis as I sat down on the cot. What now, effeminate one? Regis asked, deepening his voice to mimic Tegan. I let out a scoff while rummaging through my dimension rune. First, I need to make sure Ellie is okay. I pulled out the cracked relic, but it was still dull and it didn't react when I probed it lightly with ether. Is it broken? Regis asked, and I could sense him attempting to be consoling. Although I wasn't in the mood for pity, I couldn't prevent his emotions from seeping into me, and it helped to ease my mind. Maybe. I reached for the godrune that channeled Aroa's requiem. Swirling violet motes of ether danced along my skin and over the relic, concentrating into the small crack before fading away. The crack was still there and the stone still dull and lifeless. My hopes fell for a moment, but I steeled myself against the disappointment. Focusing on the ether in the air, which was much less than in the deeper zones, I examined the relic carefully. The ether was drifting slowly closer to the relic, where it congregated around the crack and I saw with surprise was eventually drawn inside it. It's recharging, I realized. Though I had hoped to look for Ellie immediately and prove to myself that she was alive, knowing that the relic was still functional was a relief. I stored the device away and pulled a different stone from the extra-dimensional storage rune. The rainbow-colored egg where Sylvie still slumbered. It was heavy and warm, and there was a hunger emanating from it. How long had it been since I had tried to fill the reservoir within with ether? Too long, but doing so was draining and would leave me defenseless, and if I didn't have enough ether, it wouldn't release Sylvie anyway. I turned the iridescent stone over in my hands as I considered what would come next. It would be 3 weeks until the trial, and I was sure to be questioned, possibly even tortured. That didn't really matter, though. The sight of a Lenoir being destroyed flashed in my mind. The reality of it was beginning to settle onto my shoulders like a heavy weight. I'd always known I was going to have to fight Agrona and the Vritra clan, but would I also have to defend Dicathen from the rest of the Usuras too? All the more reason for me to return to the Relictums as soon as possible. With 3 weeks to rest and plan, I should be more than prepared for my next ascent, though there was a small doubt nagging at the back of my mind. It's not exactly productive for us to just throw ourselves headlong into the Relictums over and over again looking for these other ruins, Regis said, giving voice to my own doubts. We just have to let the Relictums guide us like it did when we reached the first one. Sylvia's message said she imprinted the locations into my mind. Maybe that acts as a kind of key when we're moving from zone to zone. Regis was silent. The dangerous truth was that we didn't know. There were too many questions and no answers at all. Despite 2 increasingly difficult ascents, I was no closer to learning how to wield fate, or even really what this higher edict truly was. My shoulders sank from the weight of my thoughts and role in all of this. And with the scale of things so much grander than even when I was a king, I couldn't help but feel alone, now more than ever. I held Sylvie's egg close to my chest, trying to feel some semblance of life within. Eventually, my thoughts drifted and my world darkened. I curled up around Sylvie's egg and held it close to my chest. Chapter 324. Caradnoir Blood Granville has gone too far. I seethed with malice and mana leaked out of me, making my adoptive mother flinch. We were approaching the exterior gate of Highblood Denoir's pristine white stone and marble compound within the second level of the Relictums. Surely you won't let this insult stand, I said, my voice growing lower and more threatening. Right, it would be wise to hold your tongue until we are inside and away from curious ears, Kara, she replied before studying me with a curious gaze. It is unlike you to become so emotional over someone else. I let out a breath as I stared deadpan back at my adoptive mother. Lady Lenora of Highblood Denoir, always so concerned about appearances. Vritra forbid anyone ever see us at less than our best. Our procession made its way through the gates of the outer wall, which were etched with runic wards that came with a variety of functions, powered by several tons of mana crystals. Several people were waiting in the meticulously manicured courtyard, including both Tejan and Arian. My personal guard's eyes were downcast, their faces drawn and a little pale. While I cared little for my adoptive parents' emotional turmoil, I did feel guilty for these people. Though I was used to keeping secrets, even from Tejan and Arian, disappearing to the Relictums without them could only be taken as an insult, and I knew my adoptive mother and father would have made things difficult for them over the last few weeks, though I suppose it had been less long for them. The truth was that each man had fought fearlessly and loyally at my side several times, and even though I could not tell them the truth about my Vritra blood's manifestation, I trusted them with everything else, and even thought of them as my friends, something I had few enough of. Aside from Nessa, they were the only members of Highblood Denoir that I could trust at all. There will be time to mend that relationship after I figure out how to help Grey. Lenora and Nessa escorted me into the mansion while the procession of guards dispersed in the courtyard. High Lord Corbett, my adoptive father and guardian, stood tall in a white and navy suit that highlighted his athletic build next to his eldest son, Lauden Denoir. Unfortunately, unlike Severin, my late brother, fallen in the Relictums, Lauden had taken after his father, making him an arrogant bigot who preferred to step on others to elevate himself in the precious Denoir bloodline. Nessa, you are dismissed, father said coolly before gesturing toward a chair. Kara, take a seat. Corbett, father Kara, he said firmly, gesturing to the chair again. I crossed the room in silence and sat down. Corbett glared down at me. He was an imposing man, a textbook image of the perfect nobleman with olive hair trimmed fashionably to frame his severe and arguably handsome face. Lauden, a younger, more muscular clone of the High Lord, crossed the room to pour himself a drink from a crystal decanter. Behind Corbett's back, he lifted the glass and gave me a sarcastic salute. Finally, Corbett spoke. Your mother and I are deeply disappointed in your callous disregard for your own well-being and the well-being of this blood. No, he said as I opened my mouth to respond, Elm still speaking. You know as well as I what would happen to High-Blood Denoir if you were harmed in the relictums, especially traveling by yourself, without any kind of guard. We've humored your improper desires to test yourself on these ascents for the sake of perhaps manifesting your Vritra blood, but this was a direct betrayal of our trust. Lenora slipped her arm through Corbett's and let her look of matronly disappointment wash over me like cold moonlight, perfected through many long hours of standing mutely at the High Lord's side. I let my gaze flick back and forth between them. Corbett was building himself up to tell me something, but I could already guess what it was. I understand that I betrayed your trust, and I'm willing to accept any punishment you see fit, even should you choose to ban me from the relictums, I said in a businesslike tone. However, it is essential that I continue to challenge myself if I am going to fully manifest my Vritra ancestry, something you want just as much as I do, if not more. Several conflicting emotions warred across Corbett's face. Frustration, anger, wariness, and acknowledgement. I knew there was no straighter line to his greed than mention of my Vritra blood. The Denoirs still held out some hope that it could manifest fully within me, completely ignorant of the fact that it already had. Lenora answered instead, her head tilted slightly and a sickly sweet smile plastered onto her face. Kara dearest Kara, we only have your own safety and well-being in mind. Although you don't share our blood, you are still a member of our blood, and we care for you and have always treated you as our very own daughter. If your Vritra lineage does manifest, well then of course we'll be excited for you. But we simply cannot allow you to get yourself killed in your eagerness for adventure. The man I was traveling with, the man who you have just allowed to be arrested for a murder he didn't commit, has some understanding of these things. Corbett's heavy brows furrowed as he regarded me suspiciously. Perhaps that does seem a little too convenient, I realized, but too late. If you truly care for my safety and well-being, I paused, the next words catching in my throat, please help him. Lenora's eyes widened in surprise and she exchanged a look with Corbett. Behind them, Lawton looked at his glass as if shocked and mouthed the word please, as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard. We won't have you drawn into this business with blood Granville, Corbett answered after a moment. The best thing for High-Blood Denoir, and that includes you too, Kara, is to let this play out. You have to see that it would look quite bad if Vritra's sake is that all you think about, I snapped, mana leaking out despite my firm grip on it. This earned me a scowl from Corbett, but there was also a hint of wariness, even fear. Lenora let out a disapproving tut. How does it look if the High-Blood Denoir rolls over and lets a mere named blood falsely accuse and imprison the man who saved my life? Not as bad as it would look to have our foster child dragged before a panel of judges in a petty squabble between lesser houses, Corbett countered, his deep voice a growl. In addition to, someone cleared their throat delicately from the door to the drawing room, and all four of us spun to see who could be impertinent enough to interrupt a family conversation. A strong sense of relief washed over me. Standing in the doorway was my mentor. Her pearl-colored hair was pulled elegantly up between her sweeping obsidian horns, and she was wearing flowing black battle robes and an imperious expression. Corbett, Lenora, and Lawton all bowed deeply and held, waiting for her to speak. She met my eyes with one brow raised slightly. I stood and bowed as well, though perhaps not quite as deeply as the others. Rise, she said simply. Lawton, pour me a drink before you go. Lawton rushed to do as she commanded. Lenora took a few tentative steps forward to welcome her into the drawing room, but stopped when Corbett began to speak. Scythe Saris Vritra, we weren't expecting you, he said, his voice a couple steps higher pitched than normal. I always enjoyed watching Corbett struggle to maintain his regal bearing while addressing the scythe, especially when others were watching. Even the High Lord and Lady Denoir couldn't help but bend under the weight of her presence. I am aware I'm interrupting, the scythe said smoothly. However, I wish to speak to Kara alone. Corbett's glance flicked to me before resting back on Scythe Saris. Perhaps it could wait until after High Lord Denoir, she said coolly, cutting him off so that his mouth closed with an audible snap. I will send Kara to your study once she and I are finished. As you wish, Scythe Saris Vritra. Corbett gave her a deep bow and fled the room, dragging Lenora behind him. Scythe Saris turned her heavy gaze on Lawton, who was still standing by the liquor cabinet with a full glass in his hand. He flinched back as he realized he should already be gone, then hurriedly delivered her glass before practically teleporting out of the room in his eagerness to get away. My mentor must have been waiting for me to return and would have been informed at once when I stepped out of the portal from the relictums. I gave her a warm smile, something I reserved for very few. Don't look so happy to see me, girl, she said, but her relaxed demeanor was enough to tell me she wasn't here to scold her pupil. Sit down, I expect we have a lot to talk about. I sat resting lightly on the chair with my back straight and my eyes on the scythe. She sipped at her drink, gave the glass an approving look, then took the seat nearest me. So, she began, you found the unusual ascender again and spent weeks inside the relictums adventuring at his side. I nodded, eager to tell her all about it, but understanding that there was a rhythm to our conversations. It would be highly inappropriate to begin my tale before allowing her to guide the conversation there, which I knew she would do in her own time. "Gray, was it?" she asked, swirling her drink around thoughtfully. "Did you discover his blood?" I shook my head. "Tell me about him." I opened my mouth to blurt out the first thing in my head, but stopped myself and took a moment to collect my thoughts into some kind of sensible order. "He's intense, almost like a force of nature, and even more strange and powerful than I told you." It was obvious that despite his displays of strength in the convergence zone where we first met, he was holding back. Except he was holding back much more than I could have guessed. I paused, considering his unusual abilities and his lack of mana. Would it somehow be a betrayal to tell my mentor this? To which of them did I owe my loyalty, really? She noticed my hesitation. "Go on." "His bladesmanship is impeccable, flawless, just brilliant. And paired with his unique magic, I'm half certain he would be able to stand his ground against even you, Scythe Saris." My mentor wasn't angry or even surprised at my bold statement. If anything, she was even more intrigued. "What is so unique about his magic?" she asked. "He doesn't use mana to control it," I said haltingly. "And he can do things that hardly make sense. I've seen him teleport and regenerate limbs, even turn back time in a way." Scythe Saris leaned forward, her finger steepled in front of her lips. "Fascinating. So how does he do it if not with mana?" "Etha," I said, feeling a jolt of guilt now. He had told me these things in confidence, but I couldn't lie to Scythe Saris, not about anything. My mentor's eyes flashed, and she leaned back in her chair and took a sip from her glass. "Only the Usuras of the Indrath clan can wield Etha like a weapon, but a dragon could not enter the relictombs. Perhaps he could be something like me." It was a strange, thrilling thought. Although there were other Vritra-blooded Alacrians, I'd met them rarely and certainly never felt any kind of kinship with them. "An Indrath-blooded human? No," she said, waving the idea away without a second's thought. "The dragons would never let that happen. They're much too pure to cross their bloodline with mere lessers." She leaned forward again, her dark eyes burrowing into me. "Tell me about your ascent, leave nothing out." Scythe Saris listened for half an hour, occasionally asking for confirmation of some detail, or for me to be more specific, but otherwise just listening as I told her of my time with Gray. From disguising myself as Hedrig to our deadly encounter with the trapped Vritra-blood in the Hall of Mirrors, all the way until we were stepping out of the sanctuary room and back to the second level. She was particularly interested in our conversations and probed to make sure I had remembered every word. "And he seemed ignorant of Alacrian culture?" she asked. "Yes, even about the most simple things. As I've already mentioned, when we first met he asked all sorts of strange questions, but made it sound almost as if he were testing us. We talked a lot on our journey, and I was continually surprised by what he didn't know. And when he found out about your identity, when he learned how you had tracked him, I thought he was going to kill me at first, but, well, he didn't obviously. He seemed terrified that someone could track him, but then the fear faded just as quickly once he understood that only I could use it." Saris looked thoughtful, swirling her drink around in her glass absently. "So our mystery ascender is incredibly powerful, ignorant of our customs, and fearful of being found out. He wields Etha like an ancient mage, but is incapable of channeling mana." She drained her glass and set it down with a delicate clink. "Describe the man, in as much detail as you are able." I felt myself go red in the cheeks as I pictured Gray's handsome, severe face and hoped Scythe Saris hadn't noticed. "He is tall and lean with an athletic physique. He has sharp features and skin as white as milk. His pale wheat-blonde hair tumbles ramshackle around his face, and he has these piercing golden eyes that seem to see right through me. He came off as really cold and distant, but after spending time with him, it's easy to tell that he's quite caring." I trailed off after seeing Scythe Saris's lips twitch into a smile. "I was merely curious about his physical appearance, but if you wish to divulge your feelings for him, I will listen." I let out a startled laugh. My feelings? I just thought you'd be interested to know what kind of person he is." My mentor remained silent, a smile still tugging at the corner of her lips. I furrowed my brows, pouting. "I don't know what I did to deserve such teasing, Scythe Saris." The pearl-haired Vritra let out a melodic laugh, a sound very few had the honor of hearing, before she raised a hand in a placating manner. "Regardless of your feelings for this ascender, he seems likely to be walking a path of hardship and tragedy." I wanted to argue, but her words rang true. Gray was clearly adept at getting himself and those around him into trouble at the very least. Yet, at the same time, you will find few who can match either your mind or your magical abilities, Kara. "Perhaps we may be able to help your mysterious love." "He is not my love," I stammered, but my heart thrummed in my chest. If anyone could help Gray escape Blood Granville, it was Scythe Saris. She could end this farce of a trial with a snap of her fingers. But this mysterious ascender, why does this Gray sound more and more like? My mentor's piercing eyes suddenly went wide and a knowing smile bloomed on her flawless face. "So you really have not fallen. Chapter 325 Painless. Lord Granbel's large fist struck my side. His guard stood around me, holding me up by the arms with my hands still shackled. The next blow was to my face, then a series of punches to my ribs again. The broad-shouldered noble was sweating, and some of his hair had pulled free of the ponytail that ran down his back, giving him a slightly disheveled look. After a few more swings, he stepped back and straightened his dark suit. A young man hurried to mop the sweat from Lord Granbel's face. The boy had the same fair hair as all the other Granbels I'd met, but he lacked Callan and Ezra's build. Someone cleared their throat from outside my cell. Lord Titus, my host, turned and stepped out into the dingy stone hallway without even a second glance in my direction. It had been 3 days since I'd walked out of the portal and right into this political mess. Every day, Callan's father had visited me to ask one question: did I kill his sons? And every day, when I told him I hadn't, he spent a few minutes beating on me before leaving. The rest of my time was spent alone with Regis and my thoughts. It wasn't bad, not at all. My new Assyrian body was more than capable of absorbing a few punches, and so far there hadn't been any lengthy interrogations either. The worst part was the anticipation, not of the trial but about Ellie. The relic still hadn't recharged. I'd been checking it every few minutes, but sometime during the second day Regis pointed out that I looked like a crazy person, so I had been holding myself back to only once an hour. The old man that had led my arrest, who I'd learned as Lord Granbel's steward, appeared in the doorway just long enough to wave for the guards to release me, and in moments I was alone again. As entertaining as it is to watch you pretend to be a punching bag, I'm bored, Regis thought the moment the guards closed the door. We really going to do this for 3 whole weeks? Go take a nap then, I snapped. Rude, he grumbled back. After glancing out the barred door to make sure the guard at the end of the hall couldn't see into my cell, I laid down on the cot and withdrew the hard fruit toy from my dimension rune. The noise of the seed rattling around inside it immediately took me back to the snowy mountaintop village where I had trained with 3 steps. Picturing the climbing peaks and plunging valleys, and letting myself slip into the meditative state I'd used while training with the shadow claws, I released a small amount of ether from my core and pushed it toward the tip of my index finger. The purple energy hummed softly as it formed into a thin, slightly curved extension of my finger. I slid the etheric claw into the slot and fished around for the pea-sized seed. Although I could get the seed to the hole, when I tried to pull it through, the ether lost its shape and dissipated. Taking a deep breath, I conjured the claw a second time and tried again with similar results. I kept at the seed for another hour or 2 before Regis interrupted my practice. You've been doing this for hours, Regis grumbled. Don't you get tired of it? Not really. It gives me something to focus on, to occupy my mind, I guess. Oh, so sort of like knitting, I rolled my eyes. Yes, Regis. Manipulating ether into a solid, deadly weapon is exactly like knitting. I intended to return to my practice, but footsteps on the stairs told me someone was coming. Quickly storing the seed, I stood, walked to the cell door, and rested my hand on the bars. A jolt of mana jumped into my hand, running up my arm like a bolt of lightning. I grunted and pulled away, flexing my tingling fingers. The steward appeared once again. He gave me a snide smirk when he noticed my obvious discomfort. Oh, I'm sorry, Ascender Grey, did they forget to mention the door? The bars are heavily enchanted against physical contact to ensure our guests don't attempt to force their way free, of course. Now if you would please step back to the wall. I did as he asked. The elder waved a hand and the wall behind me began to move. Restraints appeared, growing out of the stone and around my legs and arms, pinning me to the wall. Don't bother struggling, he said confidently. These manacles were designed by the finest instillers in Central Dominion. The chains and their moorings are unbreakable. I tested their strength, flexing my arms and shoulder until the stone began to quake. Oops, I thought, almost broke them. The golden-haired elder was still smirking, apparently not having noticed. I returned the look with a deadpan, almost bored gaze. Neat, I said flatly, his smirk flickered. I realize, Ascender Grey, that your time in the Relictums has likely inoculated you against base fear, and you've already shown yourself to be adept at holding out through pain. I'll admit Lord Titus has been most frustrated with your lack of expressiveness. He would like to see you squirm, to use his word. The elder stood aside so another man could open the door and enter the cell. This man was tall and gangly. He wore dark leather armor with gold studs that smelled strongly of oil, which matched his greasy black hair and the gold ring in his ear. Where should I start, Master Matheson? He asked in a high, simpering voice as his black eyes trailed over my body. The old man wrinkled his nose at the torturer. Oh, I wouldn't presume to tell you how to do your job, just make him talk. Matheson met my eyes from behind the torturer. I'll be back in, say, 20 minutes for the questioning. The torturer grinned, revealing black and rotting teeth. Yes, Master Matheson, to me he said. Gray, is it? I'm Petra's. I'd say it's a pleasure, but his grin widened. I promise it won't be. That was so cringy it made my non-existent toes curl, Regis groaned. I didn't say anything but kept my expression level and uninterested. My lack of a response didn't seem to bother Petrus at all. He produced a wicked-looking dagger with a flourish and in the same motion drew the blade across my upper arm. It was so sharp I hardly felt it. The wound let out a trickle of blood before healing over. Petrus' grin faded. He regarded me warily before cutting in the same spot, slower and deeper this time. I realized that my extreme healing was going to draw unwanted attention and attempted to close off the trickle of ether from my core. It was only partially successful. Regis, go to my left foot. If this is about my toes comment earlier, I was just being. I need to limit my healing factor, just do it. My companion drifted through my body into my foot, and the slow trickle of ether redirected, pulled toward him by whatever gravitational force he had on it. The second cut was slower to heal. Petrus didn't make a third right away, instead watching with interest as the remaining ether knit my flesh back together. For me, the healing was sluggish, but compared to a normal person, it was still incredibly quick. He ran a rough finger over where the cut had vanished without even a scar. He checked my monosuppression cuffs to make sure they were tightly fastened, then took a step away from me. How are you doing that? Doing what? I replied, my face perfectly blank. Frowning, the torturer held the flat of his blade to the back of my hand. The dagger began to glow red-hot, my skin sizzling and popping and filling the cell with the stench of burning flesh. I let my mind slip away from the pain, meditating on my core and the ether swirling around inside it, which I held onto as tightly as I could. A small stream was leaking out, half pulled toward Regis, but some traveling along my ether channels toward my hand. When Petrus lifted his glowing dagger, the scorch mark it had left behind was a deep scar in my pristine flesh. Instead of hurting, though, I only felt a kind of tingling as ether started repairing the damage, but it was working even more slowly now on the larger wound. The torturer stuck his thumb into the raw burn and pressed hard, his black eyes absorbing every twitch, every flicker of movement from me, but the pain was nothing. His slack face curved down into an exaggerated frown. Minor healing abilities, even with mana choked off, he muttered to himself. High pain tolerance likely due to the same ability. Yes, time to try something else. He tossed the dagger, its blade still glowing, into the corner and cracked his knuckles. Usually I save this for later, but he gave me a devious smirk. I can tell you require special treatment. Ooh, Arthur, special treatment. I think he likes you, Regis teased. A hint of a smile crossed my face. Petrus scowled furiously in response. Think this is funny, Ascender Grey? He asked, his voice going even higher. To the pain then, his bony fingers clamped tightly around my own and a savage kind of glee came over him. I could tell from the concentration on his face that he was casting a spell, but nothing happened, even as sweat started pouring down his face and each breath became a desperate gasp. The burn on the back of my hand was still healing, and Petrus kept glancing at it, his expression turning more frustrated by the second. He held my hands like that for another minute before throwing them down in disgust. That's not possible, he shouted, storming back and forth across the small cell. Entirely impossible, he rounded on me, glaring fiercely. What the hell are you? Innocent, I said flatly. And a bit hungry. Hissing, Petrus snatched his dagger from the floor, took 2 quick steps toward me and drove the weapon into my side just below my ribs. Though no longer glowing, it was still scorching hot and I could feel it burning inside me. I'd had worse. His beetle-black eyes searched mine for any hint of pain or fear he could console himself with, but I gave him nothing. He ripped the dagger out and stared at the wound. I let the ether flow freely. Half still filtered downward toward Regis, but the rest went to the deep cut in my side. It slowly began to heal over. Finally, Petrus slumped to my cot and fell into it. He stayed like that for a couple of minutes, silently glaring up at the low ceiling. I've never seen anyone heal as quickly as you, and yet your mana doesn't react to my crest. My touch should turn every nerve in your body to fire if you have any mana in you at all. I don't understand it. He turned his head so he was staring at me. His fury had faded to wary curiosity. Is it an emblem? A regalia. I was told your runes were vague but nothing unusual. I shrugged awkwardly, pinned to the wall like I was. A man of mystery, Petrus said under his breath, looking back at the ceiling. Nothing for it then but to see just how strong this ability is. The torturer rolled out of the cot and flourished his dagger with a nasty smile. By the time the golden-haired elder returned, my clothes were in tatters and stained red with my blood. Petrus had taken his time, inflicting wound after wound with slow, deliberate focus. My injuries were closing slightly slower now, so I recalled Regis from my foot, but I hadn't rewarded the torturer's efforts with even the flicker of an eyelid. The old man Matheson seemed surprised by my state. He glared at Petrus, but the lanky Alacrian only shrugged apologetically. You can leave us now, wait in the hall. Petrus' shoulders slumped and he sulked out of the cell. Matheson waited until he was gone to begin asking questions. Ascender Grey, he began, I would like for you to explain to me why you murdered Lord Calon of Blood Granville, Lord Ezra of Blood Granville, and Lady Raya of Blood Phaelane. Please spare no detail. Speaking as calmly and plainly as I could muster, I said, I didn't murder anyone. The relictums proved much more difficult than Calon had anticipated, and they fell to the monsters inside. Matheson's brows came together in a small frown. You must understand, Ascender Grey, that we have an eyewitness to these acts. We know what happened. My lord and Lady Granville now wish to understand why. He took a step closer to me. Was this attack political in nature? Are you an assassin sent by a rival blood? If I was, I did a pretty lousy job seeing that I left an eyewitness. Things didn't get better from there. Matheson pressed me to explain the details of our ascent, from how I found the Granvilles to the forms the beasts within the relictums took, all the way down to small details like what we all ate while trapped in the mirror room and what the figures in the mirrors looked like. I told as much of the truth as I comfortably could, but took careful note of any omissions I made for when they inevitably asked me to repeat everything I'd said. Finally, Matheson turned to leave the cell but stopped in the doorway. Oh yes, one more thing, Ascender Grey, where did you hide your dimension ring? I lost it, I answered with a tone of regret, along with all my belongings, but I already told the guard that. I see. Very well then. Matheson left without another word, shutting the cell door with a heavy clang behind him. Regis, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the torture and following interview, fluttered awake inside of me. You okay? Fine, I replied, easing onto the cot. I'd put myself through so much worse when forging my ether channels and training in the relictums. Habit caused me to withdraw the multifaceted relic from my dimension rune to check, and I felt a jolt of adrenaline and sat back up quickly when I realized the stone was warm to the touch and humming softly with a faint etheric energy. It's recharged, about time, so what first then? There was no question. Clenching the relic in my fist, I thought Ellie's name. White fog swirled across the surface of the stone, and I wasn't immediately drawn in as I had been before. Closing my eyes, I focused harder, picturing her face and chanting her name in my mind. Arthur Leywin. Ellie, Arthur, Regis thought consolingly. I'm sorry. Even though my eyes were closed, I felt my perception shift suddenly. Regis's presence was gone, as was the feel of cold stone beneath my feet. Slowly, I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was Ellie, my sister, alive and safe. Chapter 326. Backlash, ELEANOR. I clenched my teeth, trying to stay focused through the throbbing pain that covered every inch of my body, as Commander Virion addressed everyone present. Mom had been pretty stubborn in her efforts to keep me at home in bed, but I couldn't miss the council meeting. They had been waiting for me to get better so I could tell them what happened after everyone else teleported back to the sanctuary from Lenoir, and why Tesha had never returned. But now that I was sitting in the City Hall's main conference room, the same one where Tesha had first brought me to a council meeting, with every important figure in Dicathen staring holes right through me, I kind of wished I had listened to my mom. I'd already told Virion and Baron about most of it anyway, but I'd been sort of in and out of consciousness for the last couple days, so I didn't think I'd been very helpful. Leaner, I suddenly realized how long I had stayed quiet. Sorry, what? Virion cleared his throat. He looked old and tired. Would you like to tell the council about your mission in Lenoir? I stood slowly, regretted it quickly, and then fell back into my chair. Well, you see, there was a faint pop from just behind me, and a chorus of shouts filled the room. Kathleen, who was sitting right beside me, sucked in a surprised breath. Her brother had his sword half out of its sheath before he realized what was happening. Lord Baron was crackling with thunderous energy, but backed down when I turned and rested my hand on the furry creature that had manifested behind me. Boo, I said to wait outside. You can't just poof to me every time I get a little nervous. I scolded him, but it was half-hearted. His presence gave me strength. He grunted in a way that told me he wasn't sorry, then laid down in front of the arched doorway. Sorry, I mumbled, glancing at Virion. If the old elf was annoyed, he didn't show it. Not to worry, Ellie. Go on if you're ready. I took a deep, shuddering breath before words started to spill from me. I explained my part in our plan to free the elven prisoners from the little town of Idleholm, going over my fight against the retainer's brother. I told them how I gave my medallion to Albald so that the elves that were left could escape, and how Tesha had finally killed Billel. The hardest part was describing Elijah's arrival, but no one interrupted as I stammered my way through it. Kathleen gave me a shocked look when I got to the part where I pretended to be an Alacrian student soldier, and even Baron let out a low whistle, which I thought meant he was impressed. Finally, I told them how Tesha had reappeared at Elijah's side and about the attack and how I'd tried to save the elven slaves. But it was too much, and I let the story end with the explosion that ripped me away from Lenoir, then leaned forward to rest my forehead on the cool table. Helen Shard walked around the table to set her hand on my shoulder. No one could have done more, Alina. What you accomplished. Frankly, it's incredible. Kathleen squeezed my hand. The normally composed princess had tears sparkling in the corners of her eyes. Behind her, Curtis was downcast and pale. "How in the world did you escape?" the old soldier, Madame Astra, asked. Sitting up straight, I pulled the phoenix worm pendant out from underneath my shirt. It was milky white and cracked all the way through, empty of mana. I could still clearly imagine how the elven servants had looked at me as I tried and failed to activate Tesha's medallion and take them all with me. They knew that I couldn't do it. They knew they were going to die. Then the wall of light washed over me and everything went pink. For a few seconds, I could see the world being ripped apart around me through the tiled pink shell of energy conjured by the phoenix worm pendant. The Alacrians, the elves, the bleachers, the little stage, the mansion, it all vanished in the blink of an eye. And then so did I had woken up screaming, my legs dangling in the little stream that ran through the underground sanctuary. Boo was there, smoke rising from his singed fur, somehow alive. The last thing I heard was his deep roar filling the cavern before I passed out from backlash. "Do we know how big was the explosion?" a trembling voice asked. It was one of the elves we'd rescued, the man who knew Tesha and Catheln, xperrif. Virion and Baron exchanged a dark look. As soon as Alina returned, General Baron flew straight to the beast glades and up toward Elenoir, Virion said, nodding to the human lance. "Elenoir is gone," the lance said gruffly. "What do you mean gone? A country can't just disappear," xperrif argued. "Well, it has." The lance turned a sharp eye to the elf. "Nothing remains between the beast glades and the northern coast but a scorched and twisted wasteland." Catheln's breath shuddered as her hands covered her mouth. The young elf had gone ghostly pale but seemed frozen, his mouth half open, his knuckles white from gripping the edge of the table. An elven woman, whose name I couldn't remember even though she'd been at the sanctuary since the beginning, began to sob. Behind me, Helen squeezed my shoulder again in a gesture of support. "But the Ussuras," Curtis started to say, his voice low and full of crackling energy. "Were and still are our allies," Virion said firmly. "Despite appearances, we do not believe that the greater part of the destruction was caused by the Ussuras' attack, which was only intended to destroy the Alacrians gathered at Idleholm." From the doorway behind me, a soft voice said, "How could you possibly know that?" Little waves of pain rippled through my entire body as I twisted in my seat to look at the speaker. Albold the elven guard was standing framed in the arched entrance on the other side of Boo's hulking form. He held himself awkwardly, leaning to his right side. He'd been badly hurt during the fight against the retainer. I was kind of surprised to see him on duty already. Albold continued, not waiting for an answer to his question. "Ellie saw the Usra known as Aldir initiate the attack with her own eyes." I couldn't see Virion's face, but I could hear the low growl of anger in his voice. "This is a closed council meeting, Albold. Return to your post. We will discuss this later." Albold scowled but turned and marched out of sight. I reached down to scratch Boo before slowly twisting back around to face the others. It's not just Albold. The others aren't exactly thrilled with Virion's explanation either. Curtis Glader was frowning deeply, his gaze leveled at the table instead of Virion. The elven woman was continuing to cry quietly. xperrif stood. His legs were a little shaky and he had to support himself with a hand on the table. "Commander Virion, if General Baron is correct, then our homeland, the vast majority of the elven people." He paused and took a deep breath. "Someone has to answer for this atrocity. We know the Alacrians are our enemy, but what proof do we have that the Ussuras are still our allies?" The anger that had suddenly overtaken Virion at Albold's intrusion went away just as quickly. He waved for xperrif to sit down. "They have been since the beginning, xperrif. Do not forget that they saved us from the betrayal of King and Queen Graysunders. They guided the war effort in the early days before we knew what we were up against. They tried to end the war before it began. That's a strange way of saying they betrayed us when they attacked the Vritra behind the council's back, an act that forced them into an agreement to stop helping us entirely and resulted in Dicathen's fall," Curtis said. Although he kept his voice calm, the prince's cheeks had turned red and he was staring hard at Virion. Virion waved Curtis's argument aside. "An act that, had it succeeded, would have saved Dicathen. Leaders make decisions, Curtis. You know that as well as I, and not all those decisions end the way we hope." Madame Astra leaned forward, her fake legs splayed out unnaturally to one side of her chair. "But how did the Alacrians do it then? If you're telling me our enemy has the power to wipe out entire countries, then why haven't they done it before, and what hope do we have in defeating them?" Virion nodded. "That is a better question. To the first, we don't yet know, but I think we can guess the reason for not doing it before. After all, they wanted to take over Dicathen, not burn it to the ground." "Then what changed?" she shot back. "What indeed?" Virion said, and I couldn't help but notice he hadn't even tried to answer the question. "We're talking about the complete destruction of our home," xperrif shouted, his wide, furious eyes jumping from Virion to Madame Astra and back. "Nothing you're saying makes any sense. It's like you don't even care." Virion's fist slammed down on the table, making everyone jump. Boo sat up and glared over my shoulder at the commander. Do not speak to me as if I'm some bystander, boy. I too am an elf, one that has just lost the very country that he grew up in, that he fought 2 wars for. Listen to yourselves. Virion's face became wild and desperate as his calm facade cracked. As if having one Usura as an enemy hasn't proven bad enough, you want to go to war with all of Ephiodus. No, if the Usuras were truly our enemies, then we have no chance of winning this war. Virion's outburst was met with shocked silence. I wasn't sure what to say or even what to think. It sounded more like he was just hoping that the Usuras hadn't destroyed Alenwar than that he had discovered any kind of proof. But what had happened? I'd seen the Usura, towering high above the town and radiating a pressure so strong it paralyzed everyone, fire a blast of mana that ripped Idleholm apart. But could it really have been strong enough to destroy the entire country? I shook my head even though no one was looking at me. I was there and even I don't know what happened. Despite his hard words, when Virion's gaze traveled around the room, meeting everyone's eyes in turn, his expression wasn't hard or angry, just weary. But we have to lay blame where it is due, not engage in some witch hunt against our allies. It was the Alacrians that attacked us and drove us from our homes. It was the Alacrians that murdered our kings and queens of the council and put our people in chains. It was the Alacrians that stole our land and burned our forest. The Usuras are now our only hope to reclaim Dicathen. They took a great risk to attack the Alacrians in Alenwar, an act that would have broken Agrona's hold on our homeland, but the Vritra knew that. Instead of allowing Alenwar to be retaken, the Vritra destroyed it utterly. The rest of the council stared warily at Virion. Albold and Ferrith's question was still stuck in my head, but how do you know? As if reading my thoughts, he said, Elder Rhynia came to me with a vision. Virion's voice was sharp and resolute, as if those words explained everything. She told me that the Usuras of Ephiodus would come to our aid, but that the Vritra clan were expecting their agreement to be broken and would turn the attack back on us. She said they would try to make it look like the Usuras were our enemies, but they are not. Even Baron seemed surprised to hear this news. Curtis and Cathelin exchanged a glance while the elves leaned against each other for support. Madame Astra snorted, her old face wrinkling up into a sneer. The old soothsayer who claims to have seen all this coming and yet did nothing to prevent it. How convenient that there is always some vision we only learn about after it's too late to do anything. That's not fair, I wanted to say. Without the seer Tesha, my mother, and I would have been captured by the Alacrians a long time ago. But I bit my lip and held back because Madame Astra wasn't the only one who felt like that. It was part of the reason why Elder Rhynia had chosen to seclude herself so deeply in the caverns. Because when people found out what Elder Rhynia had known and what she could have done, they never looked at her the same again. I hoped that Virion might get upset with Madame Astra, but he only shook his head and looked even more tired. It isn't her fault, Astra, though I know it may be hard to trust her. Rhynia has sacrificed much to help us however she can, and it has taken a terrible toll on her. I realized with a jolt of guilt that I'd entirely forgotten that aspect of Elder Rhynia's magical abilities. She traded her own life first to see our possible futures. Is she okay? I asked, my voice sounding very small. Virion held my gaze for several seconds before replying. She is near the end of her power, I'm afraid. Madame Astra looked as if she couldn't have cared less about Elder Rhynia's failing health, but had the good grace not to share whatever she was thinking. I picked at the loose end of my nail as I thought back to when I had visited Elder Rhynia. She seemed pretty healthy to me. I didn't doubt Virion's words, but at the same time I had trouble picturing the elderly elf's health failing so quickly. And what was she looking for when she had this vision? When I asked her about our mission, she'd given me a vague warning about the cost being more than Virion wanted to pay. I'd thought that she'd been talking about Tesha, but had she already seen the Asuran attack on Alenwar and meant losing the whole country instead? But if that was the case, why hadn't she told me more at the time? Did she just see it later? I hate this visions of the future junk, I thought miserably. It never made any sense. I decided to go see her again and turn my attention back to the meeting, but the meeting seemed to have ended. Everyone else looked as caught off guard by the sudden dismissal as I felt. Ferrith was already helping the elf woman out of the room, nervously skirting around Boo, who took up most of the doorway. Virion was having a whispered conversation with Baron, while Curtis and Cathelin waited for a private word with the commander. Helen helped me to my feet and guided me toward the door. Thanks, I said gratefully. We made our way down the hall and through the heavy leather flap that served as a door. Albold wasn't at his post when we left, but the other guard, Lena, gave me a firm nod as we went past. Boo's side scraped against the walls of the hallway behind us, and he had to squash himself through the door. My bond gave me a grumpy, mewling grunt when he finally made it out onto the steps. Don't look at me. I told you to wait outside, I said, waiting for him to catch up. When he did, I twined my fingers into his dense fur and let him support me as we walked. I know you don't feel this way, Ellie, but you did good, Helen said when we caught back up. Yes, you're right, I really don't feel that way. One thing I don't really understand, Helen said, her tone conversational. How did Boo escape? Did the pendant Arthur gave you bring you both back? I didn't answer right away. The truth was, everything after Aldir and Winsome showed up in a Lenoir was sort of a blur. Boo had been hiding in the forest around Idleholm and should have been killed, but when I came to in the sanctuary, he was right beside me. Or have you been keeping these powerful and mysterious abilities a secret from your teacher? She asked, giving me a look of mock surprise. I shook my head, allowing a faint smile. I don't think it was the Phoenix Worm amulet, and this definitely wasn't something I was keeping a secret from everyone. To be honest, I've never really figured out what kind of mana beast he is, so we're not sure what his powers are. He moaned from behind us. Yes, we're talking about you. Ever since we came back, anytime I get stressed out or a bit scared, he just poofs right next to me. So that must be how he escaped. It draws off my own mana though and nearly killed me from the backlash. Helen's eyes widened until her brows rose up out of sight behind the line of her hair. Either way, I think you're more like that brother of yours than anyone's given you credit for. Ever since Elenoir, I'd felt like there was this sort of crack that ran all the way through inside me, and it got a little bigger with every nice thing someone said to me. I didn't feel like Arthur. I wasn't heroic or brave or talented or powerful. If I was, then I could have done something. I could have rescued Tesha or saved those elves, or could Arthur have stopped them from destroying Elenoir? I wondered, hey, look at me. Helen took my chin firmly in her hand and tugged my head up so our eyes met. Don't blame yourself for everything that went wrong, and don't refuse to accept where you helped things go right. Your mission, you, Ellie, saved a lot of people. I know, I said, but the words came out half-choked as my throat tightened and my eyes began to overflow with tears. Words failed me. Helen's arms were around me and I let myself sink into her. Every racking sob sent a hot bolt of pain through me. Boo's heavy warmth pressed against my back as he joined in our hug. Why don't I take you to meet some of those people you saved? Helen said softly. Remind you what all this was for. Chapter 327, Enough for Now, Arthur Leywin. I forced my hand to relax around the relic, afraid of it shattering within my clenched fist, and withdrew my consciousness. My eyes opened to reveal the small cell in the Granbelle's mansion as a broad grin spread across my face. Ellie was alive. I clamped a hand over my mouth out of fear that I might just burst into laughter, interrupted by a loud sigh from inside my head. What? Nothing, Regis said with a shrug. I just feel sorry for the poor sod that tries to actually marry your little sister in the future. I stifled another laugh, actually finding Regis's sense of humor amusing for once, which took even my companion by surprise. Thank you, I whispered to the relic as I held it up against my forehead. I repeated it again and again as relief continued to wash over me like a soothing balm. The tension and fear that gripped my chest like an iron claw loosened, and I was able to breathe fully and deeply again now that I knew my sister was okay. It was still frustrating trying to piece together the conversation I'd witnessed in my head, but what was important was that Ellie was safe. That was enough for now. They were still hidden in the underground sanctuary, that much at least was clear from the architecture of the building as Ellie recounted what happened to her in Elenoir. The relic didn't allow me to hear the conversation, but I followed along by reading her lips as best as I could. A mixture of emotions bubbled up as I realized that my little sister had fought off a fully trained Alacrian mage all by herself. I was angry at her, scared and worried for her, and yet proud of the warrior she'd become. My brows furrowed as I considered Ellie's description of her time at the Alacrian camp. How could she be so reckless as to pretend to be a race of people she knows nothing about and infiltrate their base of operations? I thought with a sigh. Are you being deliberate here or are you just blind to the hypocrisy? Regis asked. Shut it, I snapped, ignoring the almost tangible sensation of Regis rolling his eyes within me. It was bad enough that Elijah's name had appeared from Ellie's lips. The memory of that last battle with my reincarnated friend and the scythe Cadel was muddled, but his animosity bordering on hatred toward me was clear, and it made me sick knowing that he had been so close in proximity to my sister. But it wasn't until Virion had started to speak that things got confusing. Even though I hadn't been able to make out every word he said, his account of the attack was clearly different from what I had witnessed. Huh. Well, I guess you can't blame a guy for wanting to deny that it isn't just one Asuran clan that wants you all dead, Regis chimed in. I don't think it was as simple as being in denial. He seemed so sure for some reason. Then maybe he knows and just wants his soldiers' attention on an enemy that he can actually fight, my companion offered. A temporary but maybe necessary tactic. Maybe, I replied, but I wasn't convinced. I rolled up into a sitting position and rested my elbows on my knees. He could have misunderstood Rinia's warning, or maybe he's just wrong. I'm not sure I'd have believed it either if I hadn't watched Aldir do it. Ellie's safety and health was a huge weight off of my shoulders, but it also felt bittersweet. An entire country, one that I'd visited multiple times, had been destroyed completely. How many had died in the Usra's attack? How many elves weren't able to be evacuated during the Alacrians' initial assault? And what about Tesha? Standing, I began to pace back and forth across the tiny cell. Tessa's battle against Lord Aldir and Winsome side by side with Nico replayed in my mind. I pictured the way she'd fought, how she'd moved so awkwardly, like she was having trouble controlling her own body, and how Nico had defended her, putting himself between her and Winsome's attacks. In that look they shared at the end, I sat back down and rolled the relic around absently between my fingers. While I would normally encourage these sorts of sentimental moments to a tin such as yourself, I don't think Nico making moves on your girl should be. It's not that simple, I cut in, jaw clenched. The last moments before Sylvie sacrificed herself for me, the memory I'd been so desperately burying resurfaced. You said taking Tess isn't going to bring Cecilia back, right? Well, what if it will? Nico had asked me. Tess was the vessel for Cecilia. They wanted to reincarnate Cecilia into Tesha's body. Nico had told me as much. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on a specific crack on the ceiling. Taking a steady breath, I forced myself to calm down. I needed to make a mental step back so I could think clearly. I knew that my own reincarnation had somehow been the catalyst for Agrona figuring out how to bring Nico into this world. Nico had loved Cecilia and dedicated his entire life to her, and I had killed her right in front of him. Watching that happen, living with that anger and fear and guilt as I went on to become king and cut myself off from my old life. I couldn't bring myself to blame Nico's resentment. Or did Agrona do something to him to make him like this? Blaming Agrona for Nico's current state was easy, but that was also me trying to shift the blame. Most likely, the Vritra could only manipulate him because of our ties in our previous life. Now Nico wanted Cecilia back, but there had to be more to all this reincarnation stuff than just that. Agrona was calculative and manipulative. I couldn't see him not doing anything that wasn't a benefit to himself or his goal. He wouldn't have promised to reincarnate Cecilia just to make Nico happy. Of course he intends to use her, just like how Vera used me. All Cecilia had wanted was peace, which is why she had. I shook my head, pulling away from thoughts of my past life and forcing myself to focus on the present. Elder Rinia had said that we had to keep Tess away from Agrona, that everything depended on it. This isn't about Nico at all, it's about Cecilia. Maybe it always had been. How strong would Cecilia, this so-called legacy, be in this world? Well, given that a quadri-elemental white core mage and a darkness-spewing Vritra are needed to even summon her, Regis started, I'd say pretty damn strong, not helping. My thoughts were scattered, jumping from one thread to the next before I could settle on any one idea. I sat up again and rubbed at my face. But none of this answers the question, why would Indrath choose to attack now? Unless I swallowed past a hard lump in my throat, Agrona was successful. Damn it, I threw a punch, stopping just shy of the closest wall. The last thing I needed was to accidentally break out of this cell and make things worse. Even if Tess was now Cecilia, it didn't change the fact that I needed to play this trial out in order to move about freely in Alacria. I couldn't afford to risk facing Agrona and the Vritra and Scythes before I was ready. What do you think, Regis? I asked, eager to hear any thoughts but my own. That the answer I'll give isn't the answer you want to hear, he responded gruffly. Have you ever given me an answer I wanted to hear? I let out a breath. You have my memories and a part of my personality, along with some of Sylvie's and Udo's. Just be honest. Well, there's a good chance your lady love has been erased and replaced with the super powerful chick you murdered in a previous life. Sound about right? I bit back my immediate annoyed response. Yes, Regis, as you've so eloquently put it, but what can I do about it? A passing Nort donkey can tell you that there isn't a damned thing you can do about that right now, my companion cut in. You're trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces. At this rate, you're going to either get the wrong answer or have a mental breakdown trying. I ran my fingers through my hair, once again reminded of how far I had come, how much had changed since I first came to this world. Then what happens if Agrona can solve the puzzle before I can even gather all of the pieces? Then you lose, he said flatly. But remember what the Jinn said, Agrona doesn't have insight into Etha like you do, which is why you even have a chance at beating him. Why give that up to try and do exactly what Agrona has been doing for centuries to try to win? I pondered over Regis's words for a moment before responding. You're right. Anger flashed from my companion. No, you're not listening to me. You wait, did you just say that I'm right? I nodded. Thanks. No, I mean of course I'm right, Regis continued. Also, while you're actually listening to me for a change, I don't think that relic is going to be good for your mental health, if you know what I mean. Don't get addicted to spying on your sister. I let out a humorless chuckle. Thanks, Regis. The relic was still resting in my hand, smooth and sharp-edged. Looking at it gave me a sudden idea. I only hoped that the relic had enough power left for a second use. Holding it gingerly between my index finger and thumb, I pushed Etha into it and thought Tesha. Mist swirled across the surface of the stone, but nothing else happened. Cecilia. The clouds grew dark and the relic began to emit a soft purple light as it absorbed my Etha, but I didn't receive a vision. Dead again? No, it's drawing on my ether, but it's not showing me Tesha or Cecilia. Well, try someone else maybe, to make sure it's still working. Feeling calmer now, I took a moment to consider my options, but there was only one other person I could think of that I wanted to see, so I thought her name. White fog rolled around me, and suddenly I was back in the underground sanctuary beneath the desert in Darv. The massive cavern opened up all around me, and there was a small stream at my feet. Across the stream, my mother sat on a gray log with her feet kicking in the water. Her rich auburn hair, a trait I no longer shared, had hints of gray throughout, and new wrinkles formed creases under her eyes and over her brows. I didn't know what I had expected, what I hoped, as I watched my mother, but I silently waited. It was an odd moment of realization when I thought to myself that Alice wasn't really my mother, not in a conventional way at least. I was an adult long before I was born into this world, with previous memories and experiences that should have deterred me from seeing this woman as a mother-like figure. Yet, it grew harder and harder to watch her like this, small and alone. Memories of her smile, her laughter, her tears as I navigated my way through this world resurfaced, reminding me that I had never been alone, at least not in this world. Suddenly, my mother looked up and let out a sigh. Her lips moved, and even without sound, I could clearly hear what she said. "How are you doing up there with our son, Ray?" I felt a cold lump in my throat, and just as I tried to pull away from the vision, a sparkling fish, the size of a large trout, swam up and nibbled at my mother's toes. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to tell her that I was still alive, and that I would keep fighting. A brief smile flashed across her face, just a tiny upward curve of her lips before the fish zipped away downstream. But it was enough for me. Chapter 328, Face to Face. Petras leaned over me, his rancid breath a form of torture in and of itself. "Poke, poke, poke," he chanted, following each word with a swift thrust of his knife into a different part of my body. It had been a week since Kara and I had left the relictums, and every day had been almost exactly the same. "This is becoming tedious, Ascender Gray," Matheson said from behind the torturer. "Surely you can see the writing on the wall. Save yourself from 2 more weeks of pain, and admit to the murders of Lords Calon and Ezra." Though the Granbell steward kept his face passive, he repeatedly fumbled with the cuffs of his sleeves. Over the last week, I had decided that this was Matheson's tell for when he was becoming frustrated. Or, I returned calmly, batting my lashes while gazing doe-eyed at the old man, "You could be a dear and let me go." Inside me, Regis let out a chortle. Matheson returned my gaze with a glare of his own, adjusting his sleeves yet again before turning to Petras. "Spend some more time with him. Lord Granbell has been most disappointed with your service as of late. He expects results." He turned and strode out of the cell, leaving me shackled to the wall. Petras, who was so close he was practically leaning against me, stared after the steward for a long time. "Well," he said eventually, his high-pitched voice lower and gloomier than usual, "you heard Master Matheson. We get to spend some extra time together today." After another hour of burns, cuts, and the stench of Petras' breath, the lanky Alacrian seemed to give up. He left without a word or even a backward glance, his arms hanging down at his sides and his steps slow and plodding. "I'm actually starting to feel bad for him," Regis said, after the torturer was gone. "Throw him a bone, give him a grunt or a wince at least." I stretched out my arms and legs as the wounds quickly healed over. By spending a few hours every day focusing on absorbing ether from the atmosphere, I was able to keep up with the cost of healing the many wounds left by the Granbell's torturer. "So another stimulating day spent staring at that toy of yours?" Regis asked as I reclined on my cot and pulled out the dried fruit toy. "I'm dying to get out and stretch my legs." "You know we can't do that right now," I told him for the 10th time. A violet claw grew from my finger, and I slid it into the slot at the base of the dried fruit. After rattling the seed around inside until it rested over the hole left by the fruit stem, I pulled with the claw. The ether held for a moment before bending and losing its shape like wet clay. I sighed before reforming the claw and trying again. When I'd learned how to use God's step with 3 steps help, she had been able to show me how to change my focus and see the world differently. I was sure that there must also be some kind of mental trick to using ether to form a physical shape, but I felt stuck in the same pattern, doing the same thing over and over. Still, it calmed my mind to focus entirely on summoning the ether claw. I spent hours trying to claw out the seed, and even though every attempt was met with failure, I wasn't frustrated by it. It felt right somehow, like this was what 3 steps had intended. Eventually, though, I had to admit when I'd done enough for one day and stored the toy back into the dimension rune. Thoughts of Tesha began to drift in the moment I stopped focusing. I had no intention to confront these thoughts right now and search for something else to keep me busy. Habit caused me to withdraw the seeing relic. It was dull and lifeless. I'd used it again only a day ago to check on my sister and mother. First, I tried to find Tesha again, but it failed just like before. After that, I watched Ellie train with Helen until the stone's power faded. There's that goofy grin again. You're thinking about your sister again, huh? Regis asked, invading my thoughts. Yeah, she's going to be a really talented mage, you know, and brave. Yet you still worry about her dating life, Regis grunted. I groaned, enough with the whole overprotective brother label. I would be glad if she finds a good guy that makes her happy. Tell that to the cot rail you just bent with your bare hand. I looked down to see that the metal pipe used to support the cot was dented. That says nothing, I retorted, straightening out the dense rail. Just promise not to force your sister's would-be suitors to beat you in a duel or some crap like that. That's actually not a bad. Halting footsteps on the stairs interrupted our conversation, and I quickly stored the relic and stood, facing the gloomy hallway. The person standing on the other side was familiar, but she'd changed a lot since I'd seen her last, enough to feel a pang of guilt. Hello, Ada, I said, keeping my tone and expression flat and calm. The youngest Granbell sibling had cut her long blonde hair so it was shorter than mine. She'd lost weight, too, making her girlish features sharper and more mature, but also gaunt and sort of haunted in a way. The fact that she'd come to see me wasn't all that surprising. I'd been expecting it. The death of her siblings and her best friend in the relictums had been awful, but although she'd blamed me at the time, she knew I didn't kill Callan, Ezra, or Raya. The Alacrian girl didn't reply, just watched me with her bright, cold eyes. Is she just going to, like, stare at you or what? Regis asked. It's kind of creepy. I took a slow step toward the door, trying to look as non-threatening as possible. Ada flinched back anyway. Ada, listen, no, she said, her voice raw. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Then why are you here? I asked simply. If I could get through to Ada, then her blood would have to drop their accusations. It's your fault, I replied with a gentle shake of my head. I didn't kill them, any of them, you know that, Ada. But you did, her voice cracked, and I couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't used it much since returning from the relictums. You took us to that place, why you knew it would get us all killed. Ada's thin face twisted into a grimace as she suppressed the tears building up in her eyes. You knew, she repeated, her voice barely a whisper. I took a deep breath. The truth was, I had known that my presence made the relictums more dangerous for regular ascenders, and perhaps I hadn't really cared what that meant at the time. These Alacrians were, or I reminded myself, my enemies. Did it really matter if a few died along the way because they couldn't keep up with me? My goal wasn't to make friends or babysit a bunch of mages who would immediately try to kill me if they found out who I really was. I thought of Callan's friendly grin and Ezra's protective stance and suspicious glare. Their family, their blood, were the type of people who kept a torturer on staff and jail cells in their basement. Callan and Ezra would have likely been just as bad as their father given time. Or maybe they would have turned things around for their blood, you know, Regis chimed in cheekily. I mean, if they'd have survived. Thanks for that, I shot back. What's the point of having a voice in your head if it won't give you some perspective? Ada, who had been watching me silently as I went back and forth with Regis, took a deep, shuddering breath. And the worst part is you don't even care. My best friend, my brothers, died because of you and you don't care. I stared back, expression fixed. Would you have cared for my death? A total stranger you met only a few days prior. Shut up, she snapped, her rough-edged voice catching in her throat. You're a monster, worse than those creatures in the Relictums. You may be right about that. If you hadn't been there, Callan would have kept us all safe. And if I hadn't touched that stupid mirror. Ada fell silent, her small, pale hands balled up into fists and shoulders trembling. I let out a sigh, only being able to see her as a wounded child and not as the horrific Alacrian that would have made this conversation so much easier. It's not your fault, I finally said, wondering if I was even entitled to give her comfort. Ada's head snapped up, her red-rimmed eyes glaring. No one said no, but it's why you came down here, right? Because at some point in all of this, you stopped believing in your own words. My gaze fell as I remembered watching everything from within the keystone, stuck and unable to help. Ada's brows furrowed as she opened her mouth to reply, but the words stuck in her throat. I leaned against the wall next to the door and slid down until I was seated on the hard stone. Contrary to what you might believe after seeing me down at the Relictums, I've managed to live this long and get this far only because of the sacrifices that others have made for me. I thought of Sylvia pushing me through the portal as a child, and Sylvie sacrificing her life in order to heal me. And every time someone I loved died just so that I could live, I would focus on nothing else but seeking out the ones responsible, even if it meant chasing after shadows. Ada stomped her foot on the stone ground. Why are you telling me any of this? What's the point? I shrugged. Because I hope that punishing me for your brother's deaths will at least help you feel less guilty for surviving. Ada gripped one hand tightly in the other. I'm not doing this out of guilt. I'm doing this to get revenge for them, for what you did to them. I waited, letting her yell. Why are you looking at me like that? Tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Why are you looking at me like that? Because I've been where you're standing right now, and it's not something I'd wish for anyone to have to go through, I said quietly. I listened to her hurried steps as she ran down the hall up and up the stairs, and felt a sobering numbness settle over me. Staying on the ground, I leaned back against the cold wall as her steps grew fainter. A part of me hoped she'd come back again, but another part found it actually easier to be tortured. The last footfalls echoed through the halls before a lonely silence filled its place. What no snarky commentary, Regis. And cut short your well-deserved self-loathing, Regis responded. Even I know when it's not an appropriate time to make an inappropriate remark. I raised a brow. Is there ever an appropriate time to make an inappropriate remark? Sure, if you're as clever and funny as me. Chapter 329. So I take it that your extended stay in the Denoir's Relictum's estate has been especially disagreeable, Nessa said as she gently placed my head back. It's been fine, I said calmly, letting my eyes close. I heard a faint giggle. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure, I snapped, trying to focus on the suffocating scent of flowers and spices emanating from the plethora of calming candles in the bathing room. Then can you try telling that to your leg? Nessa asked, holding in another laugh. Because at how much you're squirming, I'm afraid you're going to wiggle yourself right out of the tub, Lady Kara. I peeked an eye open, only now noticing the large puddle of water and fragrant bubbles that had pooled around my bathtub. Letting out a sigh, I stilled my leg. Time seems to be moving at a crawl these days, Nessa. I closed my eyes once more, trying to relax by focusing on the combination of scalding hot water, sweat, and my dead skin topped prettily with aromatic froth. Meanwhile, Nessa sat at the head of the bath, working scented soap into my hair and massaging my scalp between my horns, which were kept imperceivable by my relic, even if she happened to bump against one. Bathing is one of the most potent methods to ease nervousness and soothe muscle fatigue, Nessa informed me as she continued to work down my hair. It feels more like stewing than bathing, I grumbled back. She dismissed, continuing with her work. Frustration bubbled the more I thought about it. By the Vritra, I swear I'd leap out of that window and run naked through the streets for another chance to get into the relictums. Well, that would certainly get the High Lord and Lady's attention, Nessa replied, and I could hear the smile in her voice. And it's another whole week until the trial. Which of course I'm not even allowed to attend, I continued, sinking a little more deeply into the tub so that the bubbles went up over my chin and mouth. We all must follow the High Lord and Lady's wishes after all, Nessa said simply. I opened my eyes and blew outward with my mouth, sending bubbles flying. Perhaps we could, the heavy clang of our front doorbell interrupted me. Nessa stopped kneading my hair as we both listened. The muffled sound of unfamiliar voices came from the main foyer. Go see who it is, Nessa. Only if you promise not to jump out naked and make a run for the relictums, Lady Kara, my personal attendant said with a grin. I mustered a smile. Just go. She stood briskly and whisked out of the bathing room, closing the door quietly behind her. Once she was gone, I slid down under the surface of the water and forced myself to relax, letting my arms float naturally while my body rested lightly on the bottom of the excessively large marble bathtub. My mind floated too, drifting around in the muddle of conflicted thought I'd been trying to sort through for 2 weeks now. Scythe Saris's words about Gray kept coming back to me. She seemed to know more than she was telling me, but I couldn't quite puzzle through it, and she'd been firm in denying me more information. My mentor wouldn't budge once she'd made up her mind about something, and I knew better than to push too hard. Everything would come clear in its proper time. Gray, I tried to picture his face, but it was the memory of his body pressing gently against mine as we shared his bedroll for warmth that came to my mind. I shot upright, splashing even more sudsy water onto the marble floor and glaring down at myself. I was Cara Denoir. I did not pine for anyone. Rising, I stepped carefully out of the bath and wrapped a heavy towel around myself just as a small knock came from the door. Assuming it was my attendant, I said, I'm not decent, Nessa, a moment. There are 2 men here to see you, Lady Kara, Nessa said softly through the door. They want to speak to you about him. They're with your father in the receiving room. My eyes widened at his mention and I hurried to dry and dress myself. Someone who knows Gray, they must be here about helping him, I thought as I slid into embroidered white robes. The idea that Gray had friends was unexpected. He had seemed so distant and walled off. Eager to find out more, I hurried out of the bathing room, but a frantic Nessa threw herself bodily in my way. Oh no, you don't. You'll have to step over my dead body if you think I'm going to let you go in looking like you just got caught having an illicit affair, Lady Kara. You've been reading too many of those novels, Nessa, I scolded her. She grinned as she fussed with my hair, combing through it with her fingers, then took a moment to straighten the hem of my robes. Huffing, I waited impatiently for her to finish, then rushed past her to the receiving room, my bare feet padding silently across the thick red rug that ran down the center of the hallway. I had the good grace to compose myself before stepping through the open doorway, however. The receiving room was less comfortable than the drawing room, which was intended only for members of our blood, but was more opulent, carefully designed to instill a sense of wonder and awe on the High Lord's guests. Not that we ever had guests or visitors here. Portraits of severe-looking men and women, previous high lords and ladies, mostly glowered down from the walls, and several high-backed chairs surrounded an open fireplace that burned either blue or scarlet when it was lit. Inside the room, I found my adoptive father facing off with the two men. The three were standing, and the fireplace was cold and empty. Although Corbett Denoir's cross-armed stance and haughty scowl were hardly unusual for the High Lord, our visitors weren't what I expected. The first man was older and thickly built, perhaps once a soldier or even an ascender, but he had clearly let himself go. His gray hair and beard had been heavily oiled and gleamed in the warm receiving room light, and his fine clothes hung from him awkwardly. He watched the High Lord restlessly as his companion spoke, and his hands kept patting something inside his jacket. He was certainly not the type of man who usually called on High Lord Denoir. His companion, on the other hand, was his opposite in almost every way. Despite Corbett's cold stare, the stranger seemed perfectly at ease. Tall and broad-shouldered with the easy grace of a trained warrior, he had the air of nobility, but I couldn't recall ever seeing him before. His suit was finely tailored, a muted olive that highlighted his emerald green eyes and showed off his athletic physique. "Understand your stance, High Lord Denoir, absolutely," he was saying, "and my companion and I have no wish to put you or your daughter in a politically uncomfortable position, of course. But the life and livelihood of an innocent man hangs in the balance." The man noticed me enter from the corner of his eye, and he took a step backwards and to the side, turning to greet me without putting his back to Corbett, which would have been considered rude in noble circles. My adoptive father glared at me, his sharp gray-green eyes lingering on my bare feet. "My Lady Cara Denoir," the stranger said, bowing deeply before giving me a wide smile and holding my gaze. The older man, who had been watching my adoptive father carefully and hadn't immediately sensed my arrival, grunted and spun around. His bow was belated and clumsy, which amused me all the more because of the irritation it caused Corbett. "Lady Cara," he said, his voice a coarse growl. "I'm Alaric the Ascender Gray's, uncle, and this is Darren Orden. We were hoping to speak to you." Corbett took a step forward, his arms unfolding and his chest swelling. "Which is something I had not yet agreed to allow." My adoptive father looked imperiously down his nose at me, almost as if he were challenging me to argue with him. My thoughts, however, were on the old man's words, Gray's uncle. I stared at him, looking for any hint of a family resemblance, but there was none. Though he dressed well, Alaric wouldn't have looked out of place passed out in the corner of some seedy bar somewhere. From Corbett's pinch-nosed expression of displeasure, I could tell he was thinking something similar. I met the High Lord's eye. Just as well that I stumbled in then, father, if I had guests. To Darren, I said, "Why do I feel as though I've heard your name before?" The man grinned and ran a hand through his fine blonde hair. "I'm an ascender, mostly retired now, but I achieved a little fame." "Of course," I said, interrupting him and earning myself another glare from my adoptive father, which I ignored. "You were the lead striker for the unblooded party, weren't you?" His brows shot up in surprise, but the grin Darren gave me seemed genuinely pleased. "It's an honor to be recognized by a member of Highblood Denoir, Lady Cara." "I did not expect to. These men," Corbett's voice boomed, cutting through our conversation, "have come to beg for your testimony regarding the events of your most recent ascent." "These men," Corbett's voice boomed, cutting through our conversation, "have come to beg for your testimony regarding the events of your most recent ascent." Everyone fell silent as our attention turned to the High Lord. "But as I have already told them," he continued, "it is our wish that you not be drawn into this trial." I opened my mouth to reply, but he quickly carried on, addressing Alaric, "While your nephew's position is unfortunate, sir, Highblood Denoir is not responsible for either his actions or those of Blood Granville. Perhaps your time would be better spent speaking to them directly." "With all due respect, High Lord Denoir," Darren replied, "Lady Cara is, from what I've been led to believe, the only witness aside from Gray and the young Lady Ada Granville, whose testimony we believe to be suspect." "Justice demands," Corbett's brow rose and he gave the man a withering look. "Even justice may not make demands of me here under my own roof. Our blood has already discussed this matter and the decision has been made. You've wasted your time and mine." I certainly did not agree to any such thing, I thought, my nails digging into my palms as I clenched my fists. "Don't be so quick to dismiss our guests, father," I said, forcing a smile. "Darren Orden is a famous ascender. He led a very successful group of ascenders from unnamed bloods. Surely we can afford a few moments to hear him out." Corbett wrinkled his nose, as if I'd just told him Darren was a Wogart farmer. "Yes, well, be that as it may, I'm afraid we can't help with his current request." "On the contrary, I think we could be most helpful," I countered, careful to keep my voice even. "Honestly, it's almost as if you're afraid of these Granvilles. But they're just a named blood, so I'm sure that's not true." Corbett's jaw tightened, but otherwise he didn't display the anger I knew was building within him. "We have discussed this, Cara, and you know where I stand. Should you feel the need, we may continue with our discussion after our guests have left." Darren Orden cleared his throat. "We apologize for the intrusion. We'll see ourselves out, High Lord Denoir." Much gratitude for your time, Alaric grumbled, already shuffling sideways toward the door. The snapping of a panel on the far side of the receiving room made everyone turn suddenly, but it was only Lenora. My adoptive mother was dressed comfortably in dark green robes embroidered with golden runes. The outfit wasn't actually magical, but the runes made it look powerful and authoritative anyway. She smiled warmly at our guests. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry to intrude. You wouldn't mind if I shared a brief word with my husband, of course." Darren bowed deeply and flashed Lenora a charming smile. "Of course not, Lady Denoir, but I'm afraid we were just leaving. That won't be necessary, at least not at this very instant. Will just be a moment." With these last words, she shot Corbett a meaningful look and held out her arm to him. The High Lord moved stiffly, a muscle twitching in his jaw as he swept past Lenora and disappeared through the panel at the back of the room, which functioned much like a servant's entrance. She shot our guests a dazzling smile as she let her arm fall to her side before following her husband from the room. Knowing I might only have a moment or two before they returned, I stepped closer to Darren and Alaric. "Are you really Gray's uncle?" I asked the old man, who was eyeing me warily. "Isn't it obvious by my sharp and chiseled features?" he asked, a smirk tugging at the edge of his dry lips. Darren rolled his eyes at this, dropping his formal demeanor. "It's about as obvious as an infant shadow prowler hiding in the dark." I let out a chuckle at their banter. "Excuse me. I didn't mean to be rude." "No, being rude is this old man's forte," Darren replied, "but I digress. You should know, Lady Cara, that this man's nephew wouldn't—" "No," I agreed, "he wouldn't. Gray can be dispassionate when he needs to be, but he's no murderer. The others died fighting through no fault of Gray's at all. In fact, he saved Ada's life." Which I told him was a bad idea, I thought icily. Gray's uncle pulled a flask from his breast pocket and unscrewed the cap with practiced ease before taking a drink. His bleary eyes darted to the open panel across the room before he took one more. "It certainly would have saved us from all of this trouble if my nephew hadn't, but he's a kind-hearted block of ice." I nodded, a smile forming on my lips as I recounted all of Gray's bullish moments. "That he is." I paused for a moment, hesitant to ask the question that had been on the tip of my tongue for a while now. "Have you been close to Gray since he was young? What was he like when he was a child?" I actually wanted to ask. "He's been my responsibility since becoming an ascender," Alaric responded, taking another large sip from his flask. "It's just a shame that he's run into trouble with named bloods, especially leeches like the Granvilles, nobles who are willing to do anything and everything to climb higher, no matter who they step on." Which I realize describes most named and highbloods. Darren Orden elbowed the older man in his side sharply. He scratched his beard. "No offense." I had heard the accusation in his tone. "It just so happens that I agree with your assessment of the noble bloods, and I would like nothing more than to act as a witness on his behalf, but High Lord Denoir won't allow it." I shot back defensively. Darren Orden rested a hand on the old man's shoulder. "We understand, Lady Cara, and wouldn't ask you to go against the wishes of your blood." Alaric rolled his eyes but didn't say anything else. There were so many things I wanted to know, questions I had hoped to ask, but at that moment Corbett strode back into the receiving room with Lady Lenora at his side, her arm lightly tucked into his. "After further consideration, Highblood Denoir has decided to offer our assistance in the matter of Ascender Gray's trial," he announced, the very picture of a magnanimous lord granting a boon. I peered at my adoptive parents, trying to get some sense of why they'd suddenly changed their mind, and Lenora met my eyes with a strange, knowing smile that I didn't like. "An agent will bring Cara's statement, and whatever other documentation we may discover that would be of benefit to your case on the day of the trial," Corbett continued. "Until then, it would be best that you not draw further attention to Highblood Denoir by returning here again." Alaric fidgeted, frowning slightly under his beard, but Darren gave Corbett a deep, sweeping bow. "Thank you, High Lord Denoir, it is as much as we could ask for." "As much and more," Corbett replied dismissively, already turning away. Nessa, my attendant, who had been hovering just outside in the hall, hurried into the receiving room, her eyes on the cut marble floor. "See our guests out." Darren Orden bowed yet again, followed clumsily by Alaric, and then both men followed Nessa out into the hall. When we were alone, I faced my adoptive parents. "What was that?" Corbett waved a hand so that the fire burst to life, burning a deep, bloody scarlet that reflected off the white walls and floor. Turning his back on me, he strode across the room and poured himself a glass of water from a crystal container. Lenora walked to the doorway and peered down the hall, making sure our visitors had gone. When she turned back, she wore a gleeful smile. "It appears, dearest Cara, that your mentor and our patron, Scythe Saris Vritra, has expressed some interest in this ascender of yours." Having spoken at length with Scythe Saris regarding Gray, this wasn't exactly news to me. But I didn't immediately catch on to my adoptive mother's meaning. "It appears your relationship with this man could have some value to Highblood Denoir after all," Corbett proclaimed seriously. I looked between them, their sudden change of mind starting to make sense. You want him to be indebted to Highblood Denoir for your assistance in freeing him, I said slowly. Lenora moved to Corbett's side and slipped her arm through his. If he is of value to Scythe Saris, then he may be worth the trouble, yes. Of value to Scythe Saris. But when he was just of value to me, I said coldly, my throat tightening around the words. Then you were happy to let the Granbells have him? Oh, don't be that way, Kara, Lenora said, waving as if my words were a bad smell she could waft away. You get what you want in the end, and your blood benefits as well. They didn't know the kind of fire they were playing with. I shivered as I remembered the ice-cold fury that had settled over me like a physical presence when Gray discovered my true identity. He could have killed me in a second. I knew that as clearly as I knew that there was Vritra blood running through my veins. We had grown comfortable together. But I was certain I hadn't yet fully gained his trust. If he thought I was somehow manipulating him, smile dear, Lenora said, displaying her own gleaming white teeth, this could end up working out wonderfully for us. I stared deadpan at the woman. You should be more grateful to your mother, Corbett said, setting his glass down heavily so that water splashed over the rim. While you've been moping around the house, she learned that House Granbell seems to have some kind of back-channel dealings going on to ensure this ascender's guilty verdict. He held up a hand to keep me silent. I need you to understand your role in this, Kara. If Highblood Denoir is to expend time and capital, both financial and political, to assist this ascender, I must be assured that he will fully appreciate just where his aid came from. You will be allowed to contact him after the trial and invite him to our estate in Central Dominion. Then we can discuss our blood's plans for the future and where Gray fits into those plans. Although I was seething on the inside, outwardly I smiled as Lenora had suggested. As you wish, of course. Their conversation turned to the Granbell schemes and what Scythe Saris might want with Gray. I stayed and listened, not wanting my adoptive parents to form any plans behind my back. I would need to know exactly what they were up to if I wished to help Gray avoid exchanging one prison for another. Chapter 330, The Height Hall. The 3 weeks until my trial passed in a blur of repetition and monotony. When the morning came, I was spared the usual session of torture with Petras and Matheson, and even allowed a cold shower to wipe away the blood and grime of my 3-week stay in the Granbell's dungeon. I guess they didn't want it to be too obvious that I'd been deprived and tortured. Ada, thankfully or not, hadn't come to visit me again, but I guessed I'd be seeing her soon enough at the trial. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, 3 Steps dried fruit toy held firmly in one hand. The index finger of the other hand had sprouted a curved claw of violet ether, which was currently wrapped around the seed within the fruit, pulling desperately at it. I'd held the claw's shape for 10 seconds already, but the seed wasn't budging. 20 seconds passed, then 30. My finger began to ache and tremble, and I could feel the claw losing its shape. Finally, after nearly 40 seconds, the ether claw dissipated with the seed still lodged firmly inside the dried fruit. What is that? My eyes snapped open to find Matheson staring through the bars at me. I'd been so focused on holding the ether claw's shape that I hadn't heard him arrive. I flourished my hand, rolling the toy out of sight before storing it in my dimension rune, then cupped one hand over the other. Oh. You mean this? I said innocently while slowly sticking up the middle finger of the hand I was hiding in my palm. Regis barked out a laugh. Matheson scowled and stepped aside so 4 Granbell knights could open my cell door and march in to surround me. The tallest of the 4 pulled my arms behind my back and put manacles around my wrists. Search him, Matheson ordered, and the same knight proceeded to give me a thorough patting down, but of course found nothing. He shrugged his armor-plated shoulders at the steward. I hope you're enjoying yourself, Ascender Gray, he said quietly. I myself am very much looking forward to seeing that infuriating smirk slapped off your smug face. Can we get going then? I asked. I sure wouldn't want to be late for that. Matheson adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves and marched past, leading the way up the stairs and through the well-appointed halls of the mansion above. A few household servants peered at us from various rooms as we made our way out of the Granbell estate, but the only familiar face I noticed was Petras, who was sitting on some barrels near the back door that I was led out of. I gave him a cheery smile as I passed by. We shed so much blood, sweat, and your tears together that I'm almost going to miss you. My words made the torturer practically fold in on himself in shame, while Matheson chortled in disgust. Way to kick a man when he's down, Regis said accusingly. I rolled my eyes. Forgive me for lacking sympathy to the guy that spent the last 3 weeks cutting me open. Well, if we only judged by your reaction, I'd say poor Petras did nothing more than give you a rigorous massage, Regis noted. But that's beside the point. You're awfully chipper for a guy on the way to his own murder trial. I felt genuine curiosity radiating from the little ball of warmth that was my companion. I'm just about ready to burn this damn place to the ground. We'll see how things play out with whatever Alaric is up to, but whatever happens, I don't plan on coming back here. I called dibs on Maddie. Several more heavily armed and armored Granville guards met us outside the house, and I was escorted to another cart like the one in which I'd been brought here. Lord Granville was standing beside the door, his hands clasped behind his back. He lifted his chin as I approached. "This will be your last opportunity to confess your crimes, Ascender Grey. Admit your guilt and I will plead for leniency on your behalf. If you stand before a panel of judges and profess your innocence, it will be out of my hands." I locked eyes with the Alacrian nobleman. "Thank you for your wonderful hospitality, Titus." He ground his teeth as we matched glares, but eventually he waved a hand, and I was shoved bodily into the carriage. This time there were two knights seated inside, each with a naked blade trained on me. Even if one of the guards turned out to be Alaric, there was no way he could let me know without giving himself away, and so I stayed quiet. Mostly I let out a sigh, leaning back in my seat. They could have at least given me a carriage with windows. One of the guards shifted awkwardly on the narrow bench across from me, which was obviously meant for luggage, not a fully armored knight. "I guess you fine gentlemen are still a better sight than my dingy cell and ever-attractive Petras," I continued with a shrug. The other guard stifled a laugh while the first raised his blade so the point pressed into my throat. "Be quiet. Do you think everyone that works for the Granvilles is trained to be an ass, or do they need previous experience as an ass to qualify?" Regis asked. This time it was my turn to stifle a laugh. "You think this is funny?" The guard holding his blade against my throat twisted the short sword and lashed out with the pommel, driving it into the corner of my mouth. "Make another sound and I'll give you the other end, scum." Yup. This guy definitely likes to kick puppies. I smiled as I ran my tongue across the cut that had already begun to heal, tasting blood. "Vritra, he's as freaky as they've been saying," the second guard said. He sounded young and more than a little nervous. "Neither are Alaric then," I thought, regarding the knight coolly. "You heard the rumors, Roth. They say someone's been stirring up all kinds of trouble around this Ascender. Some of the guards think he's secretly from a high-blood house, and they're—" "Would you shut up?" The guard who'd hit me, Roth, snarled. "We're supposed to guard, not chit-chat like a couple of academy girls." The second knight went silent. "So someone is starting rumors. That has to be Alaric," I thought, frowning. "What's that old drunk think he's doing, going head-to-head with a named blood, securing his investment, I'd imagine," Regis suggested. "Let's just hope that he knows what he's getting himself into," I thought, leaning slightly to the side and trying to get comfortable, which wasn't easy considering my hands were still chained behind me. The rest of the carriage ride went by quickly. Within a few minutes we rolled to a stop and someone knocked 3 times on the outside of the door. Rolf knocked back twice and the door opened. Without waiting for them to push or pull me out, I hopped down to the ground on my own, causing the closest armored figures to step back and brandish their weapons. Looking past them, I took in the building they were leading me to. Even without any cultural touchstone to compare it to, the massive structure was immediately recognizable as a courthouse. The dark stone building was covered in ornate decoration. Colored glass filled the arched windows. Leering horned gargoyles leaned out from the walls and glared at all who approached, and hundreds of thin, black metal spires reached up toward the sunless blue sky above. Matheson appeared from between 2 of the many armored guards standing around the carriage. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said, looking up at the courthouse. "Like the sovereign's own justice carved in stone." I snorted, drawing an irritated look from the steward. "Get this criminal inside," he snapped. I was pushed and prodded forward under an arched entryway and into a grand hall. The inside of the courthouse was just as ornate as the outside. The floor was cut marble. The grand stairs that led up to a second-floor landing was wrought of the same dark iron as the spires, and an enormous fresco covered the entire ceiling. It showed a muscular, bare-chested man with grayish skin and sweeping horns that curved around his head like a crown, standing amidst dozens of much smaller, less detailed people. Colorful motes of light were drifting down from him and being absorbed into the gathered crowd, whose faces were upturned gleefully. A ring of runes encircled the painting. Agrona giving magic to the Alacrians. "Do you think the part where Agrona tortured and experimented on the Alacrians for a bajillion years is drawn on the backside?" Regis asked. "Under the watchful gaze of the High Sovereign, all beings are judged," Matheson said, reading the curved runes. I was about to say something flippant, but a jolt from Regis cut me short. "What is it?" "Remember you're an Alacrian. It wouldn't be a good look for you to go demeaning Agrona in public, especially here now," I thought for a moment. "Good catch." A hunched figure in thick black robes with a golden symbol on the breast approached and exchanged a few words with Matheson. I couldn't see their face, which was hidden in shadow beneath the cowl of the robe, but I could sense probing eyes on me. The symbol showed a sword with scales hanging from the crossguard, and must have labeled them as some kind of court official. They waved for us to follow and led the procession of guards, Matheson and myself, down a long, high-peaked corridor that ended in 2 solid stone doors, each at least 10 feet tall and 4 feet wide. As we approached, the doors opened by themselves, revealing a courtroom capable of seating a few hundred people at least. It was designed like an amphitheater, half-moon-shaped with a series of ebony benches ascending in steps around a platform along the flat side, where 5 high desks, each emblazoned with the same golden symbol as the officials' robes, looked down on a single chair made of twisted black metal. The dark-robed figure led us down an aisle between the benches, all of which were empty at the moment, and gestured to the chair. 2 of the knights shoved me into it, and heavy black chains came to life and wrapped around my wrists, ankles, waist, and neck. The chains were blisteringly cold to the touch. I flexed carefully, keeping the motion subtle so no one thought I was trying to break free. The chains constricted around me like a snake, their burning cold surface biting into my flesh and threatening to choke me. The dark-robed official leaned forward so that we were face to face. Beneath the shadowed cowl, a young woman with dark eyes stared back at me. The more you struggle, the stronger the chains grow, Ascender. Be still and let only truth pass your lips in this place. Only guilty men fear the high hall's justice. More out of curiosity than anything else, I relaxed to see if the chains would slacken. They did. Good, she said, straightening. The trial will begin shortly. The rest of you may find seats or stand along the back wall. There was a lot of clanking and rattling as the heavily armored guards maneuvered to the back of the room. At least 30 of them had escorted my carriage, and Matheson had brought every one of them into the courthouse. I turned my head slightly and caught sight of the Granville's steward sitting on the closest bench to my left. He was inspecting me carefully, his eyes following the crisscrossing network of chains. The babble of voices and low thunder of dozens of footsteps on marble drew his attention to the back of the room. He glowered, apparently not liking whatever he saw there. I listened carefully, trying to pick up snippets of the many conversations happening behind me. To prove murder in the relictums. What are the Granvilles? Exciting, isn't it? I've never been in the high hall before. That him? Oh wow, he's so handsome. My cousin heard from one of their guards that he never even blinked when Lord Granville beat him. I snapped around, looking warily to my right as heavy steps approached. A large blond man in a gray suit was moving purposely toward me. His bright green eyes squinted into a smile when they met mine. "Gray," he said, his voice a rumbling baritone. He gave me a jaunty grin. "Comfortable? Not really," I admitted. Another man was behind him, dressed in an ill-fitting charcoal suit. "Alaric," I said in surprise. "Are you sure you should be here?" The ex-ascender raised an eyebrow. "Who do you think's going to get you out of this mess if not me, nephew?" "Well, if I were to put my bets on just appearances, I'd go with the gentleman that doesn't look like he was still nursing a hangover," I said with a faint smirk. "My dearest nephew indeed." Alaric rolled his eyes before nodding his head toward his companion. "Gray, this is Darren Orden, ex-ascender like me and once a pupil of mine. He makes it a habit of helping out other, less fortunate ascenders." I gave the man a second look. His clothes were perfectly tailored and made of a fine wool that must have cost a fortune. He didn't have the athlete gone to pasture look like Alaric, and I couldn't help but wonder how retired he really was. Mostly, though, it was the way he carried himself that made his wealth obvious. Confident, straight-backed but not stiff, and an unconcerned air. Alaric, on the other hand, looked so out of place in the high hall that it was almost comical. Darren was scanning the seats behind me, the hint of a frown on his face. "I've been fortunate, that's true," he said, turning his attention back to me. "I just try to make sure others who choose the life of an ascender, those who don't have the backing of a high or named blood, have someone looking after them. But we can talk about me later," he added, his attention turning to the tall desks that looked down on my chair. 5 robed figures had entered from a door I couldn't see and were each moving to stand behind a desk, elevated several feet above me. They wore matching black robes, similar to the woman who'd guided us to the courtroom, but their hoods were down, revealing 5 gaunt, humorless mages. The man at the central desk hammered a gavel, causing the room to hush suddenly. I could hear the muffled noises of people hurrying to sit behind me, then the resounding crash of the huge double doors slamming shut. "So begins of the trial of Ascender Gray, blood unnamed, on the charges of murder," the judge announced in a rasping voice. Chapter 331, The Trial. "This trial shall be adjudicated by High Judge Blackshorn, Judge Tenema, Judge Falhorn, Judge Harcrust, and Judge Frihl," the central judge, apparently High Judge Blackshorn, said as the 5 black-robed Alacrians took their seats. "The purpose of this trial," he continued in his slow, clear voice, "is to determine the truth of whether Ascender Gray," he gestured to me, chained in the black chair, "murdered Lord Callan of Blood Granville, Lord Ezra of Blood Granville, and Lady Raya of Blood Faline. And," he added after a short pause, "to decide upon an appropriate punishment should the Ascender be found guilty." Whispered conversations drifted down from the onlookers behind me. But my focus was on the judges as they began shuffling through documents laid out on their desks. High Judge Blackshorn was an older man, in his 70s at least. There were dark smudges under his deep-set eyes and mottled gray spots across his wrinkled scalp. "He looks like he could drop dead any second now," Regis said. "Knowing my luck, they'd probably blame me for that too," I replied. Regis snorted, his incorporeal form radiating amusement. Blackshorn cleared his throat. Judge Tenema will provide a procedural briefing. Tenema was even older than Blackshorn, with thin white hair that seemed to float around her head and thick glasses that magnified her eyes to cartoonish proportions. She tried to speak, coughed, then tried again. This panel will hear opening statements from both Blood Granville and Ascender Grey's counsel, after which witnesses will be called. Her voice cracked and faded as she spoke, the volume fluctuating. If there is physical evidence of the crimes, it will then be provided, followed by closing statements and this panel's deliberation. The old woman took a deep, rattling breath as she finished, as if the effort of saying those few sentences had exhausted her. Judge Harcrust, the youngest of the judges, was staring at the old woman, his nose wrinkled in disgust. His blue-black hair and goatee reflected the cold light of the lighting artifacts and gave his face a severe, humorless look. Blackshorn nodded to Tenema. Now, the representative for Blood Granville may stand and provide their opening statement. Unsurprisingly, it was Matheson who stood and addressed the judges. "Thank you, High Judge." He stepped forward just within my peripheral view before continuing, his voice projected so the people behind us could hear him clearly. As we all know, ascenders are the fists that swing the swords of our progress. Those who risk themselves to search for relics of our past, hidden within the relictums by the devious ancient mages, have always been treated with respect in Alacria, even with love and adoration. Ascending through the relictums is a time-honored tradition of our people, a role that directly serves the will of our High Sovereign himself. When the Ascenders Association tests prospective mages, they aren't just assuring their strength of body, but the power of their will and the pureness of their hearts as well. Matheson let his voice fall, giving the silent crowd a crestfallen glance over his shoulder. Which is why it is so rare that there is violence between Ascenders in the relictums. And why it is so tragic to be standing here today, discussing the unfortunate loss of 3 young mages, all named Bloods, pillars of the common folk. Their families rose up to nobility to give them bright futures. Matheson pointed a trembling finger at me. Futures that were taken from them by this man. Ascender Grey lied to the young Granvilles, assuring them that he was on his preliminary ascent in order to gain their trust and access to the relictums. But within, they found a hellish nightmare zone full of creatures far beyond their expectations for a mere preliminary ascent, which of course was exactly what Grey wanted. Matheson gazed imploringly up at the 5 judges. I have seen with my own eyes the callousness, the lack of empathy shown by this man over the last 3 weeks. Despite my lord's pleading, Grey has refused to acknowledge his own crimes or to show even a flicker of regret at the deaths he caused. Regis let out a chortle. Didn't know the words torturing and pleading were interchangeable. Whether by malice, hostility, or base cruelty, we can show this court with certainty that Ascender Grey led Calon, Ezra, and Raya to their deaths, purposefully and with motive. Matheson spun around toward the crowd, his robes swirling dramatically. It is for this reason, he said, practically shouting, that Blood Granville asks for the harshest possible sentence for this terrible crime, public execution. A number of voices broke out in surprised muttering, but the courtroom was quickly silenced by the hammering of Blackshorn's gavel. "Silence," the old man ordered to the already quieting room, the word ringing like an echo of the gavel. His droopy eyes scanned the courtroom before he spoke again, turning to the steward. "Thank you, Master Matheson, you may be seated." My gaze followed the steward as he walked back to his seat. His facade faltered as our eyes locked, and he flinched before looking nervously away. Next, we will hear the opening statement from Ascender Grey to be made by. The High Judge leaned toward a scroll he was reading from, his wrinkled brow creasing as he frowned down at it. Blackshorn turned to Falhorn, sitting to his right. "Is this accurate?" Judge Falhorn was a large man with graying auburn hair and a pockmarked face. He leaned forward and whispered something to Blackshorn, who peered down and to my right, his face twitching. "We call Darren Orden to make Grey's opening statements." I could have been wrong, but there was something distinctly grumpy about the way the High Judge said Alaric's friend's name. The man stepped confidently forward, straightening his suit as he stood on my right side, and a burst of noise rippled through the people in the stands, prompting another hammer of Blackshorn's gavel. "This is a courtroom, not a combat arena," he said, glowering around. Darren half turned and gave a little wave to the audience before addressing the judges. "My counterpart would have you believe that they have proof of some malicious intention on Ascender Grey's behalf, that he set out to kill these 3 young Ascenders. He has painted Grey as a cold-hearted murderer, bereft of any redeeming qualities. But do the Granvilles have any proof of their accusations?" he asked, his voice ringing through the courtroom. Even after being allowed by this court to hold Ascender Grey in their own private dungeon, with no oversight from the High Hall and no access to his own counsel, during which time the Granvilles tortured him every single day, they don't have even a speck of evidence to show for it. Darren stepped closer and rested his hand on my shoulder. "If Grey intended the deaths of these young Ascenders, why did he rescue Lady Ada? Surely if he were capable of murdering the famed Calon Granville, then his younger sister wouldn't have posed a challenge. And how would a first-time ascender know how the relictums would react to his presence, even if the Granvilles could prove that the supposed difficulty of these zones was directly influenced by Gray's presence? The courtroom had gone deadly quiet as my counsel spoke, and I could tell the audience was soaking up every word. The judges, on the other hand, appeared anything but compelled. Blackshorn's natural grumpiness had sagged into a glower. Tenema, on the other hand, had a dreamy expression as her eyes traveled slowly over the faces in the crowd. Beside her, Harcrust was twirling his goatee like a storybook evil wizard, his dark eyes locked on Darren. Falhorn's fat face was bent low over a document, ignoring our opening statement entirely, but it was Judge Frihl that really caught my attention. Frihl had been quiet so far, but now he seemed to be talking to himself in a quiet but furious diatribe. The other judges were ignoring him, and Darren's voice easily carried over Frihl's, but it was slightly disturbing to watch. The sad truth is, Darren continued, the relictums are a dangerous place, even for those of us who have stepped through an ascension portal dozens of times before. All it takes is a moment's overconfidence, a single misstep. And sometimes not even that. Every ascender has a story about ending up in a zone they weren't prepared for, at least those who make it out alive. There is no evidence that suggests this was anything but a tragedy. No foul play, no murder plot, just a preliminary ascent gone wrong. For Blood Granville to make baseless claims against Gray threatens the very institution on which ascents are based. The trust and faith in each other that every ascender must have. Darren returned to his seat while the judges exchanged looks that varied from exasperated to completely hostile. Did this Orden guy piss on all their mothers' graves or something? There's clearly some kind of history there, I agreed, wondering if that would end up being a good or bad thing for me. I assumed someone would ask for me to speak, or make a statement of my own, especially since I'd never even met the man now defending me before the trial, but so far no one had addressed me directly at all. Judge Tenema flinched at a small tap on her shoulder from Blackshorn. Her bleary, magnified eyes widened, and she shuffled quickly through the notes on her desk. Yes, witnesses, of course. The ancient woman cleared her throat, and she peered down at a scroll. As the first witness the panel calls, Darren was on his feet again already. With all due respect to the esteemed panel of judges, I believe written testimony is to be read before calling witnesses. The sound of the gavel cut Darren off. We do in fact know our own rules, Blackshorn said coldly. However, there are no written statements to read. Orden, please, Judge Tenema, continue. Darren Orden's jaw clenched, and I caught him shoot another quick look around the room before taking his seat. Where was I? The old judge was quiet for a while before she let out a croaky aha and continued. We call upon our first witness, Jitha of Blood Alger. Who the heck is that? Regis asked as I racked my brain to remember Jitha. I couldn't recall the name, but I recognized the thin, black-haired woman immediately when she stepped up in front of the judges. The official who took our information before letting us into the relictums. Falhorn leaned forward, looking down over the edge of his tall desk at her. You are Jitha of Blood Alger? I am, she answered. The woman was standing awkwardly, hands clasped together in front of her, wide eyes staring up at the judges. And you are familiar with the defendant, Gray? Falhorn's voice was croaky and wheezing at the same time, like a bullfrog that had just been stepped on. I'm a clerk, and I took the Granville party's information before they entered the relictums, including Ascender Gray. The woman's eyes flicked to me as she said my alias. She looked absolutely terrified. And what was your impression of this Ascender at the time? Falhorn attempted a friendly smile, but it came across as aggressively hungry, just making him look more like an overgrown toad. The relictum's official glanced at me again, wringing her hands. I thought it strange that someone with no blood would be traveling with such high company, the older brother, Calon. Well, he seemed comfortable enough, but the younger brother kept shooting what I thought were angry glances at Gray, and I got the distinct impression he didn't really want him there. I couldn't help but notice how both she and the judge entirely avoided mention of Hedrig or Kara. That can't be a coincidence, I thought. And what of Gray himself? Falhorn probed. He was quiet, standoffish, maybe even a little uncomfortable, like he was hiding something. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. I see. Thank you, Jitha, you may leave. Darren jumped to his feet. Judge Falhorn, I would like the opportunity to question in the interest of time, Blackshorn interrupted. Only the judges will be given the opportunity to ask questions of these witnesses. I caught my counsel's look of confusion from the corner of my eye. Clearly, this wasn't normally how an Alacrian trial would proceed. The chains tightened around me, making me realize I'd been unconsciously flexing against them, and my etheric intent was leaking out into the room so that the judges, Matheson, and even my own counsel eyed me warily. Check those bindings, Harcrust snapped, and a black-robed figure rushed over to examine the chair and chains. They nodded and returned to their post beside the row of high desks. I forced myself to take a deep breath and release the arms of the chair, holding my hands loose and relaxed as I leaned back against the cold iron. By the time I turned my attention back to the proceedings, Jitha had vanished, and Judge Tenema was calling a second witness. Would Quentin Blood Unnamed please come forward? Another name I didn't recognize, until I saw the man enter my line of sight as he made his way toward the judges. He had exchanged his dark leather armor for black pants and a loose tunic, and he limped slightly as he walked. Quentin. I scoffed aloud as I remembered my first moments in the second level of the Relictums, when a friendly young ascender led me into an alley and tried to mug me. Why the hell would they be calling him as a witness? Regis asked angrily. Ignoring my companion, I watched the crook with both amusement and annoyance as he stepped up before the judges. You are Quentin Blood Unnamed and an ascender. It was Harcrust who asked the questions this time. His nasally voice practically oozed self-importance. Retired ascender, Judge, Quentin said, his voice weak and tired. But yes, I'm Quentin, no blood name, as I'm just a nobody from a little village in Vetcher. And why, may I ask, has a young, strapping man such as yourself been forced to retire? Harcrust continued. Quentin rubbed at his leg and gave the judge a pained look. A few weeks ago, I had a run-in with another ascender, this man, Gray, right here on the second level. He tricked me into thinking he was a Woga, first-timer, and needed some help finding his way around. He took a deep breath and let it out as a sigh. I believed him, of course, and showed him around a bit, not expecting anything in return, just being friendly. But when we were off the main road, he knocked me out, stripped me, naked, and tied me up. Harcrust's scowl deepened as Quentin spoke. Despicable, and what happened then? Quentin shot me a furtive glance like he was afraid to be standing on the same platform and swallowed theatrically. He threatened me. Tortured me, shattered my leg so I can't risk going back into the Relictums. And why did he torture you? What did Gray want? He wanted to know about the Granbills, Judge. The sound of shearing metal cut across the proceedings as I accidentally ripped one iron armrest free of the chair. The chains constricted around me, pinning my arms down even more tightly and burning my skin with their cold. Quentin leapt away from me, no longer limping, and Harcrust paled as he took in the damage to the chair. Turning, he scowled at the hooded official. Are you quite sure the mana suppression is working properly? I couldn't hear the official's muffled words over the blood pounding in my head. Boss. Regis's anxious worry leaked out into me, pulling me back from the precipice of my own anger. I scanned the judge's startled, fearful faces before dropping the broken piece of chair. It thudded heavily against the floor, resounding through the chamber. Finally, the chains slackened as I stopped pushing back against them, letting me breathe again. Harcrust cleared his throat before asking, and why do you think Gray wanted to know about the Granbills? Quint was gaping at the twisted piece of metal on the ground. Harcrust cleared his throat again, making the pale, sweaty ascender flinch. I was too afraid to think properly at the time, he blurted out, stumbling over his words, but it became clear afterward that he had something bad planned for them. I wish I'd have come forward earlier, but he'd threatened to kill me if I told anyone about any of it. Harcrust was nodding along as if Quentin's story made perfect sense. No one blames you, Ascender Quentin, but we do appreciate you being here today. Standing in front of your attacker and speaking the truth required great courage, but finding justice always does. You may leave now. Quentin gave a stiff bow and turned to leave. For an instant, our eyes met, and there was a twinkling amusement there and a twitching at the corners of his mouth that could have been a smirk, but it was erased by my cold glare. He forgot to limp again as he hurried away. Darren had stepped forward once again. I'd like to call for a brief recess to speak to Gray so that we might appropriately refute this witness's claims, he said, his voice constricted with forced calm. High Judge Blackshorn scoffed. You've had 3 weeks to arrange your refutations. In the interest of time, we will not be recessing until deliberation, and only then if necessary for the judges to pass their final decision. Darren clenched his fists and gave a shallow bow before returning to his seat. I could hear him and Alaric whispering back and forth, but couldn't make out what was being said. There was some conversation from the crowd, too, but it was silenced by a hard look from Blackshorn. Tenema cleared her throat. Would the final witness, Lady Ada Granbill, please step forward? Ada appeared from my left, but she wasn't alone. Both her mother and father walked beside her, Lord Granbill's thick arm around her shoulder, while Lady Granbill held her around the waist, sandwiching the girl between them. It was Blackshorn who addressed them. Lord and Lady Granbill, Ada, let me start by saying how sorry we all are for the loss of Callan and Ezra, and thank you for attending this trial in person. Alaric snorted, then belatedly disguised it as a cough. Blackshorn threw him a warning look. Lord Granbill's voice boomed through the courtroom when he spoke. We are here to ensure that justice finds the monster who murdered our children, High Judge Blackshorn. Though the pain is still fresh, my daughter insisted on being here to look into Gray's eyes and condemn him to his face. Ada did look into my eyes then, but I didn't see condemnation, just confusion. I saw a girl scared and alone without her siblings. Then Lady Granville pulled her tight, breaking our eye contact. Would Lady Ada please recount Ascender Grey's actions in the relictums? Blackshorn said. Ada spoke haltingly as she began to tell the story about how we met and our journey into the bridge zone. I had been expecting an embellished version, or even outright lies like the bandit Quint had told, but Ada stayed close to the truth. There was genuine horror in her voice when she recounted how Raya was wounded, but when Blackshorn tried to guide her toward blaming me, she stumbled around the question awkwardly. And it was Grey who got us out of that zone. She was saying, describing our escape through the face of a statue that looked like me. By now Lady Granville's stoic smile seemed strained, and Lord Granville was shooting Ada frustrated looks. It is clear, he said loudly, making Ada jump, that the rogue Grey's intention was to lead my family deeper into the relictums before. In the interest of time, Darren Orden said, even louder than Lord Granville, and High Hall procedure, the witness should be allowed to give her statement without interruption. Unless, of course, he added with a wide smile, the panel of judges is opening this witness up to questions because I have quite a few. Blackshorn glared down at him. After a tense standoff, the High Judge turned back to Ada. Please continue, young lady. Ada didn't get far in her story before Harcrust and Falhorn began pressing her for details of how I got across the chasm. They made her walk through, in detail, everything I said or did, and kept circling around to whether I had activated a relic to do it. Ada couldn't answer, of course, having no idea that I'd used a Godrune, but they kept returning to this same line of questioning. If they think you have a relic or relics, that'd be quite the payday for whoever gets the loot when you get beheaded, Regis joked, but I could still sense the tension and worry emanating from him. When it became clear Ada couldn't give them any other information, they let her proceed to the events within the mirror room. Here, her story diverged slightly from the truth. She skipped over her entrapment within the mirror and the Etha Phantom's possession of her body entirely, describing the scene as if she'd simply been sitting in a corner watching. Lord Granville started to relax as Ada described the growing tension and frustration as the days stretched on within the zone, and food ran out. But when she reached the part where the Vritra-blooded Ascender, Mathilias, was released from his mirror by Ezra, Lord Granville again spoke over her. I'm sorry, High Judge, my daughter is suffering from the stress of these events and missed an important detail. Ezra actually released this Ascender too. Who exactly is the witness here, High Judge? Darren said, exasperated. I wasn't aware that Titus Granville had first-hand knowledge of what happened on this expedition. If that's the case, why wasn't he called to be a witness? A susurrus of muttered agreement came from people in the stands, causing Blackshorn's gavel to fall yet again. I couldn't help but notice it didn't immediately quiet the crowd this time. Blackshorn drew himself up so he towered over the courtroom from his high desk. I will remind all those present, he said, practically shouting, that procedure is decided by the High Judge, in this case me, and I will do what is necessary to provide timely justice for the murdered. It is not the place of counsel to question the High Hall's procedures or my decisions. Darren turned his shoulder from the judge, his attention settling on Ada. Ada, do you truly believe that Grey meant for your brothers to die? That he is guilty of murder? How dare you address my daughter? Lord Granville boomed. Blackshorn's gavel came down several times as he blustered wordlessly. Ada, Darren pushed. This man's life could depend on. I demand you take a seat, Blackshorn howled. Falhorn and Harcrust were both nodding vigorously, while Tenema held her hands to her ears and glowered at the gavel that Blackshorn was continuing to hammer. Frihel had leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, and was glaring murderously down at Darren Orden. The crowd grew louder. Their yells of indignation echoed off each other until their words blended into an unintelligible chorus. No, Ada cried out, her pained voice cutting through the chaos like a siren. Then the room was deathly quiet, all eyes focused on the trembling figure of the Granville child. Her gaze fell, her blonde bangs covering most of her face as she spoke in a quiet whisper. Grey didn't kill my brothers. Chapter 332, Broken Chains. Grey didn't kill them, Ada said, louder this time. Titus Granville's hand reached up to cover his daughter's mouth. Ada, what are you? Slipping from her parents' grasp, she stepped toward the judges. Words began to spill from her in rush as her face grew more and more red. I was trapped in a mirror and Grey was trying to save me, but Ezra wouldn't listen and freed the horned Ascender from the magic mirror while Grey was working with this artifact thing, and the other Ascender killed my brothers, and I would have been stuck there forever, but Grey saved me. The girl hid her face in her hands as her parents stood stiffly to either side of her. Darren gave me a victorious look before turning to Blackshorn. Well, there you, Lord Granville, Blackshorn said, speaking over my counsel, it is clear that your daughter is incredibly distressed. While we appreciate your blood's bravery in attending this trial in person, it is the opinion of this panel that we cannot accept Ada's testimony at this time, and will instead use the written account of events we have already received. Ada gaped up at the High Judge as her father nodded, his cheek twitching as he suppressed a smirk. You may go, all of you, Blackshern added. The chains began tightening once more as I failed to suppress my growing annoyance. I pressed my hand into the sharp, twisted metal where I'd torn the armrest free, letting the pain burn bright in my mind as it cut into my skin. Someone behind me yelled out how this wasn't fair, wrapped neatly in a string of curses, and in seconds the entire courtroom had exploded into a chorus of shouts and insults being thrown at the judges. Got to be kidding, even listening what the girls said. A sham, a total fraud. Better let Ascender Grey go, or all the judges were on their feet except Tenema, whose wrinkled old face had scrunched up in displeasure, as Blackshern hammered with his gavel over and over again, but the courtroom was in full revolt behind me. Hearing the eager crowd turn against the corrupt judges helped settle my nerves just enough for the chains to simply restrain me and not try to take my head off. Silence, the high judge was howling. Silence. Silence, Harcrust turned to an official who had been half hidden behind the desks. Clear the room, do it. Now. Suddenly, soldiers in black armor were pouring into the courtroom, but everything was happening behind me. I twisted in my seat to get a better look, but the chains bit down, cold and hard, keeping me pinned to the iron chair. Regis let out a scoff. They're pushing everyone out. A panic scream resounded through the court. Damn, one of the soldiers just knocked someone out, and of course the Granville guards are helping them. In front of me, Darren watched in horror as the High Hall's enforcers escorted the mob through the huge double doors and out into the long hallway. The judges wore looks of mingled disgust and satisfaction. The doors slammed shut and the shouts and heavy stomping steps were dulled, then slowly dispersed, until the courtroom was left in a state of eerie silence. Aside from the 5 judges and a handful of the black-armored High Hall guards, only Darren, Alaric, Matheson, and I remained in the room. Is there any point in reminding the High Judge that a trial before a panel of 5 should be open to the public? Darren asked, his voice a growl of suppressed fury. None at all, Blackshern snarled, staring grim-faced down at the 4 of us. Darren and Blackshern locked eyes, but after a few seconds my counsel submitted to the judge, looking down at the floor of the platform. Alaric had moved to stand at my other side, while Matheson kept his distance. Alaric leaned down a little and whispered, I know this looks bad, kid, but don't go doing anything stupid. We still have a couple tricks up our sleeve. I hope, he added in a slightly hesitant undertone. Blackshern cleared his throat, a wet rasping sound like a blade being sharpened. It is clear to me that someone has worked to antagonize this rabble and disrupt these proceedings. Fortunately, we were forewarned this might be the case. Frihel let out a sharp ha that silenced the High Judge and caused the rest of the panel to turn toward him expectantly. When I heard someone was spreading stories, riling people up, I knew it must be man of the people, Darren Orden, fouling this trial with his sense of low man's justice. Bah, Frihel's face melted into an exaggerated frown. You've become predictable, Orden, but your games won't work this time. I wonder how many horned asses he had to kiss to become a judge, Regis asked in a tone of mingled wonder and horror. Thank you, Judge Frihel, Blackshern said placatingly. As I said, we were expecting such tactics but won't allow this trial to become some kind of circus. I laughed, cold and humorless. Darren shot me a warning look and Alaric shook his head, but I was done. It seems like Ascender Grey is finally revealing his true nature, Blackshern said, raising his brow. His ability to laugh after such dire events have occurred speaks volumes. Honestly, I feel as though this has been a trial for my patience rather than the Granville's ridiculous allegations, I said matter-of-factly. What's next? Perhaps the honored judges will reveal that the corpses of Callan, Ezra, and Raya were magically recovered from the relictums, and their wounds prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, somehow, that I'm the killer. Or better yet, perhaps you found my secret diary that I conveniently misplaced in some public place somewhere, detailing my evil plan to kill all the Granvilles, except of course the one I saved. Frihel shot up from his seat, his gnarled finger pointed at me. How dare you utter such blasphemy in front of— Blackshern raised a hand, quieting his colleague before leaning back in his chair. Rather than being angry at my not-so-subtle sarcasm, he merely studied me, his fingers steepled before him. Frihel's face was crimson with seething rage, but he held his tongue, as did Falhorn and Harcrust. Tenema was the only one who appeared uninterested, seeming to find more interest in a loose thread on her robe than me. The absence of physical evidence is hardly an issue, considering the compelling witness statements we received, Blackshern answered with a slight shrug of his shoulders. Which brings us to the deliberation portion of this trial, I believe. Tenema, frowning slightly, plucked the thread loose and let it drop on her desk. Guilty, I'd say. I can see it clear as day. Darren's face fell as he glanced back at the main doors. Opposite him, Matheson let a self-satisfied grin creep across his face. At this point, it's hard to tell which ones are corrupt and which ones are just stupid, Regis said with a sigh. No deliberation necessary. Guilty, Judge Harcrust spat, his finger again twirling his oily goatee. Falhorn's jowls jiggled and swayed as he shook his head. A piteous display. Guilty. Frihel's sharp gaze locked on Darren as he hissed, guilty 3 times over. A slight movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. Lord Granville standing in the shadows of an alcove at the far edge of the chamber. Even in the gloom, his bright white teeth shone as he smiled victoriously. Blackshorn leaned forward over his high desk. Guilty, he said slowly, savoring the word. Alaric was shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. They didn't come, damn them, he said in a hoarse whisper. As to the matter of punishment, Blackshorn said, suddenly businesslike. First, all material possessions and wealth of Ascender Grey are forfeit immediately and will be transferred to Blood Granville in recompense for the loss suffered at Grey's hands. Ascender Grey, you are to turn over all assets, including whatever items were brought back with you from the relictums, to this court immediately. The location of any wealth or possessions you may own but are not carrying on you at this moment must be divulged, including partial ownership of any blood holdings. Don't forget, High Judge, Matheson simpered, whatever illicit artifacts the Ascender has been in possession of. Of course, Blackshorn added. In the event, Ascender Grey, that you refuse to divulge the location of your possessions, then your mind will be peeled apart by our most powerful sentries before your execution. He paused, his eyes boring into me as he waited for my response. I gave him a charming smile. I can't wait. Guards, Blackshorn said, his nose wrinkled up like he'd just stepped in something foul. Put this murderous thug in the deepest, smallest cell available. Now are we going to kill all these clowns? Regis pleaded. I called dibs on the jackass with the goatee. No, not here, I replied coolly. The noise of shouting reached my ears from outside the courtroom. There was some kind of commotion in the hallway beyond the huge double doors. That could be our trump card, Alaric hissed. We need to keep your ass in that chair, kid. As I scanned the guards slowly surrounding us, an icy calmness spread through me. In a way, there was a cold sort of comfort knowing that their decision had been made and my trial was over. Darren and Alaric were forced back away from me and out of view. Even as the dozen black-armored guards advanced toward me, weapons at the ready, I remained seated, dispassionate and composed. I'd like to walk to the cell on my own 2 feet, I said, my voice even and smooth despite the number of sharp, monocharged weapons pointed at me. Do you still think you're entitled to such a freedom? Blackshorn retorted. No, you will be stripped and bound until the moment you die. I let a wave of etheric intent surge out of me, swelling through the guards and rendering them immobile. Some of the weaker ones fell to their knees, eyes wide and gasping for breath. The judges were all pale, their eyes scanning for some answer to explain exactly what was happening. I was a prisoner bound and stripped of any access to mana after all. Normally, something like this would never happen. Normally, I demand to know what you are doing, Frihel managed to shout. It must be a relic, Your Honor. I knew he was hiding it somehow. Matheson marshaled enough strength to crawl up from his knees, his expression strained as he turned toward me. I demand that you hand the relic over at once. My gaze fell to the steward, making him recoil in surprise. Why don't you come here and take it? Matheson, his thin brows lined with sweat, swallowed heavily. Time stilled in the room as none of the people present were able to muster the courage to take a step closer toward me. It was only when the doors of the courtroom slammed open that I released the suffocating pressure I was holding in the room. Twisting against the tightening chains, I looked back over my shoulder to see a couple of familiar faces. It's about time, Alaric breathed. Our cavalry has arrived, effeminate one, Regis said with a grin. The first man I noticed was the brawny, crimson-haired striker named Tegan, and next to him was his trim companion, the swordsman Arian. The 2 ascenders flanked a muscular, olive-haired man that I didn't recognize, who in turn was following a furious woman with burning red hair and blazing ice-blue eyes. The 4 paused at the head of the stairs, glaring down on the standoff between the guards and me. Vritra's Grace, Blackshorn, why have I had a dozen different people hammering to get into my office for the last 15 minutes? Explain yourself at once. The High Judge shrank back from the authority booming within the woman's voice, and his mouth began to open and close like a fish drowning on the shore. Oh good, the olive-haired man said from behind the woman, gesturing to the courtroom with a stack of parchment held in one hand. We appear to have arrived just in time to prevent a gross miscarriage of justice. Harcrust's face had lit up when the doors opened, but fell again at the sight of the red-haired woman and her entourage. High Justice and the Denoir heir here in person, have you brought us Lady Karaz's statement? He asked, his air of lofty superiority fading. You needn't have bothered, of course, we're nearly finished with this deranged criminal. High Justice, there was no need for you to. When the woman's ice-blue eyes turned on Harcrust, it was like they froze him right through to his mana core. Don't presume to tell me what I need to do in my own hall, Harcrust. The thing is, the olive-haired man said, we're here on behalf of the deranged criminal, the Denoir heir. So Karaz convinced her blood to help after all. I couldn't help the flicker of a smile that crossed my face. Be quiet, Denoir, the woman snapped. Harcrust began to bluster, finally having regained a measure of his composure, but the woman snapped her fingers, silencing him. If even half of what I've been told is true, you've made a mockery of the High Hall's justice, flouting every rule we hold sacred. Her cutting gaze swept across the 5 judges, disallowing cross-examination, forceful removal of public observers, stationing of third-party soldiers within these hallowed walls. Based on the intensity of the woman's glare, I was surprised that Blackshorn and the others didn't burst into flames right then and there. High Justice, I mean no disrespect when I say this, Blackshorn mustered, straightening his robe. But in the interest of time, we could not strictly follow standard protocol. We only sought to keep our citizens safe from this murderer. Is that right? An amused grin stretched across the High Justice's face as she was handed a stack of parchment from the Denoir man. So I suppose this extensive list of your many back-alley deals, unethical promises, and fraudulent actions leading up to this trial was all in the name of keeping our citizens safe, Blackshorn. The old judge's mottled skin paled. That, High Justice, allow me to explain. As High Justice, principal arbiter of the Relictum's High Hall, I declare this trial null and release Ascender Grey effective immediately. But a fiery look from the High Justice forced Blackshorn's mouth shut. I relaxed, letting the chains do the same, and scanned the dark alcoves around the courtroom looking for Titus Granville. He had taken a step back farther into the shadows at the arrival of the High Justice. Our eyes met briefly, his glaring furiously, mine squinting in amusement, before he turned and vanished. Guards, see to it that the judges of this panel don't go anywhere, and for Vritra's sake someone get those chains off that man, she snapped. No need, I said simply. A sharp metallic groan filled the courtroom as the chains restraining me burst apart. Shards of metal flew across the room as the guards' gazes widened in shock and awe, and they stumbled back, half of them pointing their weapons at the judges, the other half at me. Blackshorn and the other judges were staring disbelievingly at the chains, any semblance of poise they had left gone. Rubbing my wrists, I turned to Blackshorn, whose jaw had gone slack. My apologies for ruining your artifact, but... I flashed him a smile, you know, in the interest of time. Chapter 333, Attention. That was pretty badass, Regis said approvingly as we stepped outside. Standing beneath the vibrant blue sky, I took a deep breath of fresh air and couldn't help but smile. The High Hall's gargoyles and iron spikes seemed a lot less imposing now that my trial was over. From the arched entry, the High Justice cleared her throat to get our attention. Lauden Denoir stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for your assistance today, High Justice. Highblood Denoir will not presume to imagine that my actions were for your blood's benefit. The woman cut in with a slight toss of her fiery hair. This is a place of truth and justice, not some gambling den where low-minded people can seek to cheat their way into a fortune. Lauden Denoir's aristocratic smile faltered for just an instant, but it was plastered firmly across his face again when he took a step back. It would be best, the High Justice continued in her sharp, authoritative voice, that today's events and the actions taken against you over the last 3 weeks were left in the past, Ascender Grey. The High Hall has a reputation to consider, after all, and the sovereigns may become personally involved if the violence were to escalate between you and Blood Granville. I raised a brow. You have quite the way of asking for a favor, High Justice. Tension crackled in the air as my gaze bore into her ice-blue eyes. I considered all of the laws that the Granvilles had broken that the High Justice was asking me to just forgive and forget. Finally, I let out a breath. As long as the High Hall and the Granvilles stay out of my way, I won't make an effort to cause trouble. The High Justice gave me a single sharp nod. Then I would recommend you make yourself scarce for a time at least. I held her gaze for a moment longer before turning away, the momentary thrill of the trial's end stained by the woman's sharp reminder. Several small groups of people were still lingering around the edges of the courtyard, but they didn't dare approach past the oppressive pressure radiating from Tegan and Arian, who were shooting warning glares around the open space. I heard a few cheers and a couple shouts for my attention, but I ignored them, instead focusing on Lauden Denoir, whose well-practiced courtly smile seemed plastered on his face. Thank you for your unexpected assistance, I said, watching the Highblood heir carefully, though I admit I'm a little surprised that Highblood Denoir went out of its way to help a lowly, unnamed ascender, for a friend of my dear sister. Honestly, any trouble is worth easing Kara's mind. She's been most concerned about you, in fact, but I'm sure she'll be incredibly relieved to hear of your acquittal. A genuine smirk slipped through the courtly mask he'd been wearing. I have heard Lady Kara muttering effeminate one's name under her breath more than once, Tegan grunted. Sticking with that nickname, are we? I asked, deadpan. Arian, taking his sharp eyes away from the crowd for just a moment, flashed me a chagrined smile. My abnormally large and dense companion finds it easier to just call them by their physical characteristics rather than bothering to remember their name. Tegan shot the thin swordsman a warning look. I sense mockery underneath your embellished words, tiny sword. Anyway, Lauden cut in, that forced smile twitching again, I'd love to extend an invitation for dinner this evening so you can see Kara. My parents have already returned to our estate in the Central Dominion, but I trust a man of your obvious talent can find the way. The High Lord and Lady Denoir are eager to meet you, especially after the investment they've just made in seeing you released. His tone became more serious, almost pointed as he said this. The implication was clear. Before I could respond, Alaric wrapped an arm around my shoulder and said, "Many thanks to you and your high blood, but I'm afraid my nephew has been through a significant ordeal. He's been tortured for 3 weeks straight after all and needs some rest. I'm sure Gray here would love to come around some other time, of course. We'll send a note." Before the Denoir heir could refute, my uncle was already pulling me away. I glanced back to see Lawden, flanked by Arian and Tegan with his arms crossed and brows creased into a frown. I opened my mouth to ask Alaric whether it was wise to dismiss the Denoir heir so suddenly when a shout interrupted me. "Ascender Gray, I love you." Surprised, I scanned the crowd until I found the source of the voice, who turned out to be a young woman in vibrant orange leather armor. "I love you too, you tanned, sculpted goddess," Regis hollered, his voice echoing in my head. My eyes lingered on her, curious, until Alaric thumped me on the arm. "No time to mingle with the groupies," Alaric said, quickening our pace. "We need to get you somewhere with fewer eyeballs, regardless of how big and blue they might be." "Why does it feel like we're trying to run away?" I asked, keeping a leisurely pace. "Lawden has a terrible poker face, but it wouldn't have hurt to visit his place and just say thanks." Alaric snorted humorlessly and hurried onward. Beside him, Darren's head swiveled back and forth, like he expected us to be attacked at any moment. "If you think a simple thank you is all Highblood Denoir is doing this for, you might as well slip a collar around your neck and hand them the leash," Alaric said, turning onto a wide boulevard I recognized as leading toward the exit to the first level. "Don't be thick, boy. The only reason those self-absorbed nobles would get involved is because they want to make you their loyal little pup to fetch them accolades and relics from the relictums." "That's easy enough to tell," I retorted back. "But unlike the Granvilles, Karaz's family doesn't have anything to hold over my head besides me maybe owing them a favor. A favor is often more valuable than a carriage of gold, especially if owed by an individual with as much potential as you," Darren replied as his eyes continued to scan our surroundings. "Not to cast doubts on your beloved horned paramour, but it is possible that Karaz told them just how powerful you are in order to try and convince her family to help," Regis added. "It doesn't matter," I said, as much to myself as Regis. "I doubt we'd have any reason to cross paths again." My companion clicked his tongue. "Alas, if only our alcoholic friend here was half as pretty as Karaz." I turned my attention to Alaric, realizing that unknowingly I've been relying on the old drunk. Without him, it would have been a lot harder to get back into the relictums, but at the same time, he was easy to understand. Alaric saw me as his meal, or rather, alcohol ticket, and he wasn't interested in who I really was or where I came from. I didn't have to worry about his motivations, and I appreciated that about the man. It was hard to say the same about Darren Orden, though. I wondered what Alaric might have told him, and what kind of promises had been made on my behalf for Darren's help. "Not that he was even that much help," Regis groused. As my thoughts turned back to the trial, one in particular that had been nagging at the back of my mind stood out. "Alaric, why exactly do I have groupies? Who were all those people at the trial?" Alaric and Darren exchanged a look. "My idea, actually," Alaric's friend said over his shoulder, running a hand through his blonde hair. "Though I let Alaric do most of the dirty work." We moved to the side of the road to avoid a huge carriage pulled by two blood-red oxen. Alaric shrugged, but his beard twitched in a way that worried me. "I might have spread some rumors about you, stirred up some interest, encouraged a few people to come watch your trial." "What kind of rumors?" I asked, watching Alaric from the corner of my eye. The old man cleared his throat. "Nothing to compromise your shroud of mystery and intrigue." I stopped walking suddenly and gave him a pointed look. "Alaric, just a tale of a young ascender being bullied by a named blood," he said, scratching at his beard. If I suggested that the ascender was so handsome and gifted that he'd drawn the attention of even a certain high-blood lady, I resisted the urge to bury my face in my hand. "Please tell me you're joking." "That certainly explains the ratio of women to men in the crowd," Regis teased. Alaric shrugged and started walking again, weaving through the swelling crowd of people as we neared the exit portal to the first level. Darren had watched this exchange with a tight-lipped smile. "That part wasn't my idea," he said apologetically before following Alaric. I stared down sparkling tiles of the street, hoping that these rumors never reached Karaz. Jogged to catch up with the others, I fumbled around for something else to talk about. "So what's the plan?" I asked finally. "I've wasted enough time out here. Let's get somewhere a little less crowded," Darren said, glancing around at the dozens of people passing by in both directions. Most of them weren't paying attention to us, but a few did double takes when they saw Darren, and more than a couple pairs of eyes followed me as well. We bypassed the many inns and ascender bars lining both sides of the wide street as Alaric made a beeline for the portal to the first level. Once the portals were in sight, like two pieces of glass hovering over a pad of colorful mosaic tiles, we joined a queue of ascenders who were leaving the second level. "Where are we going?" I asked. "I think it's best if we leave the relictums for the moment," Darren answered. "First, we're going to my estate in the countryside of Says-Clar." Says-Clar, I wondered aloud, trying to remember what I'd read. "That's sort of rural for a famous ascender, isn't it?" "I like it that way," he said nonchalantly. I considered the size of Alacria and where we'd entered the relictums from an Aramor, which was in the eastern dominion of Itrol. Would we have to go back through Itrol before heading to Says-Clar? It was a very long way to go just to have a conversation, considering that we were surrounded by inns where a private room could be rented for a handful of gold. Glancing back across the second level toward where I thought the massive portal into the deeper zones of the relictums was, I noticed a group of men, all dressed in dark leather and chain armor, look away at the same time, like they'd been staring at me only a second before. I quickly scanned the rest of the line. The woman in the orange armor was standing several people behind us. Our eyes met, and her mouth fell open slightly before she lowered her head, letting her dark hair fall across her face. Besides them, no one else seemed to be paying attention to the three of us. Questions arose, but I kept them to myself, trusting that Alaric had his reasons for getting us away from the relictums and not wanting to make Darren suspicious by asking the wrong one. It only took a couple minutes for us to reach the exit portal, where a uniformed clerk waved us through. It was like night and day traveling from the second level to the first. Where the second was bright and airy, the first was dank and heavy with the smell of iron and excrement. A man dressed in the hide of some mana beast was shouting at one of the portal guards about his pass. The uniformed guard had his arms crossed, and a muscle in his wide jaw was twitching. Behind him, a dozen ascenders were waiting in line to enter the second level, most of them grumbling about the wait. I was watching the commotion from the corner of my eye when I noticed the woman in the bright orange armor step through the portal. She scanned the area, and when her eyes found me, she made a beeline toward us while withdrawing something from her dimension ring. With heightened senses and reflexes, the seconds that it took for the tanned woman to catch up to me passed by in a crawl. Just before she was in arm's reach, I spun on my heels and caught her by her wrist, crushing the chain bracer into her flesh. The woman gasped, and whatever she was holding tumbled to the ground. "Did you not think I'd notice?" I asked, my gaze piercing through hers as I twisted her wrist. "Why are you following me?" "I'm so sorry," she squealed, her mahogany eyes wide and her face pale. "I just wanted your autograph." I glanced at the ground where the item she had dropped pressed against my boot, a pyramid-shaped steel box engraved with chains that wrapped around the edges. As I watched it, the woman's foot groped forward and tapped the pointed top. Several things happened at once. The artifact at my feet unfolded, letting out a glowing golden light. There was a flash from the woman's free hand, and a sleek dark dagger appeared in her grasp. All around the portal platform, the crowd of ascenders that had been either watching us warily or ignoring us in favor of grumbling about the unmoving line drew their weapons and turned as one toward me and my companions. Behind them, three nervous officials vanished through the portal back to the second level. This whole thing had been a setup, and there was only one group that would go to this kind of trouble. "Lord Granbell sends his regards," the orange-armored ascender snarled, thrusting the blade at my abdomen. Still holding her by the wrist, I jerked the tanned woman off her feet and threw her at a nearby cluster of armed ascenders. She let out a yelp before crashing into them, but my attention was back on the artifact, which had opened like a flower and was glowing more brightly by the instant. Lifting one leg, I began to step down toward it, intending to crush it under my heel, but I froze, unable to move. The golden light emanating from the open pyramid wrapped around me, shining over every inch of me like a second skin. I could just make out the ethereal shape of chains within the light, wrapping around me and my companions. Well, I'll be damned, they actually got a force cage. Even with his voice muffled by the layer of energy the force cage had wrapped around him, Alaric was more amazed than shocked as he tried to wiggle his body. And a pretty good one at that. His words were met by a chorus of chuckles from the many ascenders now eyeing us dangerously. "Shit," Darren swore, sounding like he was speaking with his head underwater. "This isn't good." From the corner of my eye, I saw two men struggle to pull the orange-armored woman to her feet. By the way she was holding her arm, I knew I'd pulled it from the socket. That didn't stop her from beaming at me victoriously. "Quite the handful, aren't you?" she said while popping her arm back into place. The woman sauntered closer toward us. "A shame that I have to hand you over to the Granbills. So many better uses for a pretty face like yours." Chapter 334, Last Mercy. My gaze shifted from the woman in the orange armor to the ring of ascenders around her closing in on us. Their hardened expressions, posture, gait, everything about them reinforced my impression that the Granbills had made a significant investment to orchestrate this last-ditch effort. Stopping in front of Darren, our female assailant placed a hand on the golden aura restraining him. Sorry you got wrapped up in this, Orden. I know I speak for all these men when I say that you've earned our respect over the years. Well, then you could let us go, Darren ventured, the charm in his voice ruined by the muffling of the golden force field. The woman shook her head, eyeing us seriously. No, I'm afraid not. I watched the mercenaries, their hands gripped firmly around their weapons despite their advantages. My eyes turned to where we had crossed over to this floor. A steady stream of ascenders should have been headed in both directions, but no one new came through the portal from the second level, and the street leading out into the first level was empty as well. Still scheming for a way out of this? The woman asked with a raised brow. I admire your composure, but it's no use. Scheming, I echoed, raising a brow. Is that what it looked like I was doing? Superstar here thinks he's invincible after being let loose, one of the men standing nearest to her said with a chortle. His red hair had been shaved down on the sides, and scars marked his face, the sides of his head, and the bare skin of his arms. Apparently, even the most professional of mercenaries weren't immune to the disease of a swelled head because another man, this one a much rounder axe-wielder, leaned forward lazily against his weapon. That's a top-tier force cage, moron, he said with a smirk. The thing about these expensive ones is that, while they cost as much as a relictum's estate, they drain your own mana to use against you, reinforcing the barrier. So by all means, the scarred redhead sneered, giving his shoulders a little shake, struggle all you wish. The orange-armored woman let out a snicker, and the mercenaries behind her saw that as a signal to cackle in amusement. So when the supposedly unbreakable golden barrier of mana shattered around me, their expressions couldn't have changed any faster. Puahaha, look at their faces, Regis guffawed, practically rolling on his back within me. That's impossible, the woman stammered, her tan skin a shade paler. I've been told that a lot, I replied casually, dusting the golden shards of solidified mana off my shoulder. Recovering quickly from her disbelief, the woman in orange let out a guttural roar as she flashed forward, twin sabers appearing in her hands, blazing in a golden red fire. My form blurred as I used burst step to close the distance between us, catching her off guard. I kicked her knees and slammed her face first into the ground with a quick strike to the back of her neck. By the time the rest of the mercenaries snapped out of their shock and terror, their leader was already under my foot. My gaze swept across the 20-some men and women in cold apathy. I had given the Granbells enough chances. Regis, kill the rest, I thought. A shadowy wolf engulfed in violet flames burst forth, eliciting a storm of curses and yelps of surprise. Being the hardened mercenaries that they were, however, our opponents reacted with practiced efficiency, glowing mantles of all different elements erupting around them. Mana shields flickered to life as well, bathing the platform with colorful light. I took a moment to glance back at Alaric and Darren, whose dumbfounded expressions indicated that they were still processing what exactly was going on. While the idea of freeing them for additional help crossed my mind, it didn't seem necessary, and I wanted them to get a glimpse of just what sort of person they were actually helping. Shrouding myself in a layer of ether, I focused on my opponents, ready to meet their barrage of spells. Regis struck like a meteor, spraying blood wherever his dark claws and fangs went, but after killing a few of their comrades, our attackers were able to encircle him with mana shields while their casters bombarded him with spells. The scarred ascender with burning red hair was the first to approach me, rushing forward with a giant warhammer in hand, creating a depression on the ground with each mana-infused step. "Screw taking you alive," he roared. Die, with bloodshot eyes filled with vengeance, the striker swung his blackened steel hammer that seemed to pulsate. I dug my heels into the ground, directing a burst of ether from my core through my arm and into my fist while keeping a steady flow throughout the rest of my body to keep myself stable. My bare fist collided with the face of his metal hammer, creating a shockwave of force that ripped through the air. The mercenaries nearby were blasted off their feet, slammed by the kinetic energy while the redhead's hammer shattered just like the Force K they tried to trap me in. Before my wide-eyed opponent could recover, I followed up with an ether-clad punch to his chest that made sure he never would. Meanwhile, Regis had his jaws trained on the round axe-wielder's head. His agonizing scream turned into a gut-wrenching crunch as my companion snapped his mouth shut before moving on to his next victim. While protective panels of mana were able to deter the shadowy wolf for a moment, Regis's claws were infused with destruction, slowly disintegrating whatever the mercenaries could conjure. All around me, the mercenaries scrambled chaotically, perhaps now realizing how outmatched they were. A striker came from my left, hefting a huge sword surrounded by a sharp torrent of wind, but I sidestepped the unwieldy weapon easily, ignoring the scratches from its cutting aura. As the blade struck the ground, I snapped out a forward kick against the flat edge. There was a rending of metal as the serrated blade tore free from its handle and went skittering across the ground into the distance. The striker had just a moment to stare dumbfounded at his broken weapon before my second kick took him in the side, sending him crashing through the wall of one of the surrounding buildings. Spinning, I dodged a crackling arc of electricity that left a trail of shattered earth in its path. The robed caster let out a manic laugh as he moved his arm, controlling the stream of voltaic mana back at me. With another series of etheric bursts channeled through my body, I burst step past the caster, my bloodied arm ripping a hole through his stomach. His laughter dissolved into a hysteric scream as he looked down at his fatal wound. As the ascender slumped, blood leaking from his mouth, I held his body and spun, using it as a shield to catch a series of ice spikes that flew toward me. I felt that man's body shake as the spikes impacted, then he went still in my grip. I let the corpse fall to the ground. Flicking the blood off my arm, I scanned the battlefield. One of the mercenaries had made a break for the portal. A powerful gale of wind blurred his form, and he was just a single step away from escaping, one arm already inside the glowing window of the portal. The world shifted as my perception stretched and the currents of ether appeared around me. Letting the threads of spatium feed information to me, I was able to find the route that led me to the SKP. Then I took a step. Tendrils of violet lightning crackled around me as my vision shifted to just behind the wind mage. Grabbing him by the back of his armored collar, I jerked him toward me. "Where do you think you're going?" I asked. Despite my gentle smile, the ascender's face twisted into one of horror. "How?" he croaked before his skull was slammed into the ground. Feeling the absence of the rich etheric atmosphere of the deeper relictum zones, I noted the drop in my reserves from that single god step and knew I couldn't be careless about wasting ether. Turning back to the battle, I spotted Regis, who had moved onto another victim, the huge shadow wolf ripping through armor and flesh alike with ease. As I stepped back toward the remainder of the enemy combatants, a shadow moved through the air right in front of me. I brought my left arm up just in time to catch the hand holding a dagger, which shimmered as it moved just like its wielder. My attacker, a short-haired girl, had somehow camouflaged herself and her weapons, making her almost invisible against the chaotic backdrop surrounding us. "You should have escaped when you had the chance," I said, snapping the wrist in my grasp. "Screw you," the camouflaged ascender screamed as she spun on her heel and swung the second dagger she held in her other hand. The dagger never reached me. The tip of my finger, extended into a sharp claw, tore across her throat. With a spray of blood and an unintelligible gurgle, she fell to her knees. Behind her, I watched as Regis leapt on a spear-wielding striker, catching the shaft of the spear between his jaws and snapping it in two before dragging the man down. Spinning discs of white light kept flashing past Regis's shadow wolf form from behind the corner of a nearby building, where a couple of the mercenaries were retreating. Movement brought my attention back to the dagger-wielding ascender, who, while clasping her torn throat with one hand, managed to muster the strength to drive one of her daggers into my leg. I winced more out of annoyance than out of pain as I wrenched the dagger free. The camouflaging ascender froze, unable to do anything but stare as the wound she had desperately inflicted began visibly healing in front of her before succumbing to her fatal wound. Finally, the enemy began to break as a couple of the men attempted to flee. Regis had already killed one of them and was going after the second when one of the white discs caught him in the shoulder. Anger flared from my companion as he ignored it in favor of killing the runaway first. By the time I finished off a few of our remaining attackers, Regis had his attention back on the caster that had injured him with the glowing white discs. He was hiding behind a grizzled woman in armor of overlapping steel plates. As the two stumbled back into an alleyway away from the shadowy wolf stalking them, the woman conjured a box of shimmering mana around her and the caster. A second and third box manifested around the first, and she took a deep breath, her hard eyes bearing down on Regis as the relieved caster behind her began summoning more searing white discs. With each step my companion took toward the two remaining mercenaries, the brighter and more sinister his claws glowed until destruction flickered silently, melting effortlessly through each of the three conjured barriers. I could tell that my companion was relishing in his final two prey. Leaving Regis to wrap up, I walked over to where Darren and Alaric were both watching me with wide eyes beneath the golden aura restraining them. The force cage artifact gleamed from the ground where it had been dropped, projecting ethereal golden chains that snaked around my companions. Without preamble, I stepped down hard on the unfolded pyramid, and it, along with the ground, crunched under my boot. As the golden light faded, both men stumbled forward. Massaging his knees, Alaric's gaze swept across the bloodied battlefield before taking in my form. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, he shot a glance at Darren before looking up at me. "You, hurt. It would have been faster if you two had joined," I said with a shrug. "You seem to have things under control," Darren muttered, his emerald green eyes still soaking in the sight around us. A figure stirred on the ground to the left of where we stood. Alaric and Darren looked to me, but I shook my head. I let her recover as she peeled herself off the ground with a haggard groan. The once orange armor was dyed in crimson, but most of the blood wasn't hers. Aside from a raw scrape across her face and what was likely to be a vicious headache, she wasn't badly wounded. I walked toward her and waited silently until she was finally able to take in the sight surrounding her. "No," she whispered, eyes red and lined with tears. The ascender turned her trembling body toward where I stood. "Please, just let me live," she croaked. "I didn't leave you alive just to show you this mess," I answered, even-toned. "I have a job for you," she nodded fiercely. Anything you want. Tell the man who hired you that this." I swept my gaze through the portal platform now littered with corpses, was my last act of mercy. The mercenary's jaw clenched, but she nodded once more in understanding. "If he chooses to disregard whatever semblance of sanity he has left and comes after me again, I'll make sure that Ada is the only Granbell left to mourn for her blood," I said, giving her a mirthless smile. "After all, I know where they live." With one last nod, she scrambled away, barely able to make it through the portal. I made my way to Darren and Alaric, who had watched my interaction with the woman in grim-faced silence. "Do you disagree with how I handled this?" I asked. "The outcome? No, not in the least," Darren answered before he looked off in the distance. "The method, well, the outcome would have been better if you could have broken us out of the force cage without breaking it," Alaric grumbled, holding the broken scraps of the artifact tenderly. "Do you have any idea how much this was worth? If you sold it, it would just end up back in someone like Granbell's hands," I replied deadpan. "Well, sure," he sputtered, "but I'd be significantly more wealthy in the meantime." I snorted, and Darren gave me a helpless shrug. Regis chose that moment to reappear out of the alley. He loped up beside me, his maw red with blood, and I couldn't help but notice the way Darren eyed him uncomfortably. Shaking himself, Regis sent a fine spray of warm red drops into the air, splattering Alaric, Darren, and myself with little specks of blood. Darren flinched back, covering his face with an arm, while Alaric stared off into the distance, unamused and face dotted red. "I feel so much better," he thought, his tongue lolling from the side of his mouth. "Gonna take a nap now." Darren and Alaric watched, awestruck, as Regis faded away, drifting back into my body. "Your magic and summons," Darren paused, as if searching for the right words. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and closed it again. In the end, he only shook his head helplessly. "I'm more curious how you broke out of the force cage myself," Alaric admitted as he tried to force one of the triangular panels closed. "That should be impossible." "Do you really want to know?" I asked, meeting Alaric's eye. He looked down at the hard-packed dirt for a second before kicking away a loose stone. "Nope, I don't suppose I do." Over his shoulder, Darren said, "Well, I certainly would like to know, and I hope one day you'll trust me enough to let me in on your secret, Gray." "Which ones?" Regis snorted in amusement. When I didn't immediately reply, Darren's face twitched with a tentative smile and he turned away, leading our party out of the relictums. Chapter 335, Haunting Peace. "Wow," I said, genuinely surprised by the sight in front of me. Darren's home in rural Saysclar was twice the size of the Helstia's manor in Xyrus, and it was surrounded by rolling green and golden fields that stretched as far as I could see. A little town was tucked in between two hills a few miles away, and a handful of other, similar estates dotted the surrounding countryside. The main structure was 2 stories, but flared out into low wings that opened to either side. The entire mansion was made of light red brick highlighted with white stone columns. The house was surrounded by a well-manicured yard of green grass and dense, flowering shrubs, and a path led away to the east, where I could see some kind of walled-off area higher up on the hill. The rural serenity of the estate had calmed everyone's nerves, still on edge from the assault in the relictums. Looking at the painting-like scene around us, I actually began to look forward to at least a small rest devoid of any torture or attempts on my life. "The benefit of living rural," Darren said, beaming. "Property costs a quarter of what you'd pay in the more densely populated dominions, and these hills have poor soil, so you don't have to fight the farmers for land rights either." "I'm a little surprised you don't live in the relictums, though," I said as I ran a finger along the edge of a bright purple flower. "Considering what you do." Darren began leading us across the wide lawn, which we had appeared in the middle of, toward the bright white double doors of his home. "I couldn't afford a property there, so the best I'd be able to do is rent a 2-room suite in one of the nicer inns, and that would still cost a small fortune." He paused, taking in the rolling hills and bright, wide sky. "No, I think I'd rather live here and pay the teleportation fees." I followed his gaze, taking in the sight again. "I guess I can't blame you, it's quite the view." Darren put a hand on Alaric's shoulder. "Never would have managed it all without my mentor here. You're in good hands, Gray, even if he does feign a rough exterior." Alaric huffed, his already ruddy cheeks darkening and his gaze landing everywhere except on Darren. "And a fat lot of good it did me, considering you only ended up owning a single estate in the middle of nowhere." Grinning, Darren knocked softly on the door. A moment later, it flew open and a young girl, no older than 7 or 8, threw herself into his arms. "Uncle Darren," she yelled, squeezing her arms around his neck and grinning over his shoulder. When she realized Alaric and I were there, her eyes, green as emeralds, went wide, and she squealed and wriggled free of Darren's hug so she could hide behind him and peek out at us. Giving the girl what I hoped was a friendly smile, I waved. She immediately ducked behind Darren, who laughed. "Pen, these are my friends Alaric and Gray," Darren said, gently maneuvering her back out into the open and ruffling her dark blonde hair. "It's okay, they're friendly. Well, Gray is." Alaric's face twisted into a menacing snarl and he growled low in his chest. "But I'm the mean one and I bake little children into yummy pies." The girl giggled and looked up at Darren. "Your friends are funny. They think they are anyway," Darren replied, rolling his eyes at Alaric. He scooped the girl up and carried her across the threshold, waving for us to follow. "Any word about your mom while I was gone?" he asked her as they led us into the entry hall where two curved stairs led up to the upper floor. She shook her head and pouted. "No," Darren pulled her into another hug and patted her back consolingly. "That's okay, I'm sure she'll be back soon." He set her down on the granite-tiled floor. "Why don't you go tell the others we have guests?" Nodding seriously, the little girl vanished through a door to our right, which must have led into one of the other wings of the house. "Yours?" I asked, watching her bounce away. "Oh no," Darren said, running his hand through his hair. "Her mother is one of my teammates from back in the day. She's still active. Pen stays with me sometimes when her mom's on an ascent." My eyes followed Pen out of the entrance hall, catching on a figure leaning against the wall in the corner. It was a young woman with bright orange hair that faded to sunny blonde where it ended just past her shoulders. She was wearing a white blouse with silver buttons and tight leather pants, and a long, slender sword hung from her belt. But it was her hazel eyes that stood out, or rather, it was the way they traveled slowly across me, from the toes of my boots all the way up to my pale blonde hair, before spinning in a dismissive eye roll. Before I could do more than meet her gaze, the young woman swept from the room and my attention was again redirected. "Mr. Darren," a happy voice said from a room behind the stairs. A plump woman with mousy brown hair appeared from it, wiping her hands with a towel. "I'm so sorry I didn't hear the door." Darren gave her a warm smile, though the direction of his gaze lingered on the passage where the young woman had disappeared. "No problem, Sorrel, we have guests for the evening." The woman curtsied, her tightly curled auburn hair bobbing around her round face. "A pleasure. Are the three of you hungry at all, Mr. Darren?" Alaric's stomach rumbled audibly in response, which he patted appreciatively. "Never mind that, where are you hiding the good stuff?" Without waiting for a reply, the old man strode purposefully away. Shaking his head at his friend, Darren said, "Why don't you show Gray to the bathing room first?" Turning to me, he added, "I assume it's been a while since you had a warm bath." Darren's housekeeper eagerly led me deeper into the mansion until I found myself standing in what at first glance appeared to be a cave. The walls of the bathing room were craggy stone, and the bath itself was sunk into the smooth rock of the cave floor. After Sorrel left me, I took some time to examine the room. Aside from the bath, there was a mirror inset into the wall, a series of racks and hooks where clothes could be hung up, and a person-sized niche that I didn't immediately understand, until I found a small copper button next to it. The button clicked when I pressed it and a wave of heat rolled out. I stuck my hand in, the air was dry and warm. Clicking the button again turned the effect off. "Ooh, fancy," Regis said admiringly. Turning my attention to the bath, I found a row of buttons along the edge. During my life as King Gray, I'd grown to enjoy warm baths in water heavy with salt. It had been a luxury that I hadn't enjoyed since being reborn in Dicathen. So when I saw the button labeled Salt Bath, I knew I had to try that one first. Pressing the button caused warm salt water to seep out of the sides of the rocky bath, and it was full before I finished peeling off the simple clothes I'd worn to the trial. Sinking into the water, a chill ran down my spine despite the warmth. When was the last time I enjoyed such a simple comfort? I wondered, letting my head fall back so the salt water covered my ears, drowning out all noise except for my own thoughts. In Regis's, Marin Town wasn't so bad, but that was like 100 years ago now, right? I let out a laugh before splashing some of the water across my face. After wiping it away, I replied, "It does feel like that." "Do you want to come out for a bit?" Regis leapt from my body to stand outside the pool. He stretched, pushing his front paws forward and yawning widely. "You know, sometimes I forget how quiet it is when I don't have your broody thoughts running through my head all the time." "I'm not broody," I replied defensively, glaring up at my companion from under half-closed lids. Regis snorted as he walked around in a slow circle before lying down. "Okay, princess." Kicking outward, I sent a wave of warm salt water cascading over the edge of the bath to soak my companion. He leapt up, sputtering with indignation. "I just got comfy." The shadowy flames that flickered around his mane flared, drying him instantly, and he found another spot to settle down. He let out a yawn and stretched his long limbs before asking, "So what now?" I let my eyes drift shut. "Right now, let's give ourselves a few minutes to relax, then we'll figure out what Alaric and his friend have up their sleeves." I felt the heavy fog of sleep settling over me soon after. Although I didn't really need to sleep, I relished the idea of drifting off for a while, and I didn't fight the sensation. The sound of a crowd chanting came from all around me, like the noise of waves crashing against a cliff face. It was distant and muffled, like I was hearing it from a very long way off. Slowly opening my eyes, I looked around. I was standing on a square dueling platform surrounded by stands filled with familiar faces. Claire Bladeheart and the rest of the disciplinary committee, the Lances, Jasmine and the Twin Horns, Virion, the kings and queens of Dicathen's council, the elders who trained me in the four elements, Lady Vera, Headmaster Wilbeck, Kara Ellie, with Sylvie's little white fox form on her lap, my mother, my father. Someone else was on the dueling platform too, Cecilia. She held out a hand, and a dual-bladed sword shimmered to life in her fist, a beam of hot white light that hummed with deadly energy. I gave Cecilia a low bow, but she only glowered back at me before lunging across the platform, her weapon leaving a trail of light in the air. I lifted Dawn's ballad to block the attack, but the teal blade shattered in my hand, and I felt white-hot pain as Cecilia's weapon bit deep into my shoulder. For a moment we were face to face, her turquoise eyes blazing malevolently. She yanked the blade from my shoulder and spun, driving the other end toward my stomach. I looked for the etheric pathways to God step out of the way, but there was nothing. The blade sunk into my stomach and burst out my back. Behind Cecilia, someone was running down a long tunnel toward us. Although he seemed miles away, I met Nico's eyes, blind with hatred, twisted by fear, and felt a thick layer of ice grow over my heart, and the cold detachment I'd learned as King Grey spread from it. Cecilia jerked her blade free and twirled it around, a gold-green light emanating outward, staining the edges of my vision and shining off the frozen faces in the audience. A beam of pure light lifted her off the dueling platform, her blade pointed at my chest like a lance, then she streaked toward me. The scene froze. Standing, I clenched my fist, holding in it Dawn's ballad, the translucent teal blade, now whole again, refracting the light and sending green-blue beams dancing across the dueling platform. In the distance, Nico was still running toward us, the only thing moving besides me, and history repeats, Cecilia was moving again, crashing down on me like a comet. When our blades clashed, a shockwave rippled outward, obliterating the platform, the stands, the arena, and wiping away the audience. All those familiar faces from both my lives in a cloud of dust. My blade was blazing with violent amethyst light from where it had run through Cecilia's chest. But it was Tess, not Cecilia, who slumped forward, her body falling into me, her life's blood rushing out over my hands, quickly staining the dueling platform red. My mouth fell open to gasp out anything, but the words were stuck in my throat as if a giant hand had wrapped around my neck and was choking me. All I could do was watch, paralyzed, as the light faded from her eyes. Her fingertips brushed my face, running down my cheek and across my lips. The icy fist gripping my chest burst and my eyes snapped open. Heaving a strained, half-choked breath, I pulled myself up out of the salt bath and rolled over to lay on the floor panting. "Hey," Regis barked as I'd sent a wave of bathwater splashing over the cave floor. "What I do this, whoa, you okay?" "Fine," I muttered, rubbing hard at my face. "Just a bad dream. Want to talk about it?" he asked, resting his chin on his paws. "Not really," I said as I rolled up to my feet, the images of the dream already growing muddy and distorted in my mind, except for Tess's blood staining my hands. "I'll find you, Tess, I promise." Sorrel met me in the hall outside the bathing room after I had put on a clean set of clothes from my dimension rune. One eyebrow rose as she looked me up and down, barely suppressing a smirk. "Don't you clean up nicely," she said. "Mr. Darren and the rest are sharing a drink on the back porch. I'll show you the way." The housekeeper swept through the mansion until we reached a sunroom entirely surrounded by glass. It contained plants of 100 different varieties and was filled with the rich, sweet, earthy smells of flowers and herbs. I inspected the collection as we passed, but only recognized a handful of the plant species. A door led onto an open porch that overlooked the endless rolling green and gold hills. Outside, I found not only Alaric and Darren, but the girl Pen, the young woman with the orange-blonde hair, and 3 other children of various ages. Pen was the first to notice me and immediately ducked her face down into Darren's shoulder. Alaric looked up and gave me a mock frown. "I was starting to worry you drowned in the bath, boy. Would have sent Sorrel to check on you, but Darren told her not to do anything I asked." "Do you blame me after what happened last time you were here?" Darren asked, patting Pen's back lightly. Alaric's cheeks, already ruddy from alcohol, turned a brighter shade of red. "You said we weren't going to talk about that again." Darren caught my eye and winked. "I did, and we won't. Gray, come join us." I sat in an empty wooden chair and all eyes turned to me, even Pen's, who was staring out from behind a curtain of her own hair. "Hooligans, this is Ascender Gray, another student of Alaric's," Darren said in introduction. "Gray, this is my ward Adem." The indicated boy appeared to be in his early teens, around my sister's age, maybe a little older. His dark blue eyes met mine without a hint of fear or intimidation. We matched gazes for a moment before he gave me a shallow nod. "And these," Darren said, "are my trainees Katla, Kettle, and Briar. The twins' parents are farmers here in Saysclar and are trying to get them into one of the Ascender academies." Briar is the oldest daughter of Blood Nader and is here to train in preparation for her second year at Central Academy. The twins shared the same bright blonde hair, almost as light as my own but more vibrant, and were stocky and muscular, likely from growing up on a farm. Catelyn nodded but kept her eyes to the ground. Kettle, on the other hand, adjusted his posture to stand taller as he interposed himself between her and the others protectively. Briar of Blood Nader was rolling what looked like a shiny silver arrowhead around in her hand, except it wasn't in her hand, but hovering about an inch over it. She didn't look up or acknowledge the introduction. Looking at the children, I couldn't help but think about Headmaster Wilbeck, her face still fresh from my dream. I knew it was partially the sentimentality left over from the strange nightmare, but I couldn't help but like Darren Orden. He reminded me of the headmaster and even a little of my father when Reynolds had been young. Prying myself away from my thoughts, I gave them a faint smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Catelyn mumbled her greeting in return, although her brother was louder. Adem stood and bowed stiffly. "Welcome to our home, Ascender Grey. We're honored to have you." Darren's lips twitched as he hid a smile at the boy's proper greeting, but it fell to a frown when Briar let out a derisive snort. Adem glared at her as she returned to her seat but didn't respond. "So, Briar," Alaric said into the awkward silence that followed, "you survived a year at Central Academy, Good for you, kid." The young woman tossed her multicolored hair as she leveled a defiant gaze at the old man. "Of course, despite Central Academy being one of the best and toughest military and Ascender training academies in Alacria, I scored above average on all of the assessment criteria." Alaric whistled in appreciation. "To me," he said, "most of the Ascender-focused academies grade by the same metrics the Ascenders Association uses. Easier to track progress that way." I nodded, saying only, "I see." "Do you?" Briar asked pointedly, her brow raised in obvious skepticism. "It's doubtful given that my teacher had to bail you out for getting your teammates killed in a measly prelim." "Don't be mean," Penn said, pouting at the older girl. "Briar," Darren said firmly. The young woman stiffened, turning to him but focusing on a point over his shoulder instead of making eye contact. "Rudeness toward my guests extends to rudeness toward me. If you can't hold back your frustration, I'd encourage you to head down to the training rooms and sweat it out." I could see her jaw clench in frustration, but the young woman relented, dipping her head toward her teacher before marching back into the house. "She didn't even apologize," Adem muttered under his breath. Darren let out a sigh as he ran a hand through his blonde hair. "I'll apologize on her behalf. Briar is prideful of both her upbringing and her personal accomplishments." "Quite the bucket of sunshine, that one," Alaric said as he took a generous sip from his glass of wine. "I've seen worse," I said with a shrug, my gaze lingering behind where Briar had stomped off. The retired Ascender let out a chuckle as he lifted Penn from his lap. "Now then, the three of us have some things to discuss." The twins shared a relieved look as they scurried inside, but Penn had to be shooed away by the housekeeper. Adem lingered, looking at Darren hopefully, his face falling when the ex-Ascender waved him inside as well. Darren watched the boy sulk back into the house. "He's your ward?" I asked, curious about why a wealthy ex-Ascender seemed to be running his own halfway house for Alacrian youth. Darren nodded and sipped from a wooden mug. "His parents were both killed in the relictums. I didn't know them, but Penn's mother did. The boy didn't have anyone else, and he would have ended up in the slums somewhere or given to some rat-hole academy that only half-trained him before sending him off to die in the war." "So you adopted him instead?" Darren frowned at me in confusion. "Adopted? No, of course not. Only the named Bloods or Highbloods are allowed to formally adopt. Is it different where you're from?" I quickly shook my head. "I didn't mean a formal adoption, no, just that you'd taken him on." "That's very kind. Thanks for the heads up," I thought to Regis. What? I wasn't paying attention. Resisting the urge to roll my eyes, I focused back on Darren. "And the girl, Briar, you mean Miss Superiority?" Alaric snorted. Darren shot Alaric a meaningful look before turning back to me. "Briar has just been a bit upset that I've been preoccupied with your trial instead of being here training her. Her parents have paid me good money to mentor her, but she is in the mindset that physical and magical prowess is all that's needed to survive the relictums." "It definitely doesn't hurt to be stronger," I argued, my gaze lingering on the door that the kids had left through. Darren's gaze grew distant. "Yes, but coming out of the relictums alive is also a team effort." "You hear that? Apparently we've been doing it wrong," Regis chimed in with a chuckle. "Anyway, while my life is definitely missing that glamour it once had, it's a lot more safe for me to be training kids than ascending." He scratched his cheek, looking almost embarrassed. "While he's not my blood, I couldn't leave Adem alone and just go off on a sense when everyone could be my last. If something happened to me, well, then he really wouldn't have anyone." "Yep, Darren here is a real softie." "It's why I knew he'd help you," Alaric said with a lopsided grin before nudging his former student with an elbow. "Remember the time when—" I watched silently as Darren massaged the bridge of his nose, letting out a deep breath as Alaric reminisced about old times. Being around the likable young ascender, or ex-ascender, had become increasingly uncomfortable for me. Not because I was afraid of him finding out who I was, but because it was becoming increasingly difficult to see him as an enemy. His concern over Briar, his sympathy after adopting Adem, and even babysitting his former teammate's child, I just couldn't link him to the same people who I had gone to war against. I'm sorry, Gray. Alaric and I tend to get a bit sidetracked when we talk, Darren said with a laugh. Now, where were we? Aside from you being a softie, as Alaric put it, I'm still not sure why you chose to help me, I answered, studying the retired ascender. I'm not sure what Alaric promised you, but I don't have much wealth. Darren stood and crossed the porch, leaning against the railing. Most of the people I help don't know I don't need money. I still make a little on the side by visiting the academies and telling scary stories to the students to keep them in line, and of course for taking on private students like Briar. But I made my fortune in the relictums, and it'll keep me comfortable until I'm an old man. I just don't like to see the little guy getting stepped on by the nobility, and I really don't like it when ascenders get thrown away just because they don't have high blood backing. That explains why those judges hated you so much, I noted, remembering their open hostility. Darren laughed softly. Yeah, it wasn't the first time I've been at cross purposes with Blackshorn and Frill. So, you expect me to believe you helped me out of the goodness of your heart? I leaned forward in my chair, watching the Alacrian closely. He turned his back to the hills and rested against the rail, meeting my gaze with an intensity I hadn't seen from him before, even at the trial. Not exactly. I watched him carefully, unsure where he was going with this. I invest in people, Gray, people like Adem, Katla, and Kettle, people like a dozen other ascenders who were taken to trial over accolades, rights, or accidental death or expired badges. You expect a cut like Alaric, I said, unsurprised. Alaric snorted. That's exactly what I told him to do, kid, but he doesn't have my business acumen. Darren gave him a deadpan look. To me, he said, I expect you to remember that people can be kind, and when you see someone who is down on their luck, or who isn't as fortunate as you are, or who needs help, that you'll do what you can. I blinked, waiting for a punchline or an and to come after, but Darren just sat silently. That's it, I finally said. You just expect people to pass it on. Darren gave Alaric a quick glance before turning back to me, his eyes sparkling and a boyish grin reappearing on his face. Okay, there may be one more thing. Chapter 336, Protection. Hollow footsteps echoed against the fortified walls as Darren led Alaric and me down a long spiral staircase that took us deep underground. What greeted us at the end of the short journey was a thick rune-inscribed door that opened onto a large training area. My gaze swept the wide room as memories of the Flying Castle training grounds, where I had trained with Hester, Boond, Camus, and Catheln after becoming a lance, resurfaced. With the nightmare about Tess and Cecilia still fresh in my mind, the past seemed to be floating closer to the surface than usual. That seems to have been in another life cycle, I thought with a sigh, stopping at the door. That begs a good question. Exactly how many lives do you have anyway? Regis asked, his disembodied form radiating amusement and genuine curiosity. 9 like a cat, or are you more like a river Nyx just moving and rising forever? A river Nyx. It's this little tube-shaped mana beast that lives in the rocks underwater. It sheds its crystalline exoskeleton every morning, comes out like new again, and if you cut it 1 by 2, both halves regenerate. As I entered the training room, I considered what it would be like to have a clone of myself every time one of my limbs was cut off. Regis cursed in my head. Please forget what I said, that image is ghastly. Like the door, the runes were inscribed on the floor, along the walls, and on the ceiling. I followed a line of runes, trying to determine what they were for. Protective runes, Darren confirmed, to keep the house upstairs safe. It means that I can do my best here without even waking Sorrel from his nap. It was an impressive training room, although not as grand as the one in the Flying Castle. So after going up against the high judges and a name blood for me, is this all you want? I asked, still browsing the unadorned room. A sparring session? Alaric touched his ear lazily. He's that weird, actually. I think it's normal for a fighter to always want to prove himself, Darren replied as he stretched out on the ground. Excuse me, Mr. Darren, Sorrel intervened from the door. The children were clustered around him, looking anxiously toward the training room. Sir, were the children hoping they could come see? Darren looked at me, and while I wasn't interested in showing my combat prowess to more Alacrians, these were just kids. I do not mind. The retired ascendant smiled with delight as he gestured for them to enter. It will be a great experience for them. I should have charged you for this, Alaric complained. The amount of alcohol you already inhaled from my shelves should be enough to even call us for this favor, Darren said with a wink. When the children settled into the far corner of the room, Briar walked through the door. With a towel draped over her shoulders and sweat glistening on her face, she sat down with the rest of our audience. While Adem and the other kids were obviously looking forward to the show, Briar looked at me even more critically than the judges in the Great Hall. Do you need some time to warm up? Darren asked, standing up. I shook my head and tossed the outer robe Sorrel had provided me to the ground. A couple of rules then, he continued, stretching an arm across his chest. Not killing or maiming, obviously. Darren followed this statement with a smile to make it clear that he was joking. Since we don't have shields, I can create a barrier around myself, I said, knowing I was about to find out anyway. Most of the Alacrians he had fought in the war had been unable to protect themselves with mana, instead relying on their battle groups, specifically the mages known as shields, to protect them. My experience with other ascenders in the relictums suggested that not all Alacrian mages were so strictly limited, but I didn't want my ability to stand out too much. Good, he said. If he thought it was weird, he didn't reveal it. The specialty has become popular since simulators allowed ascenders to climb the relictums together, but I firmly believe that versatility pays off when things go wrong. Stop preaching, Alaric booed. None of these brats want your outdated opinions. You probably experienced it yourself, Gray, Darren continued, ignoring the old drunk's comment and the children's laughter. Relictums require flexibility and creativity if you want to survive. I just nodded when Regis's voice sounded in my head. Yes, it shows a little more creativity than imbuing the body with ether hitting things, princess. Didn't you used to be a block elemental wizard? True, but I couldn't grow an arm back then, I thought lightly. Touch. Any other rules before we start? I asked. Normally I wouldn't mention this, but I would tell you to avoid big attacks directed at children, Darren added with a wry smile. That barrier is solid, but after what I saw against those mercenaries, I don't have that much confidence in it. I allowed a little laugh. I will keep it in mind. From beyond the barrier, a chorus of shouts of support sounded from Penn and Adem, cheering for Darren. He gave them a polite goodbye before slipping back into a fighting stance, fists raised like a boxer. No shouts of support from my habitually talkative partner, I asked Regis, mentally prodding him. Woo, fighting Arthur, he replied wryly. Oh, thank yous, Darren nodded, indicating that he was ready, and I returned the gesture. Instantly, Darren's form blurred as he lunged forward, his fist slamming toward my chin. Catching the attack mid-strike, I redirected the blow while turning my front foot behind me, reversing my stance. I have carefully avoided unbalancing or opening myself up for a counter, instead of throwing another jab, feinting, and throwing a hook to my ribs. I took a step forward into the punch and dug my elbow into his chest, sending him back a couple of steps. The children's cheers fell silent as Darren rubbed the spot where he had hit him. That was quick, he said appreciatively. You can, Uncle Darren, Penn screamed. Cracking his neck, Darren returned to his fighting stance before launching a flurry of punches and kicks. He struck with brutal efficiency, moving between attacks with fluid grace born of long practice. The athletic ex-ascend would have easily outmatched most people in hand-to-hand fighting, even without his magic. But most of the people had not been trained by an Usura. I avoided my opponent's punches without counterattacking for a handful of exchanges, letting him maneuver around the training floor as he tried to pin my back against the wall. Then, when he was fully in his rhythm, I changed course, responding to each punch with one of mine. Within moments, I had him backtracking and flailing to defend himself against attacks that were both stronger and faster than his. When he extended his back leg too far for balance, I swept his front leg, sending him tumbling to the ground. Moans and cries of disbelief came from our little audience. Kettle was on her feet, her face practically pressed against the inside of the mana shield, and even Briar's once critical gaze was nowhere to be seen. Darren's experience as an ascendant flashed as he immediately rolled back onto his shoulder to stand up in one motion, his face now a mask of determination. He nodded again, waiting for me to do the same. This time when he jabbed, his fist fell very close to my body, but a slight change in air pressure prompted me to dodge him anyway. Something hard and heavy brushed past my left cheek, cutting off my ear. The layer of ether clinging to my skin absorbed the attack, but I was sure that the blow would have knocked out an unshielded opponent if it had fallen squarely. You even managed to dodge that, huh? Darren noticed behind his tight guard. That is a bit disheartening. You caught me off guard, I admitted, watching his eyes intently for his next move. Maybe, but it seems your monstrous speed and reflexes managed to make up for that, he replied before taking a few steps back, putting more distance between us. Realizing what he was up to, I ran towards him but was met with a barrage of attacks from all different directions. The direction of the attacks didn't seem to correlate with his physical movements at all, and he was good at masking his intentions by concentrating on anywhere except where the blows would come from. Although he couldn't sense the wind attribute mana formation, there was a slight gust of air before each attack. I ducked and moved, using my enhanced senses to track each blow extended with that subtle whoosh, but the bombardment was enough to keep me from getting close to Darren to counterattack. Can't you just? I don't know, charge head-on, Regis asked, bored, or are you showing off your graceful dance moves? A smile formed on the edge of my lips. I can, but what's fun about that? Let's have fun, I got it. Regis cleared his throat before yelling like a professional fight announcer. Either retired promotion keeps Arthur Leywin on the ropes. Can Ashbur's striker flip this match? Fighting the urge to roll my eyes, I ran forward, my feet carrying me forward in a zigzag path towards my opponent as I moved between his bombardment. Just as I reached it, the air in front of me lit up with crackling arcs of lightning, leaping around the edges of another, much larger gust of wind. Covering my arms with ether, I spun on my lead foot. Spinning past Darren's blast while using my ether-covered arms as a conduit to redirect mana, I struck back with a lightning strike of my own. Darren raised his forearms in a tight crusade to block my punch. As the retreating ascendant slid back from the impact, the electricity surrounding my arms simply spread like a web of flickering yellow light through its mana-covered body before dissipating. One of the children screamed in sheer excitement, but Darren's attention was on my hands, which had streaks of burnt skin branching down my arms. "That sure looks fun," Regis said deadpan. Darren let his guard down, concern in his eyes as he looked at my hands. "That looks pretty bad. Maybe we should get you." I raised a hand that was already healing, and her eyes widened as the flesh returned to her naturally pale complexion. "There is no need." Although he was still frowning, Darren took a few steps back and indicated that he was ready once more. This time, I eagerly plunged into the maelstrom of lightning-infused wind blows, sharpening my focus until I saw nothing but arcing lightning and heard only the gust of wind. Darren could land 2 or 3 punches per second, assuming he was doing his best, which I wasn't sure if he was yet, and I felt a real thrill of defiance as I spun, dived, and dodged, avoiding hit after hit. "Your speed is amazing," yelled Darren, who looked like a shadow boxer kicking and punching into nothingness from out of the storm. "But if you're trying to pull me out, you'll have to do better. I've fought for days without resting in the relictums before. I'm going to." Channeling ether into my muscles, nerves, and tendons, I timed burst step to a splinter of an opening within the blow cloud and appeared within arm's reach of Darren. He could do nothing but stare, jaw dropped, as I ran the blade of my hand across his chest. With the ether condensed and molded into a single point on my outstretched hand, my attack pierced through the mana clinging to his skin and ripped a single clean line through his shirt without even touching his skin. Too late, Darren raised his arms to defend himself and then staggered back away from me. This time, he didn't get up right away. Darren recovered himself and examined the remains of his shirt. "Well, I think I've seen enough." "What?" Adem yelled, running from behind the barrier. "That attack didn't even hit. You can't give up now." "Yes," Pen said, stomping behind the older boy, her arms crossed. "Uncle Darren always wins." Sorrel lifted the girl from behind, making her squeak in surprise. "Adem is upset that he lost his bet to Mr. Alaric," Briar said, standing behind everyone else with his arms crossed. "Briar," Adem complained, turning red. Alaric crossed the training court toward us, a wide grin under his beard. "You really should teach your mentee not to gamble, Darren. Especially not against men 4 times her age and infinitely wiser." "Infinitely wiser," Adem replied irritably. "Are you okay, Uncle Darren?" Pen asked in her small voice, looking at the ex-assent with big, teary eyes. I let out a good-humored laugh. Of course, it was just a friendly meeting. He dipped his fingers into the hole he'd ripped in his shirt and moved them toward the girl. "You see, not a scratch. Never forget, Pen, your uncle was the leader of the Bloodless." Adem and Briar groaned at the same time. "That was the craziest thing I've ever seen," the blonde boy, Kettle, exclaimed. "How did you move so fast?" "Is this how all Ascenders fight?" her sister asked, her eyes glued to the ground. "No," Alaric said, walking along from where he had been in burst step to where we were now, his old face creased thoughtfully. Darren frowned at my hands until he noticed my attention and raised his head. "Gray is fast and strong, but don't let that intimidate you," he told Katla and Kettle. "You don't have to be able to do what Gray or I can do to be successful Ascenders, but you can be as good as us if you work hard." Katla and Kettle shared a skeptical look on this. Briar lifted her chin and looked around fiercely, as if to tell us that one day she would be just as good. "Well, I'm starving," Darren announced. "Why don't we all go get that food?" The housekeeper bowed politely and wrapped an arm around Katla's shoulders, holding Pen in the other. "Come on, kids, can you help me set the table?" Unlike before on the balcony, the blonde twins seemed discouraged at being alienated from the adults. Their gazes of astonished excitement faded as they murmured, "Yes, ma'am." "Can I ask Gray some questions?" Adem asked, pausing as Sorrel maneuvered the smaller children away. "That was great, I wanna, Adem," Darren said quietly, and the boy's mouth snapped shut. "Of course I am sorry, I'll go help with dinner." Behind him, Briar hesitated for a long sigh, but when Darren cleared his throat, she turned and followed the others. I couldn't help but notice when Briar paused at the door, giving me one last questioning look before disappearing. When the group was carried off the training floor, Alaric tugged at the tattered part of Darren's shirt. The blonde man pulled his hand away playfully, but Alaric frowned seriously. "That attack could have killed you," he said quietly. "I know." Darren clutched his neck and led the way out of the room. Over his shoulder, he said, "It was as if my mana had melted where the attack touched." Darren led us up the stairs to a surprisingly small dining room with a table for four. He pulled an ornate bottle of amber liquid from a shelf and set it down heavily, patting Alaric on the back. "I've been saving this just for you." Old man Alaric's eyes lit up like a child opening presents on his birthday, and he flung himself into a chair before tearing off the wax seal around the cork. I slid into the chair across from Alaric and looked around. Aside from a couple of cabinets and shelves, there was also a tall, narrow bookcase in one corner, laden with leather-bound books. Next to the shelf, a window took up most of the back wall, overlooking the hills. "What was that move you used back there, Gray?" Darren asked conversationally, turning his chair so he could rest his forearms on the back. "You used something similar against those mercenaries, right? It was quite impressive back then, but seeing it up close and personally like that was, well, it was something completely different." I forced an awkward laugh and rubbed the back of my neck. "It wouldn't make much sense to keep my runes hidden if I brag about them to everyone I know, right?" "It's true," Darren nodded. "I am against showing my runes as well. A few gapes and envious glances don't mean as much to me as they would to most mages." "It's because your runes aren't much to look at in the first place," Alaric said as he took a generous sip from his glass. "Anyway," said Darren, giving up prying any more about my runes, "I had the children eat with Sorrel in the main dining room. We have some more serious matters to discuss." The retired ascendant exchanged a meaningful look with his drunken mentor before turning to me. "Gray, what is your plan now? Now that I have more or less finished my preliminary promotion, I plan to return to the Relictums on my own," I replied. "In there at least, I only have to worry about the mana beasts trying to kill me." Darren rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Do you plan to stay within the deepest levels of the Relictums indefinitely? Because the first and second floors of the Relictums are under constant surveillance, which makes your whereabouts very obvious to people of high power." "Like the Granville?" I asked in a challenging tone. "If they try," Alaric held up a reassuring hand. "Look, I'm sure the Granvilles got your last message very loud and clear. I doubt they are stupid enough to attempt another attack on you directly. But that doesn't mean they don't tell their friends by blood names and their mothers about you," Darren continued. "And that's without even taking into account the much richer and more powerful Denoirs who are also waiting to be compensated. And they have a pretty curvy carrot to hang in front of you once they find you," Alaric added with a wave of his eyebrows. "Curvy indeed," Regis agreed. "If you mean Cara Denoir, I hope you don't think the two of us made a romantic getaway to the Relictums," I said, a tinge of genuine annoyance entwining my words. "She was the one who disguised herself and tracked me down to observe me." "Regardless," Darren interrupted, "from what I've gathered between you and Alaric, it seems you want the freedom to be able to move however you want. I thought of all the resources available that could help Alacria, as well as the possibility of returning to Dicathen to see my family." "Yes, that would be ideal." "Well, so we are on the same page," Darren said. There was a moment of silence as the two former Alacrian ascenders shared that gaze again before he continued. "Okay, the next part may sound outlandish at first, but the best thing for you right now would be to have some kind of sponsor or promoter." I bowed my head. "I do not understand." "It's okay," Alaric stepped forward. "What you need is protection. Political protection, not fighting. We know that you can take care of your little self. The problem is there are only a few institutions, a few people outside of Scythes and the Vritra themselves, that would offer you the kind of immunity that would keep even the high-blood Denoir from meddling. And I happen to know a guy in the admissions office of the Central Academy." "Academy?" I let go. "Where does Briar go to school? You don't expect me to—" Alaric scowled at me and took another drink straight from the bottle. "This will take a long time if you keep interrupting every 7 words. He paused, pinning me with a sharp gaze, but I fell silent. "Yes, the same Central Academy. So what do you expect me to attend school?" I asked, disbelief dripping from every word. "No boy, I hope you teach," Alaric announced, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Chapter 337, Layers. I just stared at the old Alacrian, not entirely sure I'd heard him correctly. "Academy faculty are outside the normal societal ranks," Darren said, following quickly on the heels of Alaric's statement. "At least at the prestigious academies. Even a powerful highblood couldn't pull you away from a teaching post, and the Granvilles would be stripped of their name immediately if they were caught arranging an attack on Central Academy grounds." I leaned back in my chair, arms crossed, unable to keep one eyebrow from raising. "You said they wouldn't attack again anyway," Alaric snorted in amusement. "Come on, kid, don't change the subject. The post is for an initiate-level melee combat instructor," Darren continued, drumming his fingers on the table. He was watching me intently. "Easy street, don't even have to teach the little Woggarts magic," Alaric added with a grin. "Just swinging swords and running drills, that kind of thing." "You'll only actually have classes a couple days a week," Darren continued, "so once you're settled you'll have time to—" A faint knock at the door brought him up short. A moment later, the door opened and Sorrel came in with 2 heavily laden trays full of food. All this back and forth is hungry work, she said, smiling sweetly as she slid the trays onto the table. I know what you're thinking, obviously, Regis chimed in while we waited for Sorrel to arrange the table and lay out a few utensils. But you and I both know that, logically, this is a pretty solid plan. What about this plan seems logical to you, Regis? I shot back, unable to suppress a flare of annoyance. For carte blanche to keep doing our thing without interference, teaching some rich Alacrian brats how to hit each other with sticks seems like a small price to pay, princess. Regis's tone was smug, since he knew he was pulling thoughts right out of my head to argue back at me with. You mean teach Alacrian kids how to kill Dicathen kids? Is that what you were doing when you helped little Belmont in Marin Town get a crest? Or what about Mela and her emblem? I didn't have anything to, I cut myself off, waving the thought away. The truth was, I suspected that the reason the two children received such powerful runes in Marin had something to do with me. I didn't know what, but it was too big of a coincidence to ignore. Haven't we moved past treating every Alacrian we meet like a mortal enemy by now? Regis asked, letting the sharp edge in his voice fade to something almost sympathetic. Hell, aside from you, I've only met Alacrians, and I'm not being sympathetic, I'm being convincing. I focused on Sorrel laying out the last of our dinner as I considered Regis's argument. He was right, but I tried really hard to keep that thought from leaking out to him. She beamed at the three of us before whisking back out of the room. As soon as the door clicked shut behind her, Alaric started up again. Remember where I first found you, kid? That little library in Aramore City. You go to Central Academy, and you'll have access to one of the biggest libraries in Alacria. And with information a little closer to the source, if you know what I mean. Not so thoroughly curated as what you found in Aramore. I ignored the old drunk in favor of stabbing a slice of some ruby-red fruit with a fork before taking a bite. Ascenders do well in academy circles, Darren added, smothering sweet-smelling butter onto a thick chunk of steaming bread. And Central Academy in particular is very prestigious. A professor can easily arrange to get to and from the main Relictum's Ascension portal when they want, or make accommodations to gain access to a secondary portal or even a private portal somewhere. A lot of professors still go on Ascent, so you won't stand out. I frowned as I chewed on the fruit, which had a rubbery, jerky-like texture. My most immediate concern was returning to the Relictums. If pretending to be a professor at this academy wouldn't be a barrier to that, you'd be surrounded by experts in a dozen different fields, Alaric went on. The kind of people who love to show everyone how smart and talented they are. Mages who know everything there is to know about how runes work, about the Relictums, about relics from the ancient mages. Swallowing heavily, I leaned forward and took a wedge of hard cheese from one of the trays. Do they study relics at this academy? I asked, trying not to sound too interested. By the way Alaric's face lit up, I knew I hadn't been entirely successful. No, relics all go to the High Sovereign, who probably has some super secret lair where his instillers do their experiments. I felt my face fall as Alaric's words doused the brief excitement I'd felt. But they do have quite a bit of dead relics on display there, he finished in a rush. Darren was nodding enthusiastically. That's true. I was a guest speaker there about a year ago, and they showed off what they call their reliquary, sort of like a little museum for dead relics they've attained over the decades. An entire room full of dead relics. I considered the possibilities. If I could get my hands on more relics like the, what should we call this thing anyway, I asked Regis, thinking about the multifaceted stone that allowed me to see my sister and mother. The Orb of Long-Range Stalking, Regis said, drawing the name out theatrically. I've already been calling it that in my head for weeks. Just, no, I responded. But whatever we call them, having a few more relics at our disposal wouldn't hurt. Okay, I said out loud, let's say, for the sake of argument, I go along with your plan. How's this going to work? Alaric thumped the table and grinned, spitting a few crumbs of food into his beard, and Darren launched into a more detailed explanation. That evening found me sitting cross-legged on the floor in one of Darren's comfortably appointed guest rooms. Considering my situation, while Regis snoozed on my bed, his huge bulk sinking into the soft mattress. As much as I didn't want to admit it, Alaric and Darren's idea did have some merit. Director Goodsky had made me a professor when I was only 12, and I'd trained my hand-to-hand combat skills for years inside of the Soul Realm with Cordry. The Academy would provide me political protection from both the Denoirs and Granbills, and it sounded like I'd be able to delve back into the Relictums almost immediately. The Relictums. Somewhere 3 more ancient ruins were waiting for me to find them. I couldn't be sure if the zones Kara and I had ascended together were the same ruin or a different one, but I felt instinctively that I hadn't been successful in my second ascent. Although I'd made significant progress with God's Step, thanks to 3 steps, I hadn't had a major breakthrough or found anything that guided me toward insight into a new God rune, since the keystone containing insight into Aroa's Requiem had technically been from the first ruin. I couldn't help the thought that, to master the aspect of fate, I had to find more zones like the ruined room where I'd spoken to the talking magic crystal. Why else would the jinn have left a remnant of themselves there, just waiting to hand out the keystone to the first worthy descendant to come along? I cleared my mind and reached for the locations of the 4 ancient ruins, as Sylvia had described them. The implanted memories flashed through my head, but I found no guidance there. None of the places I could see were familiar, except for the one I'd already been to, and I had no way to guide myself to them within the relictums. "We're just stumbling around here in Alacria," I said softly. "What if Agrona gains insight into fate first?" Regis's head lifted from the bed, cocking slightly to the side. "Then we lose, I guess. Your girlfriend leads his army into Ephiatus, and Agrona uses fate to, I don't know, turn all the other Usras into dandelions or something." Shaking my head, I let myself lean back until I rested against the cool floor. "Whatever Agrona and Nico did to Tesha, whatever those tattoos or spell forms were, I have to save her, Regis. For a girl you've been dancing around for your entire life, second life, whatever, I'm sensing a lot of mixed feelings here." Regis paused to consider his words. "Are you saving her out of love or guilt?" I let his words steep before eventually letting out a sigh. "I'm not sure, maybe both, it's complicated." The shadow wolf yawned and rested his chin on his paws. "Coming from the guy who figured out how to rewind time to bring objects back to life." I let out an absent chuckle, my mind drifting through all the stages of my relationship with Tess. From rescuer to little sister to friend and classmate to something more. There was always some form of love amidst it all, but not in the way Regis meant it. Guilt of being a man much older than his physical body had kept me from examining my feelings in depth, pushing them away. Even the couple of kisses we shared were tentative, testing, and then I disappeared to Ephiatus and Tesha had gone to war. We'd hardly seen each other during the war, and romance had been so far from my mind. Then suddenly we found ourselves together again at the wall. The Tess I met there was a beautiful and talented young woman who had once promised to wait for me. That night, that moment on the cliffs overlooking the wall, that was, perhaps, the first and only time our relationship approached the label of love. Not that I'd been very good at it. Even with 2 lives, there were still some things I wasn't good at, just like Tess had said. Should I have never gotten close to her? I asked the room, my voice barely a whisper. "Then how would your life here have been any different from the one before?" Regis asked, not bothering to lift his head. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't form a response. There were a lot of things I blamed myself for, but getting close to all of the people that I've come to love in this world wasn't one of them. Seeing me so conflicted, my companion let out a sigh and slipped from the bed. Turning in a circle, he laid on the floor next to me, his back pressed against my left arm. I patted his slowly rising and falling side, then pushed my fingers through his fur. "You're weirdly soft," I said, mustering a weak laugh. "I know," he said sleepily, his jaw cracking with a huge yawn. "Thanks," I said, knowing he'd understand what I meant. Regis was silent, but I felt him fluff up with contented warmth. If only I could use the relic to see her. Maybe we could figure out what's really going on. I would know if she was still herself. There was a part of me that was glad I couldn't, though. I was afraid of what I might see if the stone worked. When I imbued Etha into the extra-dimensional storage rune, Regis perked up again. "Are you going to try anyway?" I only shook my head, forcing my mind away from the deep well of guilt and fear I felt whenever I thought of Tesha. She wasn't my only concern right now. There was another old friend who needed saving too, and I missed her just as much, perhaps even more, as the elven princess. Withdrawing the iridescent egg, I turned it over in my hand, feeling for Sylvie within it. Unlike Regis, I couldn't slip my mind into the egg, couldn't console myself by touching her sleeping consciousness. I couldn't do anything about Tesha right now, but maybe. Regis lifted his head up off the floor and looked over his shoulder at me. "It's been a while since you've tried to do your thing, crack the egg or whatever." Too long, I thought, considering the increases in power I'd made since Marin Town. I'd been tempted to try during the long, tiresome days spent imprisoned by the Granvilles, but I had also been concerned about what might happen if I succeeded. "Well," Regis prodded, scratching behind his ear with a paw. "Are you going to try or what? I guess we're safe enough here." I gazed nervously down at the stone, which would drain me of every drop of ether if I started imbuing it, and if Sylvie suddenly reappears in front of me. Would my bond come back as a fox or a girl, or a fully grown dragon demolishing Darren Orden's home? I wondered, not for the first time, if she'd be the same Sylvie who had been by my side since I was a child. Would she be angry with me? Would she remember everything that had happened, everything that we had done together? What if she reappears and she doesn't even know who I am? "Only one way to find out, Princess," Regis said, stretching as he stood up. Mind made up, I hopped to my feet and took 3 quick steps across the room, pushing open the large glass window that looked out over rolling hills. Since I didn't know exactly what would happen, I wouldn't risk Darren's home by imbuing ether into the egg here. I turned to ask Regis if he was coming, but I could already sense the answer. This was something private, something I needed to do on my own. I held his eyes, nodded, then turned and jumped out of the window, clearing a row of decorative bushes and a small fence before landing in tall grass. The hills were ghostly in the dark, the pale grass colorless in the starlight. Imbuing ether throughout my body, I jogged off toward a tall hill about a mile from Darren's home, the softly gleaming egg in my fist. Despite my best efforts to keep myself calm, my heart thrummed in my chest as I sat cross-legged in the stiff grass. The last time I'd attempted to imbue ether into Sylvie's egg, it had felt like I was throwing buckets full of water into a quickly draining reservoir. But that had been a lot better than my first attempt, shortly after I'd formed my ether core. Based on my best guess, it was a lot harder for me to pinpoint the clarity of my ether core than it had been my mana core. My growth between Marintown and now was significantly higher than what I'd accomplished on that first ascent. It hadn't taken much ether to make the short run to the hill, but I still decided to absorb all the ether I could from the atmosphere before starting. The process was significantly slower than in the relictums, where the atmosphere was rich with it, but I kept going until my core was completely full. To make sure I was maximizing my chance of success, I then released some of the ether from my core, letting it move naturally throughout my body and exerting no conscious influence over it. Most of the ether moved toward my hands, or more accurately toward Sylvie's egg, and some of the excess was lost. But after 30 minutes or so of meditation, my core was overflowing and my body was swimming with free-floating particles of ether. The sensation gave me a giddy feeling, like I'd had a few drinks and was just on the edge of being drunk. "All right, Sylv," I whispered, "let's see if this works." Gripping the incandescent stone firmly, I closed my eyes and felt the warm radiance of my ether core within my sternum. Imagining the ether channels that ran all throughout my body connecting to my core like little highways, each with its own gate holding back the ether until I released it, I took hold of those gates in my mind. It was important that the ether all flow into the egg, but it was also important that I channel the ether fast enough to fill the reservoir within it. Of course, if I just sent out an uncontrolled blast of ether, most of it would dissipate into the atmosphere instead of flowing into the egg. All at once, I opened the gates and pushed. My body grew hot as the flood of ether rushed through my lava-forged channels. At first, I was too focused on preventing ether from escaping or being absorbed into my physical body to fully appreciate what was happening with the egg, but as more and more of my ether was imbued into the stone, I realized with a shock that it was working. More of the purified ether was being drawn into the stone, now with only a trickle of impure energy rushing out again, a significant improvement. The spiraling path within, where the ether was drawn into the heart of the egg, began to glow with vibrant amethyst light. Around me, the hilltop was bathed in purple light splashed through with green, red, and blue shadows. My core began to ache dully, like an overstretched muscle, as the very last of my ether was pulled into the egg. The light faded as the vibrantly glowing stone went dim, then dark. Then, from deep inside the little stone I'd carried since awakening in the relictums, there was a crack. It was something I felt rather than heard, like stepping on too thin ice and feeling it shift beneath my feet. I waited for something to happen. Would the stone burst open as the ether coalesced back into the form of my bond, just as she had faded into nothing before my eyes? Or would she be reborn from the egg itself, crawling out the size of a newborn kitten? A few seconds passed and I started to grow nervous. After a minute had gone by, I knew something was wrong. There was no longer any ether swirling down through the egg. It had devoured everything I had given it, but it hadn't been. I froze. Something was different. I could sense it, even if I couldn't see it. Although my core ached from being drained, I spent a few minutes gathering ether, just enough to send an experimental burst into the little stone. Sylvie's egg took it hungrily, but unlike before, the ether didn't spiral down into the egg's center. The line of purple motes followed a sharp-angled geometric path as they were absorbed. I let my head hang, the wheat blonde hair I'd inherited from Sylvie cascading over my face. Another layer. The words fell like dead leaves, dry and paper-thin. If I took into account the complexity of the new pathway, I was certain this new layer of the reservoir would require even more ether than the first. And it might not be the last. My hands trembled as a bitter scoff escaped my lips. To have my excitement turn so abruptly to disappointment left me stunned, staring blankly at the egg until my vision blurred. Letting out a shuddering breath, I recollected myself and wiped away my tears before pressing the iridescent stone against my forehead. Even if it takes all the ether in the relictums, I'll get you out of there, Sylv. Chapter 338. A weapon against him. Night birds chirped softly from the treetops as I wandered the orchard outside Corbett and Lenora's central domain estate, having been released for a brief moment of leisure after dinner. An awkward and tense affair due to Grey not showing up. But then, I knew he would not appear, which I had tried to explain to the High Lord and Lady. Grey must have seen through their tactless attempt to manipulate him. After all, they sent Lauden of all people to the Great Hall to end the false judgment. Kicking off a large seed pod that had fallen from the branches above, I watched it bounce down the path before hitting the thicker grass beneath the trees. Something small and fast moved in the twilight of dusk, racing through the undergrowth to survey the commotion. Even though I knew Gray wouldn't come, I was disappointed, an emotion that frustrated me more than the cause itself. It had been 3 weeks, but I was still struggling to accept what I felt for the man or what I wanted from him. Maybe I should ask him myself, what does Gray want from me? I let out a deep breath into the warm night air as I pondered the question. Gentle footsteps creaking on the gravel driveway warned me that someone was approaching. I conjured a layer of mana that clung tightly to my skin and peered through the gloom. It was unlikely that I would be attacked here among all places, but only the High Sovereign is not afraid of treachery, as the saying goes. Just when I finished that thought, the air moved behind me, and a long solid shadow melted out of nowhere, swaying towards my neck. I ducked under the attack, letting the movement take me into a cartwheel as the shadow whistled past my ear. My own scarlet sword was in my hand and burned with black soul fire in an instant, but I could not sense anyone else in the orchard, nor determine the source of the black edge that had nearly ripped my head off. Which meant it could only be one person. Spinning, I swung my longsword in a wide arc over my head, black flames spreading from it in a destructive nova. There was a ripple in the flames just to my right, but the moment I erupted with a short, sharp punch, she was gone, and a razor-thin shard of purer black mana was pressed against the side of my neck. Tusk, tusk, the scythe Saris said, appearing as if she were my own shadow. If I were a murderer, you would already be. Soul fire leapt from my flesh and ran along the edge of her sword. With a snort of amusement, she let the conjured weapon disappear. But the fire of the soul still floating in the air between us condensed into a flickering arrow that shot toward her throat. In the space of a heartbeat, a haze of dark energy swirled around her. My attack dissipated as the aura greedily devoured my mana. Your control over the fire of the soul is progressing very well, she said, her lips twitching at the corners. It seems that the mysterious Gray has pushed you past your most recent cap. I put my weapon away, turning my eyes to the gravel at our feet. You give me too much credit, I replied evenly, ignoring the blush on my cheeks at the scythe Saris taunt. It is thanks to your training and mentoring that I have reached this level. She rolled her eyes and turned, her hair normally pearl in color, but now a deep amethyst color in the low light swirling behind her. You have never been a flatterer-lick ass, Kara. It's one of the things I like the most about you. Don't start now. Biting my lip to keep from smiling, I followed my mentor deeper into the orchard. I wasn't expecting you tonight, scythe Saris. I'm going for a while. I wanted you to be conscious. To the other continent again, I asked, clasping my hands behind my back. Are you ever going to? Yes, she said, her voice low and heavy with intent. To both questions, but now is not the time, Kara. We walked in silence for a minute or two while my thoughts turned to the war. The Denoir were one of the few high noble blood who had not claimed lands in the enchanted forest of Dicathen. Corbett and Lenora's star has risen even higher as they suffered so many other bloods, some completely wiped out by the unexpected devastation there. My adoptive parents had sent a good number of soldiers to war, of course. It would have made them look weak to stay out of the fight, even when it was an option. But when Corbett had seen the named bloodthirsty ones, already more than a few high bloods run to claim chosen lands and slaves in Dicathen, they had only responded to his enthusiasm with a quiet smile, insisting that Alacria already has all that Denoirs need. It turned out, over time, she had proved him wise, as much as she hated to admit it. It would have broken the hearts of my foster parents if Lawden had been busily establishing property for the Denoir when the Usras attacked. Not that I would have cared much. Apparently the Ascender Gray's trial was quite a show, the scythe Saris said to break the silence. It should have been a simple matter to resolve, I said with a bit of bitterness. It's a shame, honestly, to know that our legal system can fail so dramatically. The scythe Saris responded with a graceful laugh. High bloods have spent generations manipulating the system to your advantage, so much so that most of you hardly realize it anymore. Your surprise is proof enough of this. Hurrying to walk beside her, I looked my mentor in the eye. Why don't the sovereigns intervene? The best question is, why would they do it? She asked, arching an eyebrow. They have carefully worked out a system whereby the purity of the blood is paramount, haven't they? They let the high bloods get away with murder, as long as it doesn't interrupt their own machinations. No, the truth is, child, that the sovereigns care little what the inferiors do to each other, as long as it is done with due reverence for the overlord of each domain. The Saris scythe opened her mouth to continue speaking, then looked at me slyly. Smart little mongrel, you made me change the subject. I straightened up, practically marching like I was in a military parade. You're kidding me again. We both know that you're not going to tell me what you know about Gray, so I'm not going to ask. This elicited another delicate laugh from my mentor. If you want him to trust you, to really trust you, this is knowledge that you will need to acquire on your own, Kara. I won't give you any shortcuts. But do you want me to stay close to him? You've hinted at that enough. I kept my attention forward, but I could feel her examining me. Am I going to be your spy, Scythe Saris? You are, she confirmed. But don't think you are betraying him. After all, the boy owes me a lot. I stopped at the sound of heavy footsteps moving quickly down the path behind us. If anything, my conversation with the Scythe Saris had only made me more confused and conflicted regarding this situation, so I was almost relieved by the interruption. My mentor and I watched as the figure of my assistant Nessa appeared in the gloom. Lady Kira, Nessa's eyes widened comically when she noticed the horned scythe by my side, and the poor girl flung herself onto the gravel at our feet. Please forgive me, Scythe Saris Vritra, I did not realize. My mentor glared at the terrified assistant. She is more vigilant in the future. Despite her tone, I could see that same barely visible twitch at the corner of her lips. Then, without telling me anything else, she turned around and disappeared into the night. You can get up now, Nessa, I told her. Trembling, my assistant stood up. Lady Kira again, I had no idea. I apologize for myself. I waved her apology away. No matter, can I only assume that my adoptive parents sent you? Nessa's fast, labored breathing slowed, and she folded her hands in front of her and rearranged her facial features into a less terrified expression. Finally, after clearing her throat, Nessa spoke again. Yes, lady, you must see your parents in the High Lord's study immediately. It took me a few minutes to find you, so you better go. A loud siren from nearby made Nessa jump and she took a step closer to me. We'd better go, she murmured, looking up at the dark trees. When I got to Corbett's study door, I found it ajar. Lenora spoke rapidly, her voice low and full of frustration. How cheeky, Corbett, can you imagine? The Ascenders would queue up to fight in the streets just for the chance for a private dinner with us, and yet this man has the nerve to stand up to us. That's right, Corbett said, the only word cold and sharp as broken glass. You'd think the Ascender Grey has no sense of decorum or convenience. Perhaps Kara is not as important to him as we thought, Lenora continued. If we only knew what the Scythe Saris Vritra wanted with the Ascender. And yet once again your information network has proven invaluable, Corbett said, his tone softening a bit. The fault is not yours, my love, but his. By the Vritra, if only this Ascender was not so valued by our patron, I would have him thrown to Mount Nishant. Having listened enough, I knocked lightly on the door before entering. Lenora, who had been pacing back and forth in front of Corbett's ornate desk, stopped and straightened when I entered. Corbett was sitting behind the desk, one hand wrapped in an empty crystal glass. He stared into the distance, as if he still imagined Grey being thrown into the caldera of an active volcano. I took a look around the studio. Bookcases took up nearly every inch of the wall space, enveloping the entire room, with breaks just for the door, a large window behind her desk, and a brick fireplace. In many high-blood households, this collection of knowledge would have been for display only, but Corbett was an educated man, despite all his other flaws. Above me, a black iron railing ran around a narrow hallway where there was another set of bookshelves. Aside from the books, the shelves displayed a wide variety of tokens and treasures that Corbett had collected over the years. Kira, my dear, Lenora said, flashing me her dazzling smile. We have some news on your friend Grey. I stood stiffly, my hands clasped in front of me. Using a trick shown to me by one of the many tutors I'd had over the years, I took 2 breaths before answering to avoid sounding too anxious. Oh, did he send you his apologies for missing dinner? Lenora gave a tinkling laugh. No, I'm afraid we haven't heard from Grey himself, but I received a letter from an old friend and administrator at Central Academy with strange news. My eyebrows turned into a slight frown. What does this have to do with Grey? That's the news, Corbett announced through clenched teeth. Leaning back in his chair, he spun the empty glass in his hand. Apparently, there has been a rather unusual hiring at the Academy. Lenora nodded along with Corbett's words. 3 days ago, someone lobbied to hire an unnamed, untested promotion for an entry-level position. Very unusual, don't you agree? Yes, I replied slowly. Despite understanding the suggestion Lenora was making, her words made no sense. Especially if that same Ascender was tried for murder. He's pretty smart, really, Lenora said, leaning back against the desk and resting one hand lightly on the polished surface. A total makeover and protection from the Granville in the deal, although I confess that I am surprised that he has the kind of connections that it would have required. I resisted the urge to patrol the studio. Straightening up, I held my hands behind my back to hide the nervousness in my fingers. The truth is that I was as surprised as Lenora. First, the famous ascendant Darren Orden appeared to defend him, and now Grey had suddenly been recruited into one of the most prestigious academies in the Central Domain. Who are you really? I wondered, imagining Grey's golden eyes peering out from behind a curtain of pale blonde hair. I stopped fidgeting when a thought came to me. If Grey was going to be at Central Academy, I could easily talk to him, and without tracing him back to the locket, which he had sworn to only wear in case of a serious emergency. / Skydark note, it's almost coming XD, besides being a stalker, she won't be Yandir. / I have to escape Corbett and Lenora first. I considered my adoptive parents. They wanted him to be in debt to High Blood Denoir for no other reason than the Scythe Saris was interested in him, though they had no idea why. He knew he could use that. Len. Mother, I said, knowing my use of the term would delight her, how do you plan to keep an eye on Gray if he's involved in the academy? If I could convince them to let me go to Gray. As I had anticipated, Lenora smiled happily at me. Well, that's where you come in. Corbett cleared his throat and set his glass on a cork square on his desk. We have already arranged for you to take on your own role at the Central Academy. You will be Professor Aphelian's assistant, I'm sure you remember. I blinked. Who? Lenora moved away from the desk, walked over to me and rested her hands on my shoulders. This is important, Kara. I know you didn't enjoy the academy while attending as a student, but this is about blood. I gave her a tight-lipped smile and stepped back, giving myself some room to breathe. While I was excited to leave the Denoir estate to spend time at Central Academy with Gray, and without even an argument from my adoptive parents, I also knew what they expected of me. You will want to report on his activities, of course, I told them, my smile unwavering, and that I convinced Gray to do what exactly? It takes more than an idle whim to turn the head of a scythe, Corbett said, getting up to walk around his desk and stand in front of the fireplace, even though it is not lit. The Scythe Saris didn't tell you anything, right? Lenora asked tentatively. About this ascender? Of course not, I said, bristling. You know everything I do. This was a lie, of course, but not significant. I had not told the High Lord and the lady about Gray's use of the ether, but otherwise I had told them everything I knew about him. Which turns out to be not much, I thought, considering again his odd recruitment at the academy. He's special, I continued, but I have no idea what the Scythe Saris wants with him if she wants anything at all. This was the truth, although perhaps not all. Saris knew Gray somehow, but hadn't been willing to give me more information after our last conversation. Lenora walked over to Corbett, slipped her arm through his, and my foster parents watched me silently for several very long seconds. Finally, Corbett spoke. We hope you impress this ascender how much we would like to meet him, maybe even work with him in the future. If you remind him of the role we played in his liberation, I felt a muscle in my temple contract as I avoided rolling my eyes, so much the merrier. And of course, Lenora added, resting her head on Corbett's shoulder, you should let us know if you learn anything interesting while working with Gray. Okay, I said, looking my foster mother in the eye. I will do it, but I won't let you use me against him, I added silently. Chapter 339, The Central Dominion, Arthur Leywin. All right, you remember everything I told you? Alaric asked me for the third time, despite already covering it twice that morning. The old Alacrian was standing with his hands in the pockets of a royal purple robe, an outfit closer to the bathrobes of my previous world than the battle robes commonly worn by mages in this one. That was stretched just a little too tight across his midsection. Yes, Uncle Al, I said sarcastically, tugging at the hem of my own simple traveling clothes. Darren had offered to let me borrow a few high-end outfits which he said would fit in better in the Central Dominion, but he was significantly broader across the chest and shoulders, and there was no time to have anything altered. You know, he replied thoughtfully, I don't know if I hate that or not. By the High Sovereign, are we going or what? Alaric, Darren, and I turned to look at Briar, who was leaning against the wall of Darren's warp chamber. She had clad herself in crisp white leather armor and kept her hand on the pommel of her slender blade. The intractable young woman met our gazes unflinchingly. I'd like to get back to the academy before I'm as old as you three. Considering all the forces of evil arrayed against you, Regis said solemnly, who'd have guessed you would be murdered by a 16-year-old schoolgirl? Alaric barked out a laugh and clapped Darren hard on the back. However much blood Nader is paying you, make them double it, he teased. The girl only huffed, redirecting her line of sight to the Tempest Warp, which sat at the center of a raised stone platform. The roughly anvil-shaped artifact was crafted of a dull gray, pockmarked metal and engraved with dozens of runes. A quick glance at the lines of runes told me it was based on a similar premise to the teleportation gates in Dicathen, but these were much more compact and complex. How far can this reach? I asked, feigning casual interest. Darren bent down over the artifact, brushing off non-existent dust from its surface. It's powerful enough to get to the west coast of Saizklar or just past the southern border of Truatia. Seeing me frown, Darren added, more than strong enough to reach Karjadan City in the Central Dominion. So not nearly capable of sending me home to Dicathen, I thought, dousing my disappointment. It was a foolish thought anyway. As much as I wanted to tell my sister and mother that I was alive, returning to Dicathen now might actually put them in more danger than they already were. Hey, you still have the Creeper's Stone, Regis said in what he thought was a consoling tone. Sorry, the what? I asked, my train of thought completely derailed. I decided Orb of Long-Term Stalking was way too long. Creeper's Stone rolls right off the tongue, figuratively speaking. Forcefully shunting Regis's thoughts to the back of my mind, I returned my attention to Darren, who was beginning to calibrate the Tempest Warp for travel. I'm going to send you to the Library of the Sovereigns, Darren was saying. Briar, can you show Gray to the Student Administration Office? Yeah. When Darren cocked a brow at the girl, she straightened and said, I mean yes, sir. Smiling to himself, Darren finished the calibrations and stood back. All ready to go, I offered my hand to the Alacrian and he took it. Thank you for your hospitality and your help, I said sincerely. Although I could have forced my way out of the Granbelle's jail cell or the High Hall at any point, it would likely have made everything else I needed to do much more difficult, even impossible if it drew the attention of a scythe or two. Thanks to Alaric and his friend and Kara, I'd avoided that. What you faced was a terrible injustice, he replied. I'm glad we were able to help. You owe me, big kid, Alaric said wryly as I offered my hand to him as well. Darren here is never going to let me hear the end of it, and that's not even including all the other favors I've had to call in. My hero, I replied deadpan. So before you go, we better settle up. Thinking he was joking, I gave him an exaggerated roll of my eyes, but then he slipped my old, empty dimension ring from a pocket and held it out. 40% I believe, Briar scowled. 40% is highway robbery. Darren gave the old man an embarrassed frown but kept his opinion on our transaction to himself. Plus 10% for my services as your legal counsel, he added with a wink. I made a show of sliding the ring on my hand and activating it as I rifled through the collection of accolades I'd brought back from the relictums. Few of the items were of interest to me, as the weapons would degrade too quickly when imbued with ether, and I couldn't use anything designed to channel or utilize mana. When I pulled out the first piece, a silver crown set with blood-red jewels that swirled with so much fire mana it was visible to the naked eye, Alaric beamed with unsuppressed glee. One by one, I began handing over half the treasure I'd collected. Briar's bright eyes grew larger and larger with each piece that came out of my extra-dimensional storage rune, and even Darren failed to hide his surprise at the size of the payment, made up of a wide variety of shiny, lightly magical artifacts. I thought you said you didn't have any wealth, Darren asked, cocking an eyebrow in my direction. I have a bunch of stuff. It's not really wealth until I get the chance to sell it technically, I said as I pulled another accolade from my dimension rune. Alaric made a show of inspecting each piece before tucking them away in his own dimension ring, trying to keep up a cool facade. But by the end he was practically drooling, and his hands trembled with excitement. Do me a favor and don't drink yourself to death with this, I said, fixing him with a stern look. The old ascender hefted the ring as if he could feel the physical weight of all the treasure it now contained. When you get to Cargadon, the local Ascenders Association will buy whatever else you have and put it right on your rune card, he said distractedly. And they can print you an official badge too now that you've completed your prelim. You got all that from your preliminary ascent? Briar asked disbelievingly, her eyes jumping from me to the dimension ring and back. Darren was quick to reply, Don't get your hopes up, Briar. That definitely isn't a normal haul for a single ascent or even several ascents. I simply shrugged at the young woman. My traveling companion and I got lucky. I'll say, Darren replied. Anyway, you two better be on your way. Gray, Briar will help you find your way around. He eyed his student and ran a hand through his blonde hair. And Briar, don't forget that Gray is going to be a professor at the academy. You may not be in his class, but I can't imagine he'll take kindly to any more rudeness from you. Briar was slow to peel her eyes away from me before stepping onto the platform next to the Tempest Warp, standing with military precision as she waited for me to join her. See you around, Gray, Darren said as I joined the young woman on the platform. Hurry up and get settled so you can go back to making me money, Alaric added gruffly, twirling the dimension ring around his calloused finger. Bye-bye, a tiny voice said from the doorway as Penn peeked around the corner, waving. I waved back, then the mansion faded around me, and I found myself standing on a different platform far away from rural Saysclar. The transition was seamless, without any jarring sickness or twisting of my insides. The platform under my feet had changed from bare stone to dark wood, while the room around me was simultaneously cavernous and claustrophobic. Glancing quickly around the rows of bookshelves, each one laden with leather-bound tomes, I considered the enormous amount of information contained within this library. Tens of thousands of books on every topic imaginable. Although if it's as carefully curated as the library in Aramor, there probably isn't anything very important or useful here, I thought, tempering my expectations. Still, I was eager for a few quiet moments to spend studying Alacria, the Sovereigns, and the Relictums. There was still too much I didn't know, too many ways I could mess up without even realizing it. I hoped the library would contain some answers. Pulling my gaze away from the bookshelves, I caught sight of Briar standing on a separate small platform a few feet to my left. She was watching me carefully, but her attention was pulled away as a man in black and gray battle robes approached. Identification, he asked in a bored drawl, holding out a hand. Briar had hers ready, but I had to draw mine out of the dimension rune, making a show of activating my useless ring. The guard's eyes darted across the face of her identification badge before handing it back wordlessly. When he got to mine, though, he stared at it for several long moments, a deep frown forming on his face. His eyes darted to me, then back. Briar huffed again, but he ignored her. Eventually, he turned his focus on me, inspecting me closely, his gaze lingering on my simple clothes. "I'm afraid I'll need you to come with me, Mr. Gray, so we can verify the validity of this identification." Although the guard's words were professional, his tone told me clearly enough what he thought about the validity of my presence in the Central Dominion. Letting my gaze pass over him lazily, I said, "Very well, but I hope you're prepared to handle the consequences of harassing a Central Academy professor." Somewhat amusingly, the guard turned his uncertain gaze on Briar, who jerked her thumb at me and said, "Don't look at me, bud. He's the big shot." Professor?" he asked, suddenly nervous as he glanced down at the identification badge again. "So sorry, Professor Gray, I didn't realize." Reaching out, I plucked my identification out of his hand. "Wise man," I said coolly, marching past the man. He took a quick step back, half-heartedly saying, "Welcome to the Library of Sovereigns, Carjadan City, Central Dominion," as we passed. Briar gave me an appraising look from the corner of her eye. "Maybe you'll fit in at the academy after all. Not bad for a country bumpkin, huh?" I said with a wink before letting my gaze wander around the building again. The floors and walls were bright white marble, which stood out in stark contrast to the dark wood of the platforms, railings, and shelves. A dome of silvery white glass above let cool morning light into the library to glint and shimmer off the marble, and every shadowy corner was lit by lighting artifacts, making the entire interior of the building seem to glow. Compared to the dingy little library in Aramore, this place was a palace. The people sitting in reading nooks or milling about between the shelves seemed to be of a different class as well. They wore their wealth and stood casually, without the pompousness I'd seen from the Granvilles, and seemed all the more wealthy and powerful because of it. In my previous life, I had met many other nobles from all over Earth who went by 100 different titles. It was those who were the most comfortable in the trappings of their power that I knew to be wary of, and the people around me in the library seemed very comfortable. A wide bay of white glass doors led out onto a green lawn, beyond which a busy street bustled with people. Although there was some foot traffic here, it seemed more common for these highbloods to travel by carriage, several of which were rolling by as I watched, pulled by a variety of mana beasts. The blood-red oxen I'd seen used in the relictums were most common, but I also saw one pulled by a reptilian horse and another by an enormous bird. "Come on then, Professor," Briar said, already marching quickly across the library lawn. I followed, staying close behind her, but most of my attention was on the city around me. Dark gray stone tiles made up the roads, contrasting starkly against the white stone of most of the buildings, which arched, swept, and rose high into the air in spires, pillars, and towers, accented with reds, blues, and greens. All throughout, harsh black metal was present, adding a cohesiveness throughout the myriad of shapes and colors. Behind it all, visible occasionally through the gaps between buildings, rose a range of enormous mountains, stabbing into the sky like the fangs of some world-eating beast. Briar moved purposefully, leading us away from the library at marching speed. "The Academy campus is about a mile from the library," she said over her shoulder as we turned away from the main street and into a series of alleys. "Longer if you follow Sovereign Avenue all the way to Central, the main street that bisects the city." "You seem to know your way around pretty well," I noted, my gaze tracking over the buildings around us. The alleys were clean, clear of both garbage and lingering people, the only other pedestrians moving purposefully like we were. Over her shoulder, she said, "It's a requirement. Students who can't navigate quickly through the city are likely to miss deadlines or fail assignments." "Is the curriculum that intense?" I asked with genuine interest. Briar stopped and turned to meet my eye. "Central Academy is one of the most prestigious academies in Alacria, but you should already know that, Professor. People don't become successful ascenders by living soft, easy lives." "Yeah, Princess," Regis crowed. "Stop with your soft, easy life and step up. I apologize for living such an easy, trial-free life, oh great and powerful weapon of the Usuras," I thought deadpan. Out loud I said, "Not everyone learns well under that kind of pressure." Briar wrinkled her nose. "The students of Central Academy aren't everyone. We're the elite even among named bloods and highbloods." Without waiting for a response, she spun, sending her bright hair twirling, and began to march again. We walked in silence for a few more minutes before stepping back out onto a major thoroughfare. The street was heavy with foot traffic and lined with businesses that likely catered to the academy students. Restaurants and taverns, armories, high-end clothing stores, and a couple of shops that claimed to buy and sell accolades. "You don't want those," Briar said when I slowed down to read the sign outside Anval's accolades. "These shops are all shady, and most of the people who trade with them are too. Great if you have a stolen accolade to get rid of in a hurry, but not so much for keeping your reputation as a professor of Central Academy." If you're going to sell off the stuff Alaric didn't screw you out of, take it to the Ascenders Association. The building is right outside the entrance to campus anyway. Almost as if to emphasize her point, the door opened and a shifty-eyed man in dirty gray battle robes came out. His attention was on a glassy stone in his hand so that he nearly ran into me. He flinched as I loomed into his peripheral vision, shot me a suspicious look, then pulled his hood up and shuffled into the crowd of passers-by. Briar gave me a look that said, "See, told you so." I started to turn away when I noticed a moving image playing across the surface of some kind of crystal bound to the side of the building with black brackets. When I stepped closer, I realized the image was panning across a blasted, wrecked landscape. Briar smirked. "This really is your first time to one of the big cities, isn't it? It's some kind of projection artifact?" I asked, taking a step closer. "Showing recorded images." Once I was standing within a few feet of the artifact, a strong male voice filled my head. "Truly horrifying images captured from Dicathen's easternmost country of Elenoir. The loss of life, both to the native Dicatheans known as elves, and those brave Alacrians who had volunteered to relocate to the distant forests, is incalculable. High Sovereign Agrona insists on calm and requires all Alacrians to understand this assault by the vile Usras of Ephiatis will not go unanswered. Furthermore, we will all join together to offer thanks to the High Sovereign for continuing to protect us all in his." I took a step back and the voice cut out. "Proximity telepathy." I looked at Briar for confirmation. She nodded, stepping back out of range herself. "My parents thought they were being really clever, guessing that the war was ending and betting on a sense instead. I guess the war isn't quite as over as they thought. Doesn't the idea of going to war with beings capable of obliterating an entire country scare you?" I asked, slightly surprised by her lack of either empathy or fear at the images still playing silently across the projection artifact. Briar shrugged and began walking again. Over her shoulder, she said only, "The Vritra protect Alacria." I made note of the other merchants lining Sovereign Avenue but didn't stop to linger again. Within a few minutes, we were standing between two towering complexes, and before us, a black iron gate blocked entrance into what could only have been Central Academy. Several groups of students were making their way toward the gates. A handful of girls paused suddenly as they noticed Briar and me and gave a happy shout. Briar grinned and waved back. "Even though this has been so much fun, this is where I leave you, Professor." She was already moving away when she said, "I assume you can find the way from here." "I think I'll manage," I called after her. Trying to put the Alacrian girl out of my mind, I turned to examine the Ascenders Association building, or rather, buildings. The towering white buildings flanking the entrance to Central Academy were actually connected by several arched stone bridges at varying heights above me. "Oh my Vritra, Briar, who is that gorgeous man?" Despite the distance to the group, the noise of the street, and my own distraction, my enhanced hearing was enough to pick up everything the group of girls was saying. "Is that your boyfriend? You said you couldn't hang out because you were in training B, but instead you've been off gallivanting with." "He's not, and you can shut up right now, Valerie, before I show you exactly how hard I've been training," Briar said in a low growl that only made the other girls grin even wider. I cast a discreet glance their way to find the three girls staring, much less discreetly, in my direction, while Briar was already making her way toward the academy gates. Unlike Briar, who was in her white armor, the other three had donned matching black and azure uniforms. They lingered only a moment before following Darren's student away, but not without sending a couple of curious glances back in my direction. "You know, I'm kind of surprised they're so normal," I said, watching the students queue up at the academy gates. A memory of Ellie playing with the other girls from the school for ladies surfaced, bringing a smile to my lips. "Honestly, I'm more surprised Briar has friends," Regis commented. Smirking, I returned my attention to the Ascenders Association buildings. Black metal signs indicated that the entrance to my right was for testing and teleportation, while the entrance to the left led to administration and facilities. Choosing the left entrance, I followed the short path up to the double doors, wide enough an entire carriage could have driven through them, and pulled the black iron handle. The door didn't open, but a moment later a small panel around face height slid open, revealing a helmeted guard. "Badge," he said in a bored drawl. I withdrew the badge I'd received in Aramor and held it up to the narrow slit. The man plucked it out of my hand and the panel slid shut again, leaving Regis and I to wait. A minute or two passed, long enough for two other ascenders, both short, thin men in the style of battle robes favored by casters, to line up behind me, muttering grumpily about the wait. After another minute, the lock finally released with a heavy thunk and the door swung inward. A man in silvery battle robes with ebony pauldrons, bracers, and boots that caught and bent the light in an unusual, liquid way stepped forward. He had short black hair and a well-trimmed beard with a hint of gray at his temples and chin. "Welcome to the Carjaden City Ascenders Association Hall, Ascender Gray. We've heard quite a lot about you already." Chapter 340. Burden and Stakes. To either side of the well-dressed bearded man, the Ascenders Association guards were giving me curious stares, and the two casters in line behind me muttered something about the High Mage. Amusement and something else, something hungry, glittered in the man's eyes as he bobbed his head respectfully and gestured into the building. Turning on his heel, he moved away with the light but confident strides of a warrior, leaving me in a small entry chamber flanked by guards. Though the entrance was uninspiring, stepping out into the wide hall beyond was anything but. I had thought the Aramore Ascenders Association building had been impressive, but this place had more in common with a temple or palace than a simple guild hall. The walls, ceiling, and floor were white stone, brighter and cleaner than marble, and carved columns broke up the room every 20 feet or so. Golden runes were inset into the floor in the shape of pathways leading from one section of the hall to another, and I could see the shapes of beasts laid out in jade in several places as well. The walls were hung with dozens of tapestries depicting ascenders within the relictums battling against etheric beasts. One large tapestry caught my eye. It showed three men in golden armor surrounded by a swarm of Corallians, the clawed, babyish creatures I'd fought in the convergence zone. I followed the man through the hall in silence as we moved swiftly past the grand tapestries and decor. My gaze lingered on the extravagant artworks, wondering if these depictions were common tales that any passing Alacrian would recognize. After passing a series of desks and comfortable seating areas, we made our way up a narrow staircase tucked away in one corner of the main hall. This brought us to a balcony surrounded by black iron railings and led into a large office that overlooked the hall below. New episodes will be published on Light Nov LPU.com. Despite the lack of conversation during our journey, it was clear he was comfortable with the silence, or perhaps his position. The way he slid into his seat behind a massive desk carved of ebony and inlaid with gold filigree, then kicked his heels up on the lavish piece of furniture, suggested the latter. He waved at a plush chair in front of the desk, and I took a seat, never taking my eyes off him. "So here you are." The man grinned, but I could see the snarling grizzly wolf behind his amiable mask. "I've just completed my preliminary ascent," I said, businesslike. "I need my new badge." "Oh, I've already seen to it. My assistant will be up with it any minute." His smile cut into something more sly. "And I bet you have a whole dimensional storage artifact full of accolades to turn in too, right?" His eyes went pointedly to the ring on my finger. "Clever of you to keep it from the Granbills." I sat up straighter, my lip curling into a sneer. "That matter is resolved," I said coldly. He raised his hands innocently. "Don't misread me, Ascender Grey. That whole affair was bad for business, our business." His grin took on that sly quality again. "That little named blood doesn't have any power here in Central Dominion anyway." "No, I was being quite serious. You've shown yourself to be quite clever. Follow the Light Nov LPU.com platform for the latest episodes." "So how did you manage it?" I let the question hang in the air while I considered my answer. It didn't help that I couldn't be sure which it he was referring to. Not wanting to give anything away about myself, I finally said, "I'm not sure what you mean." He slid his feet from the desk and leaned over it, eyeing me hungrily. "How did you secure the posting at Central Academy? An unnamed ascender, fresh from his prelim. It's unheard of." I let out a sigh. "Complications often arise from knowing too much." It was the man's turn to let my words hang for a moment before he leaned back and laughed, an uncontained, mirthful guffaw. "That may just be the most pleasant way someone has threatened me," he beamed, pointing his fingers at me. "I like you, Gray, damn, but I like you." "You've managed to attract yet another weird one," Regis chortled. Ignoring my companion, I scanned his desk to see if the man in front of me had a nameplate somewhere. "I'm afraid I don't." "Vritra's name, where are my manners? My name is Sulla of named Blood Drusus, but everyone around here calls me Sul. I'm the high mage of this little establishment." The mage gestured out over the hall below. "Do you welcome all new ascenders like this, Sulla?" I asked doubtfully. "No," he said, leaning back in his chair. "I certainly do not." But then, not many new ascenders are given a principal's badge after a single ascent, or made a professor at the most prestigious academy in Alacria. I didn't think it was possible, but his grin grew sharper. "I wanted to see you for myself." I ground my teeth. This was exactly the kind of attention I wanted to avoid. "Maybe you shouldn't always make such a spectacle of yourself then," Regis commented mockingly. "I'd just like to get my badge, exchange my accolades, and be on my way," I said with finality, making it clear that I'd like to end this interaction. "I still need to check into the student administration offices and get settled in. It's been a long journey here." "Ah, of course," Sulla responded professionally, but the slouch in his shoulders and the way he leaned back suggested that he was slightly put out. "Once again, I've let my enthusiasm override my good sense. But promise you'll come back soon, Professor Gray. I'll make sure your trip won't be wasted." After selling the majority of the treasure I'd taken from the Spear-Beak tribe, I escaped the Ascenders Association building and the High Mage's probing questions, then proceeded straight for the Central Academy campus, eager to meet with my contact and find my rooms, which I hoped were quiet and free of any more probing eyes. The black iron gates had opened of their own accord when I approached. On the other side, the close confines of the city streets were left behind in favor of wide walkways bordered by short hedges. A 15-foot wall of white stone wrapped around the campus, encircling it and setting it off from the city. The gates opened into a semicircular plaza, from which 3 paths branched away toward clusters of school buildings. Dozens of young men and women in the black and azure uniforms of Central Academy were milling around the plaza, some chatting animatedly while others sat quietly on benches or in the grassy lawns between the hedges. A few cast me curious glances, and I realized that Briar had been right. I stuck out in my plain traveling clothes, even more than if I'd come to the academy in full battle attire. Directly across the plaza from the gates stood the student administration offices, a castle-like complex with a dozen peaks and spires that seemed to loom over the campus entrance. The central path from the plaza went straight through this building, under an arched tunnel lit with bright globes that hung from the roof. A woman in tight-fitting white battle robes was standing just outside this tunnel, her eyes casting around as if looking for someone. As I approached, making my way toward the open entryway into the offices, her amber eyes stopped on me, traveling up and down my body several times. Blonde hair tumbled in waves over her shoulders, bouncing in a way that seemed to defy gravity when she hopped in place before taking a few quick steps toward me. "Her hair isn't the only thing that defies gravity," Regis said suggestively. "If you die, can she be my new master?" "Why wait," I answered, pushing with my etha as if I intended to expel the shadow wolf from my body. "Hey," Regis groused. "No need to get pouty." The woman dipped into a shallow bow as we approached. "Plain clothes, gorgeous eyes, too young by half. You could only be our new level 1 melee enhancement tactics professor, right?" She beamed at me and bounced on the balls of her feet. "I'm Abby of Blood Redcliffe. I teach a couple of higher-level wind specialization caster courses." Hello," I said, caught off guard by her forwardness. "I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee," she said with a happy laugh. "Well, a shy guy like you might not want to hear this, but you're pretty much a celebrity around here already." "Damn you, Alaric," I thought grumpily. "Anyway, I just really wanted to be the first one to meet you after everything I've heard." She gave me a winsome smile, twirling a lock of her golden hair around her finger. "Did you really break the containment chains at your trial?" "I'm sorry I'm late to meet my contact in administration," I said stiffly, stepping around her and making my way toward the door. A surprisingly strong hand caught my elbow. "It can be kind of overwhelming here at first. I'd be happy to show you the ropes, Gray. You just let me know, MK." With a wink, my fellow professor released me and turned away. I was distracted as I made my way into the administration offices and announced myself to one of the young clerks at the front desk. He gave me directions to a 4th-floor office where Alaric's contact could be found, giving me a bemused smirk when I admitted I needed to hear the instructions again. "You okay, Chief? What's got you so rattled?" First the head of the Ascenders Association, then this other professor. "We're getting way too much attention, Regis. You're thinking of cutting and running." It wasn't really a question since he could read my mind. "No, yes, I don't know," I admitted. "I don't like feeling trapped." Regis barked out a laugh in my mind. "You just spent 3 weeks in jail." Stone and bars weren't holding me. I chose to stay, let that play out. I was trying to avoid drawing too much attention. "How'd that work out?" "Almost as well as that piece of a chlorate Renkind gave me," I answered with a smirk, taking the stairs 3 at a time to the 4th floor. "I feel personally attacked." "You know what? I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when you're feeling less venomous." "All right, princess." Despite my conversation with Regis, or perhaps because of it, I felt better by the time I was knocking on the office door of a man named Edmund of Blood Scriven, a mid-tier clerk within the administration office. A reedy, nervous voice invited me into an office that wouldn't have looked out of place in one of the old detective movies from my previous world. The lighting artifact suspended from the ceiling was flickering and gloomy, casting a gray haze over the small office, including a simple desk piled with parchment and scrolls with the man hunched behind it. "Close the door," he said impatiently, his watery eyes following me as I did so before sitting down in the worn chair across from him. "Edmund, I know bloody well who you are," the thin, pale man snapped as he wiped at his nose with the sleeve of his brown robe. "What that son of a lurkworm thought he was doing, forcing you in here, I swear to the Vritra I have no idea." The man grumbled under his breath, as if unaware that I could still hear him. We glared at each other over the top of his desk for a moment before I let out a long sigh. "What do I need to know, Edmund?" He sniffed and wiped his nose again as he shuffled through some of the scrolls on his desk. "Once you've signed your contract, you can have your schedule and curriculum and be on your way. Once you've left this office, I sincerely hope not to see you again for the remainder of your tenure here." Based on the man's open hostility, I could only assume that his agreement with Alaric hadn't been entirely equitable. Edmund shoved a stack of parchment out of the way and unrolled a document explaining the details of my employment with Central Academy in legal jargon. I was surprised to note the pay, which hadn't even crossed my mind. In the event that you don't understand some piece of your contract, Edmund shrugged his hunched shoulders. It's not my job to explain it all to you. Taking the offered quill, I wrote my false name, my hand automatically tracing the same swooping letters I had used to sign official documents as a king. Edmund's spiderish hand snapped the contract away the instant I'd finished, and he replaced it with a single flat piece of parchment and two long scrolls bound with iron rings. This, he indicated the parchment, has your schedule on it, while these, he waved at the scrolls, are your curriculum for melee enhancement tactics and a list of the Academy's rules. Read them very, very thoroughly, because I swear by the Vritra I will not go down for your criminal uncle. Listen, I said, starting to lose my patience with the man's snide remarks. I don't know what sort of deal you and deal, he hissed, his eyes wide. That no-good drunk bullies and coerces me into hiring his wogart of a nephew, and you call it a deal. Just because he thinks you're worth this risk doesn't mean I do. Now get the hell out of my office and don't come back, or I'll... The man's mouth snapped shut as my etheric intent washed over him, crushing him back into his chair. His eyes bulged insect-like and his fingers clawed at the surface of his desk, disrupting several of the scrolls. I'm just as happy to pretend this conversation didn't happen as you are, I said, my voice quiet and emotionless. But I won't be threatened. To emphasize my point, I strengthened the aura, watching as the pale man's breath was choked off by the pressure. I don't know why you're afraid of Alaric, but it would be wise to extend those feelings toward me as well, at the very least. Grabbing the papers from his desk, I released my etheric intent and swept out of his office. What did I miss? Regis asked, the mental projection of his voice drawn out as if he were yawning. Just making more friends, I joked, you know me. My companion snorted and I felt his consciousness drift away again as he went to sleep, which for him was more of a meditative mindset while he absorbed ether from my core. Back down on the ground level, the front desk clerk looked up when I stepped out into the entry hall. All done here at administration. Can I arrange for someone to give you a tour of campus or introduce you to the other faculty? No, I've had a long journey here and would just like to see my room, I answered, recycling the excuse I'd given to the High Mage at the Ascenders Association. Can someone show me the way? The young man smiled with understanding. Sure thing, Professor Gray, let's get you settled in, Adelaide. A distracted young woman looked up from where she had her nose in a scroll at another desk. Can you watch the front desk while I show Professor Gray to his rooms? She said in affirmation as her eyes jumped back to her reading. Shaking his head and giving me a chagrined look, the young man led the way out of the building and turned right. We passed between two hip-height hedgerows that separated large, grassy areas where students were lounging and talking, reading scrolls, and wrestling around. Classes haven't started yet, obviously, but students are expected to arrive early, and the administration keeps things more or less open so everyone coming back from the recess can enjoy themselves for a moment before the work starts. My guide continued to chatter away, apparently feeling the need to give me the tour despite my insistence that it wasn't necessary. He told me the names of the buildings, yards, and plazas, as well as the history of the families for which they'd been named. Although I had questions, I wasn't comfortable asking them, and instead maintained an air of tired, slightly bored aloofness. No need to give the talkative young man any reason to be suspicious about me. It wasn't until we were passing a dark building that seemed to loom ominously over the path that I saw something that truly interested me. Is that a portal? I asked, looking at the rune-carved stone arch. It looked exactly like the teleportation gates in Dicathen. Sure is, my guide said enthusiastically. As I was just about to say, the chapel, he pointed with his thumb at the brooding, black stone building, was a gift from the High Sovereign himself and houses Central Academy's collection of relics and artifacts. It was placed here exactly because the High Sovereign wanted it to look down over and guard the Relictum's portal. There was no shimmering portal of energy hanging in the air inside the frame at the moment, but I could see a familiar series of controls next to it. Can this portal be programmed to go anywhere or just to the Relictums? I asked, feigning mild curiosity as I thought of Dicathen and my family. These episodes are published on Light Nov LPU BCom. Oh, that's the really cool thing actually, my guide gushed. Apparently, a really long time ago, these kinds of portals were everywhere, connecting all of Alacria. But during some ancient war, most of them were disabled or destroyed. The whole Central Academy was built on this spot, which used to be well outside of Carjaden City exactly because that portal still existed. I waited. The young clerk grinned at me for a moment before jumping. Oh, right. Whatever magic made the portal work in the past was broken, but the Sovereigns had it retrofitted into a Tempest warp set to take you directly to the second level of the Relictums. You have to have a token to activate it, but yours should be waiting in your rooms. Too bad, I thought. Even if the portal still operated normally, though it might not have reached all the way to Dicathen, and connecting it back to my home would have been much too dangerous anyway. Maybe you can use Aroa's thingy to fix it, Regis pointed out, like you did with the portal back in the Relictums. If we ever need to leave Alacria and don't plan on coming back, I'll try, I replied. But for now, I need access to the Relictums to gain control over the aspect of fate. So the Academy was built around that thing, I asked as we moved away. That's right, Central Academy used to be like a city to itself. It still operates separately from Karjadan, with the director answering straight to Tigran Salem, he answered importantly. I'm sure you already know this, but the sovereigns place a very high value on the education and betterment of young soldiers and ascenders, which is why schools like Central Academy have their own place in the politics outside of the standard governments and blood structure. I relaxed as I realized this young man would tell me anything I wanted to know as he happily continued explaining what must have been basic, well-understood facts about the Academy and its role in Alacrian society. Suppressing a smirk, I imagined how his constant stream of information would have been pretty irritating for an actual Alacrian professor. For me, though, his thoughtless banter made him the perfect guide and allowed me to probe without worrying about giving myself away. Finally, nearly an hour later, I sagged into the deep cushioned couch in my own private quarters in a building called Windcrest Hall. Apparently it had been named after some high-blood family in thanks for their contributions to the Academy, but I'd tuned out most of the impromptu history lesson I'd received from my chatty young guide. The three-room suite was significantly nicer than I had expected. Apparently Central Academy treated even their new professors to the finest accommodations. It wasn't large, but the living area contained a private projection crystal, like the one I'd seen outside the Accolades shop, as well as a small table designed specifically for the game Kara had taught me to play in the Relictums. There was an empty bookshelf and a small writing desk, as well as the couch I was sitting on, and a large bay window that looked out over campus. A comfortable bedroom and a luxury bath opened off the living area. I had been surprised to see there was no kitchen or any other way to cook within the private room. But the guide had laughingly assured me that I could have food or any book from the Academy library brought up to my room at any time by a runner. Not too shabby, Regis said from where he lay curled up on the floor. Would have been nice if they'd given us a second bed for you, but I guess you'll be fine on the couch, right? I let out a tired snort. Despite the fact that it was only early afternoon, my journey from Saesklar felt like it had taken days. I could fight for days, even weeks on end, but dealing with this subterfuge and drama exhausted me. It was hard to believe I'd somehow found myself back at school, once again a teacher. But this time the stakes were much higher. Chapter 341, Ashes and Dust, Aldir, Ash and Dust. Everything, every tree, every beast, every lesser being for hundreds of miles had turned to ash and dust. This was the power of the Usura. I scanned the barren landscape for anything, any sign of life or speck of mana that might have escaped my attack. But there was nothing. My steps crunched through the broken surface of the ground with every step as I wandered the wasteland that had once been a Lenoir. Even the ground was not stable, threatening to collapse beneath me at any moment. I was a soldier, doing my duty and following the orders of my lord. The scorched forest should have instilled in me a sense of pride, knowing I had struck a terrible blow against our enemies. Pride, however, was not the emotion I felt at the sight of this grim image. Not nearly. When I was sent to kill the Graysunders, I had done so without hesitation. There had been no pride, because one does not feel prideful at the swatting of a gnat, but neither was there pity or remorse. It had merely been a necessary moment in the war, the elimination of two important enemy agents. When Lord Indrath explained what was to happen to a Lenoir, however, I can no longer afford to sit idly by while Agrona expands his control over the Lessers. Alacria was a sacrifice I was willing to make, allowing him to keep busy with his mutts and experiments, but his continued expansion into Dicathen will not be allowed, especially now that he has somehow succeeded in his efforts to create a weapon of untold power through reincarnation. Dicathen is but a stepping stone toward Ephiatus, and I refuse to let that traitorous snake bring this war here. For generations, we have worked to make sure Dicathen could fight back against Agrona, but they have failed. We will not sacrifice ourselves to keep them alive. New episodes will be published on Light Nov LPU Be Calm. What we will do is send a message that Agrona cannot ignore. He has so far used the Lessers as a shield, holding their lives hostage to protect his own. No longer. If the choice is between giving him the power to move against us or tearing down the world, then I will see it all burn. Winsome was the first to step forward, bowing so low he could have kissed Lord Indrath's boots. I volunteer for this honor, my lord. I will strike the first blow. Lord Indrath did not smile, but there was a victorious light in his eyes. You will continue to serve in your role as guide and protector, Winsome, but you will not swing the axe that is to fall. No, there is only one among us who is capable of wielding the World Eater technique. The secret technique of the Thyestes clan is Mirage Walk, an ability that made us unparalleled combatants but long ago. When the Usura often warred with one another, we had another technique, so powerful and devastating that it was forbidden to be used when the Great Eight formed, and was no longer taught, except for one student in each generation. Which made me the only living member of the Thyestes clan with the knowledge Lord Indrath required. The World Eater technique allowed the caster to channel an incredible amount of mana, compacting it until the individual particles began to burst, causing a chain reaction that would spread out to the atmospheric mana and continue until not a spark of the caster's own purified mana was left, causing unparalleled devastation. Follow the Light Nove LPU BCOM platform for the latest episodes. This technique is forbidden, Lord Indrath, one of the Thyestes clan leaders, insisted angrily. Knowledge of the World Eater is kept alive so that our clan will never forget the horrors of limitless power. This moment is exactly why the technique has been taught to one talented young member of your clan since time immemorial, which I myself commanded, as you may remember. Although there was grumbling from my clan, no one else challenged Lord Indrath as he summoned me to stand beside Winsome. General Aldir, I call on you now to prove your loyalty. You and Winsome will travel to Dicathen, to the forest land of Elenoir, and locate the Alacrian Scythe Nico and the Elven Princess Tesha Iralith, or her physical body, and activate the World Eater technique. Give my message to Agrona and rob him of his new weapon in the process. In that moment, I had felt something inside me crack, something I thought had been unshakable, the foundation on which my entire identity as a servant of the Indrath clan was built. Kneeling, I ran my fingers through the dry, gray nothing that I had created when I followed my lord's command. A command I knew was wrong the moment it was uttered, but to refuse would have risked the future of my entire clan. Lord Indrath would not hesitate to lift one of the other, more servile, Pantheon clans into the Great Eight and label the Thyestes clan as anathema. Even so, our failure to destroy the reincarnates had drawn Indrath's ire. We had not expected that they had any method to teleport away so quickly, and Winsome had gotten carried away toying with the angry, black-haired child. And yet still, the Lord's wrath fell on me. Do not mope, Aldir, I told myself. It is unbecoming of a member of the Thyestes. My fingers continued to trace through the thick layer of gray nothing, and I found myself examining the bumps and folds in the landscape for some reminder of what this place had been. A fallen tree, the rubble of a collapsed house, even the charred bones of one of the millions of lives I had extinguished. The World Eater technique left nothing, though no sign that this place was once a beautiful forest inhabited by millions of elves. The combustion of mana destroyed absolutely. No, there is still something here, I thought, peering into the hazy air as if hoping to see the amethyst particles of ether suspended in the clouds of smoky ash. Though I could not, I knew it was there, all around me, undisturbed even by the World Eater technique. The thought gave me a sliver of peace, which was disturbed again immediately. Two figures were approaching from a distance, drawing me out of my spiraling thoughts. Even when they reached me, I didn't stand up, didn't turn to look at them. Instead, I scooped up a handful of ash and let it run through my fingers to blow away on the wind. Back again, Lord Aldir, the cool, confident voice said. You've been here often since, well, you know. Although it irritated me to know I was being watched, I wasn't surprised. My act had reset the balance of power in Dicathen, sending a tremor of terror through every Alacrian on the continent. Of course, someone has been tasked with watching the wasteland but choose to show themselves now. I wondered, my back still to them. They say 10,000 Alacrians died here, she continued, her tone unreadable, but we both know that was just a fraction of the casualties. The two stood well back, just close enough to speak without shouting. Their mana stood out like an oasis in the desert, since the atmosphere here was still empty of it. Is it confidence or naivety that you dare reveal yourself to me here, Scythe? My words contained no threat, merely an observation. They knew I could move through them with no more effort than brushing away a spider's web. There was no need for threats. I know genocide makes you somewhat irritable, Lord Aldir, but I wasn't the one who ordered the deaths of millions of innocent elves, she replied, gently mocking, devoid of any fear. Do you think he considered what the act would do to you, Usura? Perhaps he did, but then if a sword breaks, you simply forge another, you do not mourn the loss of steel. Then I turned my eye to her. To her credit, she didn't flinch away, although the same couldn't be said for her retainer. What do you want, Saris? I merely wish to talk, Aldir, share a few words in the hope that you'll hear them. She smiled, but it wasn't mocking or amused only. Sad, if I am right, at this very moment Kezes is busily spinning his web of lies, convincing the Dicathians that it was the Vritra who did this. She waved one hand at the desolation, so that the poor fools don't even know who is really killing them. Strategically, that would be the correct move, although it risked breaking what little spirit the Dicathians had left. To counter this, Winsome would be working with their commander Virion, one of the few lessers I thought had any real leadership ability, to make sure that didn't happen. But who do you think has killed more Dicathians in this war? Saris continued, cocking her head to the side and tapping her lips with a finger. Agrona's forces have killed, what, 20,000, 50, but Kezes, well, deaths made necessary by Agrona's continued treachery, I said, repeating Winsome's words when I had shared this same thought in confidence after the destruction of Elenoir. It was unnerving to have this Vritra mutt throw the same words at me now. And that's Lord Indrath to you. You sound just like him, Saris said quietly, digging the toe of her boot into the ash. I raised my chin and stood, letting my form expand until I was half again as tall as she was. The retainer tried to step in front of his scythe, but she stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. I am proud to sound like the great Lord Indrath, and I will not be spoken down to by the likes of you, half-breed. She shook her head. I didn't mean Kezes, you sound like Agrona. Sneering, I summoned Silverlight, which appeared as a long, thin rapier glowing with moonlight, and pointed it at Saris's heart. You have exhausted my patience, Scythe. I can cut you both down right now, and there isn't a soul in hundreds of miles to risk collateral damage. I regretted my choice of words immediately as Saris gave me a sardonic look. You already took care of that, didn't you, Aldir? She asked wryly. The retainer shot her a fearful glance as if even he thought she was pushing their luck. But is that all you are now, Pantheon, an executioner, assassin? Faithful automaton devoid of empathy or the ability to think for yourself. Why doesn't she fear you, Aldir? I asked myself. Because she knows you are done with death, the answer resounded from the deep recesses of my mind. I ground my teeth and released Silverlight. If you expect me to abandon Lord Indrath for Agrona, you are Indrath Agrona, Agrona Indrath. Saris ran a hand along the length of one curving horn. You speak as if they are the only two beings in the world, as if there is no choice but to serve one or the other. I scoffed. So this was the Mutt's plan, to install herself as some kind of opposing queen to the Vritra Lord. This is a war of two sides. Everyone must choose a side, even you, Saris. But is it, though? A storm raged in the scythe's dark eyes as she held my gaze. If the world is a coin, Agrona on one side, Kezes on the other, then someone else has flipped that coin, and no matter how it lands, whichever face looks up from the ground, it will be that someone who is looking back down. Who is it you speak of so reverently? I asked, somewhat unnerved by her demeanor. Who do you believe could rival these two, who are considered great even among the Usura? The Vritra half-breed smiled coyly. Oh, you know him well, Aldir, perhaps even better than I do. A certain human mage with a penchant for biting off more than he can chew. My eyes flew open, all three of them, as my mind went back to the moments before I finished casting World Eater, when I felt an alien presence watching me, almost as if some greater deity, a true god, had arrived to witness my lowest moment and judge me by it. I hadn't known who it could have been at the time, but now, Arthur Leywin. Serisvritra, I was cautiously optimistic as I held the Usura's strange, three-eyed gaze. Silrit stood protectively at my side, wound more tightly than a spring, more than ready to lay down his own life for me were we to be attacked. Although the conversation had gone exactly as I had hoped, I wasn't yet ready to turn my back on Aldir. Instead, we stood like that for some time, him glaring down at me with an expression I hoped was thoughtful, me gazing back as placidly as I could manage given his crippling aura. I knew it was risky, coming to Elenoir without the High Sovereign's approval and revealing myself to the Usura, and I even felt just a little bit bad about giving Arthur's survival away to the Usuras as well. But the boy needed a push. Agrona had his new pet, and it would only be a matter of time before he decided to use her. If Arthur took too long running around the relictums playing pat-a-cake with young Carad Denoir or hiding under the guise of Professor Grey at Central Academy, the escalating conflict between the Vritra and Ephiatis would ruin everything. These episodes are published on Light, Nov, LPU, Be Calm. Finally, Aldir released a heavy breath, half-irritated scoff, half-world-weary sigh, and shrunk back to normal proportions. Wordlessly, he raised a hand, conjuring a black opal portal, and vanished with a sudden rush of mana. A sharp breath escaped my lungs as they deflated. I looked down at my trembling hand, then closed it into a tight fist in frustration. I refused to shake with fear, despite the gap in power between the Usura and me. Will he tell Indrath about Leywin? Silrit asked, as he reached out a hand to draw in the few lingering particles of mana from Aldir's spell. Not right away, no, I answered, considering my words just as I considered my knowledge of the Usura. He'll ponder what we've said, agonizing over why we've shared this information, afraid it may be a trick or a trap. Then eventually, his sense of duty will overwhelm his concern and he will tell Indrath, exactly like we want him to. A slow smile spread across my face as I considered our current situation. My plans were continuing to move forward, keeping just ahead of the war, but the reappearance of Arthur Leywin as the mysterious Ascender Grey was a welcome wild card. And with my protege so conveniently placed at his side, well. Agrona will kill us if he finds out about this meeting, Silrit said quietly. Agrona cannot currently see beyond the walls of Tigran Selim, Silrit, I answered smoothly, elbowing my retainer in the shoulder. He has eyes only for her right now, at least until he decides if this whole reincarnation gambit was worth it. And if he does, Silrit's voice carried an edge of nervousness I wasn't used to from the stalwart retainer. I imagine he'll grow significantly less careful with his scythes and their retainers, I answered. There was a brief silence. Then Silrit cursed. Sovereign's horns, it's eerie here, isn't it? No mana, no noise, no life at all. This, I said, linking my arm through his, is what our world will look like if Agrona and Kezis have their way. Agrona will happily take Ephiodus in exchange for Alacria and Dicathen, and Kezis is willing to rebuild life here from the ashes up if he has to. A shiver ran through my retainer at my words as he gazed around the empty waste. Agrona wouldn't really let this happen to Alacria, would he? I snorted indelicately. If, in exchange, he could rule over all the other Usra clans or destroy them and take Ephiodus for the Vritra, then you know damned well he would. What is one mortal world in exchange for the land of deities themselves? But there's one thing I've never really understood, Silrit admitted, slowing slightly so that I had to release his arm. I turned to meet his serious, steady gaze. Why the human? He's strong, yes, but he only lived long enough to grow into his strength because of you. What's so important about him? I floated into the air and turned southwest toward Darv. Even now, I can't say what Arthur Leywin's part in all this is going to be. He's an anomaly, a force of change. I sensed that the moment I laid eyes on him. In a world where deities have the strength to wipe out entire countries, one human shouldn't matter. Even you and I are a ripple in the sea of power next to beings like the Usuras. These episodes are published on Light Nov LPU Be Calm. It was the mana that told me, Silrit. The way it seemed to be drawn to him, as if awaiting his command, like he was constantly reshaping reality without even trying. He didn't just move through the world moved to accommodate his passing. Chapter 342. Duality TSSAERLITH. It was cold, really cold. But the sensation of frigid air biting at my skin, I had to remind myself, was exhilarating. It reminded me that I'm alive. Resting my bare hands on the icy cold railing that ran around my 10-foot-wide balcony, I stared out at the endless range of snowy mountains. Miles and miles of jagged peaks that rose up from the earth like the teeth of an enormous dragon. No, not the earth, not anymore. Despite reminding myself of this startling fact at least 100 times, I have yet to come to terms with it. Who could have known there were other worlds out there, and that you could be reborn into one? New episodes will be published on Light Nov LPU Be Calm. My gaze was drawn to the series of runes marking my bare arms, glowing faintly with warm light. These arms were more slender than those I'd had before. Before what? I closed my eyes hard against the fog in my head, squeezing until I saw stars before opening them again. It had been worse, much worse, the first time I had seen the thin arms and the tattooed runes. Nico had been there standing over me, although I hadn't recognized him, of course. His alien eyes had stared into mine from beneath his new, dark brows. I had immediately vomited all over his shirt before passing out. In the distance, a winged creature the size of an airplane was wheeling around one of the peaks, hunting. What had Nico called the creature? A mana beast. As I watched, letting my attention move entirely away from my own body and the glowing runes that marked my now fair skin, the magnificent monstrosity suddenly tucked in its wings and dove, vanishing in the dips and valleys. I wished I could join it, flying through the mountains, nothing between me and the jagged rocks but the magic I'd inherited with this body. Of all the amazing things I'd seen and learned, flying was definitely my favorite. Flying, though, made me think of my first battle in this new world, of the impossible strength of our enemies, and a chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold, raising gooseflesh along my arms. We hadn't expected an attack. I had barely known what was going on still, only that my new friend Agrona, the one who gave Nico and me another chance at life, needed my help. I simply repeated what they told me to until I flew, I thought dizzily. I'd never done that before. Turning suddenly, I whisked back into my room and shut the door against the cold and the alien landscape. A twisting sense of vertigo threatened to overwhelm me, so I threw myself into a chair in front of the blazing fireplace, rubbing the bridge of my nose forcefully, my entire body rigid against the nausea. An unwanted memory surfaced. I was walking across the school campus on a day like any other when my body began to ache and tremble, the swelling Kai washing across me like waves over a stormy ocean, and when those waves of Kai broke land. I was lying on the floor, my body jerking and twisting within a cocoon of dark, spear-tipped vines, the angry presence hidden within me lashing out, roaring with hatred and confusion. Shaking my head violently, I recoiled from the images, tucking my legs up to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. Breathe, just breathe, Cecilia. This dizzying sensation of wrongness had been common at first. Nico said it was just my mind acclimating to my new physical form, but a knock at the door made me jump. Unfolding from the chair, I stared at the back of the door. Yes, I asked after a few seconds. Cecilia, it's Nico. Can I come in? I turned back to the fire, dancing in shades of orange and yellow, and took a deep breath to push back the lingering dizziness. Yes, of course. The heavy wooden door swung smoothly inward, revealing a figure a head taller than me with alabaster skin and jet black hair. He stepped inside and let the door close softly before crossing the room to sit stiffly on my bed. Nico looked so different, and not just his physical features. Whatever had happened to him in this new life had been hard on him. It had made him hard. You can find the rest of this content on the Lig T-Novel PubC platform. How are you feeling? He asked, his piercing eyes burning into me as if he were trying to see my soul hidden beneath the skin I was wearing. Fine, I replied too quickly, liar. I had an attack of vertigo just now, I admitted, but I'm okay. Nico was off the bed and kneeling beside me in an instant. When his hand came to rest on mine, I pulled away as something inside of me recoiled. Sorry, I whispered, but I didn't put my hand back. No, Cecilia, it's okay. It's fine, really. The obvious hurt this caused him shone back at me from those unfamiliar eyes, but he took his hand off the arm of my chair. I know this is all so confusing. Confusing doesn't begin to cover it. Do the exercise, Nico suggested. Nodding, I closed my eyes and began to focus on the orange glow of the fire playing across the inside of my eyelids. Then, breathing deeply, my focus followed the breath in through my nose and down into my lungs where I held it. As I breathed out, my focus stayed on my lungs, on the way my sternum shifted as my chest rose and my stomach expanded, causing an intricate interplay of the muscle, bones, and internal organs. There, I searched for my monocore, trying to feel it to be consciously aware of it. It took a minute, but eventually I found it near my solar plexus. Once I had it in my mind, it felt impossible to miss. A ball of white-hot power waiting for me to draw on the gusting hurricane of energy contained within, sort of like my Chi center but more, but there was something else there too. Within the core, I could sense another will, separate from my own, just like in the memory. Angry green tentacles wriggled, making my stomach churn, the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. My eyes snapped open as I was shunted out of the meditation by the queasy feeling the beast will gave me. From the corner of my eye, I saw Nico watching me closely. Better? He asked when I opened my eyes. I only nodded in response. Anyway, Nico stood and took a hesitant step back. Agrona would like us to join him for dinner in an hour in his private rooms. Want me to wait for you to get dressed? I shook my head this time, then tucked a stray lock of gunmetal hair behind my ear. No, I'll see you there. With a nod, Nico fumbled behind him for the door handle, then backed out into the hallway, not taking his eyes off me until the door had snapped shut. Sighing deeply, something I couldn't remember doing often in my past life, but felt the need to do frequently now, I sank down into the chair and moved my feet closer to the fire, close enough to be uncomfortable. Like the cold, the sensation of the two warm flames licking at my bare toes made me feel alive. Remembering what Nico had said about dinner, I jumped up and dashed through a door on the other side of my bed that led into my own private dressing room. Inside, there was a desk with drawers full of perfumes and makeup, several mirrors, 3 dressers for different types of clothes, and a closet that ran the length of the room. It was, I thought a little guiltily, my favorite place in Tigran Selim. I'd never had my own stuff before, not really. Or at least, I didn't think so. So much of my previous life was still a blur, although Nico and Agrona assured me that it would all come back with time. But I remembered the orphanage and Headmaster Wilbeck, and I remembered the testing. Pulling away from the memories to avoid another fit, I began to sort through the clothes hanging inside the closet. It contained mostly dresses and strange robes of 100 different colors and designs, and all just for me. My fingertips brushed a simple, onyx-colored dress with black runes along the back that I thought would make my new hair stand out, but dismissed it for an ankle-length green dress with golden leaves embroidered up the side. As I quickly changed, I prepared myself for a conversation with Agrona, ordering my thoughts and preparing answers to the bombardment of questions I knew I'd receive. Once I was dressed, I started the long walk through the fortress to Agrona's private rooms without even glancing in the mirrors to check my appearance. Looking at the stranger's rune-covered body and unfamiliar face staring back at me would only give me vertigo again. Tigran Selim's halls were always bustling with activity. Hundreds of servants rushed about, tending to the needs of the many soldiers, aristocrats, and military leaders who frequented the mountain fortress. The castle was like a city unto itself, contained within the towering walls of dark stone. Each hall was lined with paintings and portraits or artifacts hung in rune-marked glass cases. Stuffed mana beasts were common. Everyone posed as if it were about to lunge and attack passers-by. I was fascinated by the grotesque and alien forms and had mapped out much of the fortress by learning the location of the many stuffed monsters, but there was no time to linger and examine them today. Wherever I crossed paths with a servant who was polishing an artifact or scrubbing stains from the scarlet carpet that ran down the center of the hall, they would press their backs against the walls and bow deeply until after I'd passed. Early on, I'd tried to talk to a few of these servants, but they wouldn't speak to me except to answer direct questions and they never made eye contact. In fact, aside from Nico and Agrona, I had no one to talk to. They want you to be isolated to see only what they're showing you. I shook my head knowing this wasn't a fair observation. Too much stimulus overwhelmed me, especially after the attack. They had to introduce this new world slowly, and even then I found myself having a hard time retaining information, like where things were in the huge fortress. It was when I passed the lunging form of a feline beast with 2 heads and 3 tails for the second time that I realized I'd turned myself around while lost in thought. Was it the second right after this cat thing, or the third? I muttered to myself, peeking down corridor after corridor. Turning at the third corridor, I increased my pace, hurrying to the door at its end, which I thought opened into a narrow, spiraling staircase that would take me up several floors to the level on which Agrona maintained his private rooms. Instead of a staircase, I found a large, dimly lit suite. Surprised, I froze in the doorway, my eyes tracking slowly across the chamber as I tried to figure out where I was. "Who's there?" a thin, tired voice said from deeper in the chamber. "Just leave whatever it is by the door and go away." "I'm sorry," I replied. "I'm a little lost. Do you?" Something was scrabbling against the floor near the corner, and I could just make out a lithe silhouette unfolding from where it lay and stalking toward me into the ring of light from the open door. I stepped back out into the hallway, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest, although I wasn't quite sure why. The woman seemed to fill the doorway despite her stick-thin stature. She rested her hands on the frame on either side of the opening and scowled out from behind thin greenish-black bangs. I was taken aback by how ill and inhuman she looked. Her cheeks were sunken beneath dark, red-rimmed eyes, and when she sucked in a hissing breath through her thin gray lips, I saw that her teeth had been filed to sharp points. The black robes she wore exposed her arms and sides, which were skeletally thin. "Ours," I trailed off, my voice failing as I struggled to overcome whatever instinct was urging me to flee from the woman. Swallowing heavily, I tried again. "Are you okay?" "Am I? Am I okay?" she hissed, staring at me as if I'd suddenly grown a third arm. "You speak to Bivri, last of her blood, and ask if she is okay." "I'm sorry," I muttered, unsure why the woman repulsed me so completely. "She looks just like him." This thought took me by surprise, but the moment I had it, I knew what it meant. I could picture the man, puffy and skeletal at the same time, with seaweed-green hair and sunken pits for eyes, Bill the retainer. "Her brother, I'm sorry for your loss," I choked out, overwhelmed by a strangling collision of emotions I couldn't explain. "Forgive my intrusion." Bowing slightly, I fled back down the hall. "Wait," she screeched, but I didn't stop, rounding the corner and nearly colliding with a servant woman. I dodged around her and was halfway to the next corridor before I heard her yelp of surprise, then increased my pace still more, practically flying through the halls, hammering through a door and shooting up a winding staircase. Only after I'd burst through another door into a wide hallway with an elegantly curved roof, covered by a long, detailed fresco, did I skid to a stop, breathing hard. "Cecilia," jumping, I spun around only to realize that Nico had been standing near the stairway door, admiring a gold and silver shield hung on the wall. His expression fell when he noticed my heaving breaths and what I assumed was a wild, panicky stare. "What's wrong? What happened?" "And nothing," I stammered, working to collect myself. "Just got turned around, didn't want to be late." "You're perfectly on time, actually," a deep voice said from down the hallway, the rumble of it carrying through the stones and vibrating up into the soles of my feet. "No need to have gotten yourself worked up, Cecilia dear." Turning toward the voice, I bowed deeply, but the motion made my head swim as a wave of vertigo crashed around me, and I stumbled forward. A powerful, marble-gray arm caught me, and I felt myself being lifted like a child and set firmly back on my feet. Standing in front of me, his hands on my shoulders, was Agrona, his vibrantly scarlet eyes staring right through me. The lord of the Vritra clan and my new home of Alacria was handsome, with smooth skin and a sharp jaw that reminded me of an actor. His frame was lithe and graceful, and he moved with an easy confidence that drew your eyes to him. Enormous horns sprouted from the sides of his black hair like an elk's antlers, except shiny and black, each prong coming to a spear-sharp point. Several gold and silver rings wrapped around the many prongs, and bejeweled chains traced the lines of the horns. On anyone else it would have looked gaudy, but to Agrona it only added to the sense of power that hung from him like a cloak. Lost in the twisting vertigo, I couldn't help but stare as his presence overwhelmed me. "Oh, those pesky memories," he said softly. "Riling you up again, aren't they? Let me help." "No, please don't." Then Agrona was in my head, in my mind, poking around like a potter molding clay. The confusion of memories and thoughts that weren't mine began to recede, as did the cascading avalanche of emotions. As his mental fingers kneaded my brain, I took a deep breath and let myself relax. First, he removed her memories, pushing them away and burying them down deep. Then he began to sift through my own, giving a tug here or a prod there to help me remember things from my previous life. A rush of images played in my mind's eye, flashing by in quick succession. Nico, just a boy, inviting me to play with him and his friend, even though I was too shy to even speak. Nico dodging between blasts of Kai energy, moving faster than his age should have allowed, to press a gloved hand to my stomach, saving me and everyone else in the orphanage from the surging unstable Kai threatening to explode out of me. Nico handing me a medallion that he'd made just for me to keep me safe, his nervous smile speaking more than his words ever did. Nico saving me from violent men in an alley, men who wanted to take me away, who were willing to kill to get me. Nico, his arms wrapped around me in congratulations after we'd been accepted into the military training institute we attended together. Nico, his arms wrapped around me in. My eyes snapped open and I took a quick step back from the towering Vritra who gave me a knowing smile before straightening. "They're there, all better now, isn't it, Cecilia?" "Yes, Lord Agrona," I replied calmly, the noise in my head finally settling. "Thank you for your assistance." Next to me, Nico's fingers were fidgeting at his side, and I knew he wanted to reach out and take my hand, but he held back. I didn't make any effort to encourage him, appreciating the distance. For some reason, physical contact with Nico, no matter how innocent, always triggered the sickening sense of vertigo. You can find the rest of this content on the Lig HT Novel UBC platform. "Now I've had an exquisite meal prepared for us," Agrona went on, turning and gesturing for us to follow. "Star fruit and moon oxen from a Lenoir, bit of a rare delicacy now, all things considered, but that's not the reason I wanted to speak to you both. I know you want to get out and see the world, Cecilia dear. This all still seems very alien and otherworldly, and I don't want you to feel like a bird trapped in its cage. Which is why I am sending Nico, with you at his side, as it should be, to investigate some strange goings-on at the High Hall within the Relictums." Smiling up at the Vritra Lord, Nico and I followed him into his private dining chamber, eager for the opportunity to prove myself to the High Sovereign. Chapter 343, Professor Princess. After a quick scan of my quarters, I sank into one of the plush chairs facing a small table and let out a sigh. Holding a civil conversation with strangers had become increasingly more exhausting, more so because of how much I had to watch my tongue. Pulling myself out of my daze, two items caught my half-lidded eye, both resting at the center of the small game board with a note. "This must be the token that activates the Ascension portal," I muttered, fiddling with the jade runestone while reading the note. The second item was an open ring crafted of ebony, taking the shape of an intricate snake that adjusted its size around my finger to fit better. My gaze settled on the pale ring wrapped around my middle finger, letting the fact that I had officially become a professor of the very continent I was at war against sink in. New episodes will be published on Light, Nov, LPU Be Calm. Turning my attention back to the table in front of me, I read the small brass plaque that read, "Sovereign's quarrel pieces in the red and gray of named blood Hercross. It is often the sharper mind that wins the war, not the sharper blade." A gift to Central Academy by Lord Leander, unlike the crudely made pieces Kara and I had played with, positioned on the marbled hexagonal board were exquisitely carved representations of strikers, casters, and shields in deep red stone on one side and thundercloud gray on the other. "Fancy," Regis said, sniffing around the board and knocking several of the pieces over. Pushing his head away, I reset the pieces and stood up from the table. Next, I turned my attention to the projection device. The oval crystal, which was slightly rough as if it had been hand-carved from a larger piece, was mounted to the wall with metal brackets. "On," I commanded, unable to find any controls near the device. No response. "Activate," I said hesitantly while waving my hand in front of the oval crystal to see if it reacted to physical gestures. Regis let out a snicker, causing me to turn toward him, one eyebrow raised. "You just give it a little pulse of mana to turn on. It turns off again when the mana crystal embedded inside is either out of mana or you draw all the mana back out." "Oh," I said, realizing my mistake. It was such a stupid little thing, but if someone else watched me stumble around like this, it would be immediately obvious I wasn't an Alacrian. "You know," Regis said with the air of someone about to state something very obvious, "the whole no mana thing seems like a bigger deal now that we're in civilization. You're going to need to be more careful." If only I had someone, a companion of some sort, who had more detailed knowledge of Alacrian technology and customs, I said sarcastically. Someone who could help me by pointing out potential missteps before I made them. Regis stopped sniffing around and gave me an affronted look. "What do I look like, a mind reader? We can literally read each other's minds, Regis," I said, pushing past the huge shadow wolf before throwing myself onto the couch. "Then you must know that I'm bored," Regis said, taking a seat in front of the couch and staring at me with his dark eyes, his fiery tail thumping softly on the floor. I let my eyes close. "We've only been here 10 minutes. 10 very long, very boring minutes," the wolf countered, moving to rest his chin on the edge of the couch next to my head. "Let's at least go look around where there are cute girls I can gawk at," I groaned. "The girls here are all teenagers, Regis, don't be disgusting. And I'm barely a few months old and not even the same species. So what? Besides, there are probably some good-looking professors for you, old man. Fine, I sighed, giving into his relentless badgering and rolling to my feet. Fresh air could be good for me. I should figure out where my office is anyway. My teaching supplies are supposed to be there. I stopped at the door. But you'll have to sightsee from inside me. But my companion spluttered. Regis. You stand out even worse than I do. The shadow wolf huffed in annoyance but did what I asked. I shook my head as I felt his ethereal form meld into me, drifting around near my ether core. Let me know if you sense I'm about to do something that will draw attention, I told him. Aye, Professor Princess. It was a short walk across campus to the building where I would be teaching, a grand structure that reminded me of the universities of my previous life. The building was largely empty since classes hadn't started yet, and I wandered the spacious halls in peace until I found the right room. The single door opened into a half-circle-shaped space, like a small arena with a dueling ring on the floor level. It was smaller than I'd expected, with seating for no more than 30 or so students. As I took the first shallow step down the stairs, lighting artifacts along the outside wall and ceiling lit up automatically, filling the space with cool light. Something caught my eye and I stopped to bend down over one of the seats, which had a rune engraved into it. Am I reading that right? I muttered. Yup, pretty sure you are, Regis confirmed for me. The rune, when activated, would send a jolt of pain up the spine of whoever happened to be sitting on it. Barbaric. Welcome to the Alacrian school system, my companion shot back. Following the stairs down to the dueling ring, I walked around it to the far side where there was a metal panel with a series of knobs and levers on it. Curious, I flicked one, and a shimmering, transparent shield vibrated into place around the platform. This was no different from the training rings at Xyrus, but the rest of the controls were more interesting. I discovered that, with the flip of a switch, I could activate a force dampener that would dull all impacts within the bounds of the combat platform, and there was a dial that let me control even the force of gravity, making it heavier or lighter to challenge the students. Although I was no more eager to be teaching potential enemy combatants than when Alaric first explained his harebrained scheme, I had to admit the Alacrians had some fancy toys. Another door opened into the wall just behind the dueling ring. Using the jade runestone, I unlocked it and entered a small office with a desk, 3 chairs, a couple of shelves, and a large trunk with runes etched into the metal. A stack of scrolls, parchment, and books was already waiting for me on the desk. Withdrawing the 2 scrolls I'd received from Alaric's contact, I set them on the desk, deciding to dig into the more detailed aspects of the class later. The runestone also unlocked the trunk, which provided storage for more sensitive items. Currently, it was full of training gear for the class. I recognized vests that would allow detailed analysis of mana flow, physical force, acceleration, and probably a dozen other metrics. It was similar to the training gear Emily had invented to test my abilities back in the castle, but obviously much more advanced. You can find the rest of this content on the Light, Nov, LPU, BCom platform. If Gideon and Emily could get their hands on some of this Alacrian technology, I closed the lid, which locked again automatically, and gazed around the small office, unable to keep the frown off my face. Boring room check. Boring office check. Can we police do something more interesting? Regis begged, giving the mental equivalent of puppy dog eyes. I brushed my fingers past the cover of a book on my desk. Sure. This isn't exactly what I had in mind, Regis said when we stepped into the Central Academy library. A plaque next to the entryway offered thanks to Highblood Aphelion for donating this library building, which had been built several decades ago. Did you think we'd be creating havoc with a scantily clad girl on each arm or something? I retorted. The short entry hall was decorated with paintings of previous academy directors and ended with a large portrait of a stern man with short gray hair and thunderous brows creased into a furrow. According to the brass plaque on the wall beneath it, this man, Augustine of Highblood Ramsir, was the current director of the academy. That guy looks like he'd be a blast to have at a party, Regis noted sarcastically as we moved past it. Regardless of his personality, Director Ramsir would be someone I would have to watch out for. As we passed from the entry hall into the foyer, an older woman looked up from a stack of books and frowned. She tidied the stack momentarily before beelining toward us. I'm sorry, young man, the library isn't yet open to students, she announced in a voice that sounded much younger than her appearance. What about professors? I asked levelly, holding up my hand to display the ebony ring. Oh, my apologies, she said, looking me briefly up and down before waving me in. You all get younger and younger every year, I swear. Spinning around, she quickly made her way to a large round island in the center of the foyer. Smart young man, though, coming to the library first thing. What class will you be teaching? She asked as she began fiddling with a strange device next to her desk. Melee enhancement tactics, I answered, following the librarian to the circular desk that wrapped around her. She winced and gave me a sympathetic look. This melted away into a teasing smile as she said, "Maybe I'll have to take back what I said about your intelligence. I'd assumed you were here to brush up on course material before classes started, but..." I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk, and watched her manipulate the device. "Is the class really that bad?" "Oh well." She started hesitantly. "It's just that teaching high-blood mages how to punch and kick things has never been exactly a highly respected position among the students." "I see. How long did the last professor last?" I asked, my employment at the academy suddenly making more sense. "2 sessions," the librarian admitted, frowning back at me. "Then the class was cancelled for the rest of the season." I couldn't help but laugh at that, earning a raised brow from the librarian. "To be honest, I was feeling a little nervous about this whole teaching thing, but you've put my mind at ease." This caused her raised brow to crawl all the way up to hide behind her bangs. "The students scaring off the last teacher after 2 days made you feel better." She blinked several times before adding under her breath, "I take it all back, you're obviously mad." Grinning, I drummed my fingers across the desktop. "It just helps ease my mind is all." To Regis I added, "because it sounds like I won't actually have to teach these kids anything." Shaking her head, the librarian turned back to her strange device, which was made up of a smaller version of the display crystal in my room set on top of an iron pedestal, and touched the screen. By the way it lit up, I assumed she had imbued mana into it. "Melee enhancement tactics," she said, apparently to the device. The projection crystal displayed a handful of books, including what appeared to be a location within the library. "Impressive," I muttered, scanning through the titles. "And that works for any topic." "Topic, author, or title," she said proudly, patting the machine like it were an obedient pet. "Want to give it a go?" Feeling my lips form a thoughtful frown as I looked at the screen, I said, "The Ancient Mages," thinking that asking about relics might cause some suspicion. The display shifted, the list changing to show a large number of books about the Ancient Mages, the Relictums, and a number of other related topics. I memorized the locations of a couple at random. "Is it okay if I look around?" I said. "Of course, Professor." "Gray," I answered politely. "Dahlia," the librarian responded. "There are more of these consoles around. If the screen is off, just give it a poke with a little mana." "Thanks again, Dahlia," I said with a nod before walking deeper into the library. All around the foyer, shelf after shelf of books spread out to fill the huge building, which extended 2 additional levels above. Dozens of reading nooks were arrayed around the outer edge of the library, giving students a place to hide away to study. "Or other, less academic things," Regis pointed out. The Central Academy Library wasn't as large or grandiose as the City Library, but it must have contained tens of thousands of books and scrolls. I read titles at random as I strolled between the high shelves, curious about what the Alacrians would consider important. Follow new episodes on the Light, Nov, LPU, BCom platform. One row contained at least 200 separate books about Alacrian runes from marks to regalias. Another held high-blood biographies, each of which appeared to be competing against its neighbors to be the thickest or have the most ornate cover. I found an entire section for poetry extolling the virtues of Agrona and the sovereigns. Eventually, I found the row I was looking for and plucked a heavy, leather-bound volume that sounded interesting off the shelf. It claimed to be a thorough examination of Alacrian adaptation of the Ancient Mages' technology throughout the ages. "Please tell me we're not going to skulk around this library reading all day. At least take me back to the boring room so I can get out of you," Regis moaned. Ignoring my companion, I opened the tome and began to flip through pages when a soft, nervous voice said, "You'd be better off with the response by Crenalman." Turning, I saw a mousy young man staring at me from under his thick glasses. The boy's gaze fell to my hand as he scratched at his muddy brown hair, his eyes widening after spotting my ring. Sorry sir, never mind." He spun on his heels and quickly marched away. "Hold on," I called out, causing the boy to nearly stumble before he turned back to me. "Are you supposed to be here?" I asked, more out of surprise than any authoritarian desire to make sure he wasn't trespassing in the library without permission. Sorry sir, I've been here for a couple of weeks and have special." I waved him to silence. "It doesn't matter, what were you saying about this?" He glanced fearfully between me and the book before replying quietly, "It's just that." "Well, there isn't much information in that one. It's all theoretical and spends too much time thanking the sovereigns for..." The boy's mouth snapped shut as his eyes went wide. "There isn't anything wrong with, I just meant that, I tried to keep from smiling as I watched the boy flounder. When he finally trailed off into silence, I raised a hand. "It's okay, I know what you mean, so you suggest something better?" Tentatively, like someone walking out onto thin ice, he said, "Yeah. There is a response piece by Crenalman that directly addresses the problems with that one. It should be..." He took a few steps into the row, scanning the shelves quickly. "Here." The boy slid a slightly thinner book from the shelf and handed it to me with a shy smile. "You seem to know your way around this place. I'm new here and honestly not very well read. Might I ask for some recommendations?" I paused, thinking for a moment. Did I dare reveal my primary interest to this young student? It seemed safer to enlist help from a nervous student than the librarian, so I decided to risk it. My primary interest is in relics. The boy's eyes lit up and his demeanor quickly transformed. He hastily shoved the book by Krenalman back, then did the same with the one in my hands. I've read all about relics. Histories, catalogs, theoretical treatises, but this library has hundreds of books on them, most of which I'd never even heard of until I got to the academy. He waved for me to follow, then practically ran through the labyrinth of shelves, leading me up a stair tucked away near the back of the library, then winding through several more rows. Near the center of the second level, overlooking the foyer, there was a small section dedicated to relic-related books. He grabbed 3 and held them out to me. "Start with these," he said proudly, then quickly added, "if you haven't read them already." Accepting the proffered collection, I looked at each in turn. A history of relic retrieval and the evolution of the laws surrounding it, an exploration of relic powers and how they were, and a catalog of dead relics discovered over the last 100 years, including an entire section of the reliquary of Central Academy. The boy watched my face carefully, and what he found in my expression must have prompted him to explain his choices. I know relic law doesn't sound interesting, but the author does a great job making the material accessible. It's the best of its kind, I promise, and really helpful to understand the little ins and outs. There are all kinds of ways ascenders can get in trouble if they don't understand the law. Holding the books under my arm, I gave the boy a thoughtful look. "Is learning more about the relictums why you want to be an ascender?" Perhaps I said something too invasive because his face, already pale, seemed to drain of color. No." He stopped and took a deep breath. "I don't really want to be an ascender, sir, or a soldier," he added guiltily, "but I always wanted to be a mage and my sister." He cut himself off, giving a little shake of his head. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to bore you with this, just thanks for asking for my help." "No problem, thanks for the recommendations." I paused, waiting for the boy to provide his name. "Seth, sir," he provided after a moment's hesitation. "Thanks for the recommendations, Seth." With an awkward smile and a wave, he turned and disappeared back into the sprawling library. "Seems like an all-right sort of kid," Regis said. I only shrugged as I rearranged the books in my arm and headed back to the front desk to check out. Chapter 344. Eyes locked. The afternoon sun warmed my back, its bright rays reflecting off the yellowed pages of the book I was reading. From my secluded corner of the campus cafe, which was located near the administration building, the din of students and faculty conversing over drinks and dessert made for a pleasant change of pace from my room. And while this was a bit more socially active than I would have preferred, it still beat having to listen to Regis complain about being bored. "Here you go, Professor." A young waitress in her mid-teens slid a small plate of food and a mug of tea onto my table. "I didn't order the food," I said as I picked up the mug and blew steam across the surface of the hot tea. "On the house," she said, bouncing on her toes as she vanished back into the kitchen. From my head, Regis let out a groan. "Your looks are wasted on you. If I were you, I thought we agreed you wouldn't bother me if I came here," I replied as my gaze swept through the cafe. The academy was already much busier than it had been only 2 days ago. Students were arriving regularly, some with their family and attendants, while more of the faculty began appearing throughout the halls. Sipping the fermented nettle tea, I continued to flip through the pages of my book, passing over several sections until I found the one I was looking for, then began to scan through the information. I had already glanced through the law book and the treatise on relic powers, but neither contained what I was looking for. Fortunately, the third book I'd borrowed from the library was a bit more interesting. A catalog of relics brought back from the relictums. I'd already known that Agrona himself kept any relics that were functional, but I was surprised by how much the Alacrians knew about the dead relics they recovered. Through a combination of interviews with the discovering ascenders and the work of dedicated instillers who specialized in relics, all of whom operated out of Tigran Selim, Agrona's fortress, most dead relics were identified, including the powers they once contained. Not all dead relics were thoroughly understood, but with the relictums at their disposal, the Alacrians had made much more progress in their study of the ancient magical technology than the Dicathians or even the Usuras of Ephiatis. Although the book contained details regarding well over 100 dead relics, I was most concerned with a specific group, those housed within the reliquary at Central Academy. Throughout the centuries, they had managed to procure 11, and I read each one's description carefully. Safe to say, however, I was mildly disappointed. It was my own fault. The knowledge that I, and only I as far as I knew, could revive and use any Jinn relic had encouraged all kinds of fantasies. Reading through the descriptions, though, I was reminded that the Jinn were peaceful people. Not that the relics were useless necessarily, but I wasn't looking for tools and trinkets. I wanted a weapon. "Thank you for acknowledging that I am neither a weapon nor your possession," Regis commented with a snort. But this stuff isn't all bad, you know. What about these binding chains? Just think about someone activate them and wham. The chains wrap your target up and then follow you around. I can think of several uses for those. According to the author, the relic labeled the binding chains had other functions as well, including mana and ether suppressing abilities, preventing speech, and even putting the affected person or creature into a paralyzed stupor if necessary. While the idea of dragging a Grona across Alacria bound, gagged, and powerless, so his people could witness his end held a dark appeal, I had my doubts about how powerful any single dead relic might be. I don't know how much I trust the author's deductions here, I pointed out. Like right here, it says, while the imbuers weren't able to confirm this theory, it is possible that the binding chains can search out a target anywhere on the continent. It's just fluff. What about this one then? Regis sent, focusing on a drawing of a gladiator-style net. Labeled the mana net, the relic could catch mana out of the air like a fishing net caught fish. The author theorized that it was a defensive device meant to absorb incoming spells. It certainly seemed useful, especially since I could no longer use the spell cancellation ability I had developed utilizing Realmheart and my quadrielemental abilities. But how effective would it be against scythes or even Usuras? If not, would it help me find the remaining ruins within the relictums? Maybe the real question is, why aren't we just going to take everything? I knew Regis was only asking because that was still a question in my mind as well. Since I could use Aroa's Requiem to reactivate all of the Academy's dead relics, I could just take them and worry about how helpful they would be later. But I couldn't imagine a scenario that would allow me to steal the priceless collection and maintain my cover at the Academy or even stay in Alacria. Then, of course, there was the other question that constantly nagged at me. How long am I going to keep this up? Closing the book, I absent-mindedly popped a bright red berry into my mouth. The rich sweetness of it was a pleasant surprise. I'd gotten out of the habit of eating regular meals since Etha kept my body alive without it, but I realized that I missed the tastes and textures of food. I ate a couple more berries, chewing slowly to relish the flavor. There was something so normal about sitting at the small cafe enjoying a meal in the fresh air. I couldn't remember the last time I'd taken a moment for myself like this. Leaning back in my chair, I took a deep breath of the bittersweet herbal aroma from my tea and forced away my thoughts. Getting pretty comfortable, aren't we? Regis asked teasingly. Hopefully you don't get too used to this lifestyle. You don't need to remind me why we're here or what's at stake, I pointed out, setting my cup down. With the books under one arm, I stood and left the cafe patio. Reading about the dead relics was one thing, but it seemed like a good time to see them for myself. The campus was bustling with activity, but the atmosphere had changed from when I first arrived. Instead of milling around and chatting, the students I saw were all focused on preparing for classes. Most were either sparring or exercising, but there were also quite a few students reading quietly in the fresh air. Quick footsteps from behind made me spin around. The look on my face must have been hard because the approaching young man stopped short, his jaw working silently as he struggled for something to say. Forcing my expression into something more placid, I nodded to the young man. It was the clerk who had originally given me the tour of campus and showed me my rooms. I realized I'd never gotten his name. Professor Gray, he mumbled finally. Sorry if I interrupted, It's fine, I said, waving his apology away. Resting Professor Face, what did you need? The small joke got a chuckle out of the clerk, and he settled in beside me as we began walking again. Oh, nothing really. I'm off duty this morning, but I saw you wandering and thought I'd check in and see if you needed anything. I know the academy can be a little hard to navigate when you first get here. No, thank you. I was just going to visit the reliquary after I dropped these books off at the library, I answered, dismissing the young man. The chapel is such a fascinating building. And those dead relics. Did you know that Central Academy officially has the largest collection of any school in Alacria? Director Ramsir himself has overseen many of the acquisitions. His eyes wandered enthusiastically until he caught sight of another professor being followed by a group of students. For more, visit Lightno Velpubc O, and that over there is Professor Graham. He's one of the Academy's top researchers, he said in a nervous whisper. My guide went silent as his face turned down into a thoughtful frown. Speaking quietly, he added, he's also a bit, harsh. My gaze followed the students to a man in silky black dress robes. Azure lines ran down the sleeves to the cuffs and from his neckline to trace the opening along his spine. He had 6 runic tattoos on his exposed back. A group of students trailed along behind him, listening intently as he talked. A familiar head of orange hair that faded to yellow near the tip stood out among the others. The professor said something I couldn't hear, causing Briar to laugh and toss her hair. I didn't think Briar was physically capable of laughing, Regis deadpanned. Maybe she's been possessed. As if he sensed our attention, the professor stopped and turned. He had burnished brown hair that hung in loose curls down to his shoulders and a youthful, cleanly shaved face. Bright, intelligent jade eyes took me in at a glance, and his lips quirked up into a half-smile. "Students," he announced, lifting both arms to gesture toward me. "It seems we have the good luck to be introduced to Central Academy's newest faculty member. Will any of you be taking melee enhancement tactics this season?" The professor glanced around his group. A round of snickers went through the young men and women, most of whom were shaking their heads in denial. Briar was looking at her feet instead of me and winced as another girl elbowed her and whispered something in her ear. "No, I suppose you wouldn't be, would you?" He flashed the group a knowing smile. "There are of course more important topics of study for such accomplished students than learning to punch each other like drunken unads." My guide fidgeted nervously beside me. "When I said harsh, what you meant was sandpaper a swipe harsh," Regis finished for the young clerk. "I do hope that you're better fit for the duty of teaching than the last professor who taught that class." He gave me a simpering smile. "It's such an embarrassment to the academy when we employ such useless mages." Keeping my face blank, I said, "Pleasure to meet you," and began to walk away, but the man moved swiftly to cut me off. I paused and met his eyes expectantly. "There is a certain hierarchy among both faculty and students here," he informed me. "It is best to figure it out quickly or you'll fare no better than your predecessor." "I'll pretend to keep that in mind," I said politely, eliciting a few bug-eyed looks from the students. With a nod, I stepped around the stunned professor and walked away, ignoring his near-tangible gaze on my back. "At least you can't be racist about his behavior," Regis thought. I held back a smirk, thinking back to the professor I beat on my first day of school in Xyrus. Whether it's here or Dicathen or even Earth, there are always going to be those sorts of people. "Sorry about him, sir," the clerk said, reminding me that he was still there. "Did you personally transform him from a normal person into a mule's ass?" I asked, not looking at the young man. No, then why be sorry?" I said firmly. Stopping, I took another look at him. He was tall with dirty blonde hair and an easy smile. His uniform was a little wrinkled, and he had messy hair sticking out at odd angles from his head. "What was your name?" "Oh geez, so rude of me. Tristan, sir, of Blood Severin. We're from Saizclar Small Blood. I'm only here because I got lucky enough to—" "Tristan," I interrupted before he could get lost in a self-deprecating spiel. The boy's mouth snapped shut. "I appreciate your company, but I can find the library on my own." Dipping into a bow, he flashed me a wide grin but said nothing else as he spun on his heel and walked quickly away. "A bit of a teacher's pet, but he seems like a useful one to keep around," Regis commented as Tristan left. "Technically, you'd be the teacher's pet," I replied with just a flicker of a smile. "If you're still thinking of a way to get all of those girls off of you, just keep telling jokes like that," Regis retorted. Dahlia, the old librarian, wasn't on duty when we arrived in the library, so I dropped the books unceremoniously at the front desk with one of her many assistants. Before leaving for the reliquary, there was one more topic of research I knew I couldn't keep running away from. Since I couldn't activate the catalog system, I began to wander the library at random in search of the right section. "Why do you need to read books when you have me?" Regis asked, understanding my intent. "New episodes will be published on Light Nov LPU be calm. No offense, but you haven't been particularly timely or reliable with your cultural knowledge," I thought as we walked through the epic poetry section. "Offense taken," Regis huffed. "I've been lucky to find people eager to be helpful, like Mela and Lorne in Marin Town, and later Alaric and Darren. At the academy, though, I was surrounded by Alacrians who would be paying closer attention to me, and it was suddenly much more important to have some basic knowledge of Alacrian terms and customs. To that end, I was searching for a book or two that might help give me context to the simple daily normalities of Alacrian life that I wasn't familiar with. As I passed the folktales section, I heard the heavy thump of a fist impacting flesh and a gasp of pain. "Hey, that sounded pretty interesting," Regis perked. "It also sounded like it wasn't our business," I countered indifferently. Beyond the rows of Alacrian folktales, I found a section labeled Customs and Traditions. The shelves were full of bound books detailing the differing customs of Alacria's 5 dominions. Some looked at the topic from a more historical view, exploring how these traditions came to be, while others functioned more like guides for travelers or the nobility. A low, threatening voice reverberated through the shelves from a nearby section, distracting me from my search. "Stop pretending you're one of us. Just 'cause your family all got wiped out in the war doesn't make you a real highblood." "I never said I oof." I paused after hearing the familiar voice before he was cut off by another blow. "Don't speak without permission in the presence of your betters." Letting out a sigh, I moved slowly and rounded the corner. Regis let out a snicker. "What happened to minding our own business? Shut up." Moving along the lengthy bookshelf, I found a gap that opened into a secluded corner. 4 boys had crammed into the shrouded nook. They all wore the black and azure uniforms of Central Academy, but the disparity between them was clear. 2 of them had Seth, the scrawny kid who had helped me pick out my books, pinned up against the wall. One was very tall and on the thinner side, giving him a stretched appearance. Braided locks of red, black, and blonde hair hung from his head. The other was shorter, but with broad, bearish shoulders and a mop of wild red hair. The last young man, whose skin was dark ebony and his hair a darker black, stood back a few feet, his arms crossed. He was more classically highborn in appearance than the others, and he wore his nobility openly in the set of his shoulders, his stance, and the careful passivity of his face, his nose upturned slightly, lips parted in a practiced smile. "A homeless orphan like you has no place here," grunted the heavy-set boy. "Go home," wheezed the other, wrapping his hand around the back of Seth's neck. "Oh, wait." The broad boy twisted Seth's arm, causing him to let out a pitiful moan. "You don't have a home, do you?" asked the thin student as he shoved Seth's head back into the wall. Stepping into the aisle, I wordlessly passed the dark-haired student and approached the other three. "Excuse me," he asked incredulously as I stepped between him and his friends. The thinner student looked me up and down, his hand still pinning Seth's head to the wall. "Need something?" Stepping up next to him, I raised a hand. He flinched back, then scowled as I reached past him to pluck a book off the nearest shelf. As I flipped it open to read the title, I made sure my spiraling ring was plainly visible. Letting go of Seth's arm, the large boy stuck out his chest and took a step toward me. I looked up from the book and waited. His attempt at a threatening glower twitched. His friend glanced past me to the third boy, grimacing. I let my brows crease into the smallest frown. The large boy deflated, stepping back again. "You must be the new combat professor," the black-haired boy said from behind me. "For the no-magic class." When I glanced at him over my shoulder, he nodded slightly in a bow that would have been considered disrespectful in any formal setting. "Professor Gray," his thin lips turned up in an amused smile. "Show the professor some respect, gentlemen. We'll be seeing him often after all." "My bad," the large student grunted. His companion flashed me a jovial smile as he straightened Seth's uniform for him, causing Seth to flinch back. "Sorry, Professor." Both boys skirted around me as best they could as they followed their ringleader out of the alcove. "Thanks," Seth said as he unfolded out of his defensive posture. I scanned the bookshelf absent-mindedly, not actually taking notice of any of the book titles. Liking to read is fine, but you should probably learn how to defend yourself if you plan on staying at this academy. He was silent as I walked away, letting my words hang in the air. With a couple new books in hand, I left the library several minutes later and headed for the reliquary. I was surprised to find a couple dozen students gathered around the chapel, the building Tristan had gloated about earlier, watching a procession of mages march out of the portal. Two by two, the armed and armored mages formed a barrier leading from the portal arch to the dark stone steps of the chapel. When an unfamiliar horned figure stepped out of the portal, my blood turned to ice in my veins. The Vritra-blooded man was colossal. He stood well over 7 feet tall and had the physique of a titan. His horns jutted from the sides of his shaved head and curved to point forward like a bull's. "Dragoth," Regis whispered in my mind. "A scythe?" Throughout the entire war, I had thought that word with fear and anticipation. The entire Dicathen army trembled at the mention of the title, terrified of the day one would appear on the battlefield and show us what they could really do as elite Alacrian generals. You can find the rest of this content on the Light, Nov, LPU, BCom platform. This fear had only been amplified when the scythes had finally made an appearance. I had watched Saris Vritra tear the mana-infused horn from Udo's head as effortlessly as a child pulling the wings off a butterfly. I had witnessed the aftermath of Cadal's destruction at the castle, where he overpowered a lance and the commander of Dicathen's armies without breaking a sweat. Even at the peak of my strength, I had nearly killed myself to fight to a stalemate against Nico and Cadal, and I would have had it not been for Sylvie. These thoughts passed through my mind between one heartbeat and the next, and I realized something. It wasn't fear that I was feeling, it was anger. As one, the body of students took a knee, and suddenly I was exposed to the scythe. Dragoth's wide head swiveled around until his blood-red eyes locked on mine. He frowned, halting for a moment, and I felt as if he was looking through my eyes and into my mind, seeing my hostility as plainly as if I'd pointed a sword at his heart. "Art, your intent, he can feel it." Regis sounded panicked but distant, and I realized with a start that I had inadvertently suffused my entire body with ether. Blinking, I withdrew my intent, which had only just leaked out and was still shrouded under the scythe's own oppressive aura, and the crowd of students stood, once again obscuring me in the throng. "Scythe Dragoth Vritra," a deep voice announced from the doors of the gloomy chapel. "It is with great honor that we receive you." The speaker looked just like his portrait, short gray hair that contrasted sharply against his ebony skin, and a permanently stern expression on his face that didn't break apart even in the face of a scythe. Relief mingled with regret as Dragoth turned away from me to face the director. "Augustine," he answered in a warm baritone. He ran a hand through his thick beard. "I've brought the relic as agreed. In person, as Cadal required." Clenching my fists, I forced the anger down and took an iron grip on my intent. As I looked at the scythe's black horns, though, the image of Cadal's demonic form standing over the dying Sylvia flashed in my mind. Then Aaliyah, her eyes gone, her limbs nothing but blood stumps, then booned on his back in the rubble, burning from the inside out. Dragoth had said something to the crowd, but I missed it. The Scythe and the director were walking toward the entrance to the chapel as his guards formed a line across the base of the stairs. Chatter broke out amongst the crowd all around me, but I could only stare at the Scythe. He was right there. I could kill him now. I could deprive Agrona of one of his most powerful soldiers. I could, listening to me, Regis's voice was suddenly shouting in my head. We can't just, I know, I thought, pushing back my emotions and turning away. Now isn't the time. Chapter 345, Socialite. Setting down the scroll detailing the lessons I was expected to teach, I sighed and leaned back in my chair. I was forcefully reminded of the military academy I had attended in my previous life, and not in a good way. The warrior in me, the man who had been a master swordsman, a king, a lance, looked at these drills, which focused on mastering repeated movements and perfecting the minutiae of stance and the placement of hands and feet, and saw the kind of iron-fisted control over training that defeated creativity in battle. This part of me knew I could do better than grinding students on form. But then there was another part, too, the brother, friend, and son. I was a Dicathen, displaced and surrounded by enemies, being asked to train soldiers that may one day use these abilities against the people I loved most, just to keep myself safe. Although it had only been 2 days, it had grown increasingly difficult to focus as that part of me kept asking the same question. What is the point? I asked myself for the 10th time since the Scythe Dragoth had appeared at Central Academy. That anger had clung to me since then, coloring every interaction, poisoning every thought. I wanted to be doing something more than just going over papers behind a desk. All of Alaric and Darren's arguments felt so far away now that I was here, sitting in an office in Central Academy, preparing to teach. Had there really not been a better way for me to escape from the political knot I'd been tied up in, trapped between the hostility of the Granbills and the manipulation of the Denoirs? For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Is all of this even worth it? Is all of what worth it? Regis cut in from where he lay in the corner. The political protection, the free, no questions asked access in and out of the relictums. Or maybe the trove of dead relics and textbooks we have access to. I closed my eyes. You know what I mean. Just admit that you're scared you're going to see these Alacrians as real people instead of devils incarnate, he said with a smirk. I imagine humanizing your enemies can't be easy on your already messed up moral compass. Prying an eye open, I threw a scroll at the big roll of fur and fire. Just as it should have bounced off him, his body flared with purple flames engulfing the projectile. Regis's smirk merely widened as his tail wagged annoyingly. I hope that wasn't anything you needed. I opened my mouth to retort, but a soft knock at the door interrupted me. Do you want me to go back in? Regis asked. I shook my head. At this point it should be fine. What is it? I said aloud, the words coming out more bluntly than I intended. The office door swung inward and a woman stepped in, her floating waves of blonde hair trailing after her slightly as if she were surrounded by a gentle breeze. Gray, I hope you don't mind my stopping by. I acknowledged her with a terse nod. I'm sorry, I'm a little busy. Oh, do you need help preparing for class? I'm sure you have so much on your plate. She bounced across the room and leaned one hip against my desk to look down at the materials spread out in front of me. This is the 3rd season I've taught both my classes, so I'm all set myself. I'd be happy to spend some time with you helping you, I mean. Frowning, I considered how best to get rid of the woman without burning a bridge, but Regis shuffled, his flames flaring, and Abby squealed and retreated back across the small office. What is that? She exclaimed, her amber eyes wide with fright. My summons, I answered nonchalantly. Wow, a summons? Abby asked breathlessly, her cheeks flushed from fright. I've never seen one quite like this before. Taking a few tentative steps away from Regis, who was having a difficult time maintaining a serious face, she hiked herself up onto my desk, one leg crossed over the other. That's really impressive. Do you mind if I ask, though? Her lips quirked up into a teasing smile. Having your summons out, do you feel in danger or something? Regis waggled his brows as he watched Abby lean in closer toward me, obviously enjoying my discomfort. I was tempted to call him back with the verbal cue that Regis and I had agreed on beforehand for cases like this, but my companion shook his head now that Abby wasn't looking at him. I like the view from here if you don't mind, he said with a satisfied smile, and watching you squirm makes it even better. I shook my head, locking my gaze with Abby's and returning a soft smile. Perhaps I just wanted to impress a fellow colleague. Oh, the blonde-haired professor's eyes widened, taken aback. Regis's eyes did the same. After a brief pause, I gave her a wink. I only jest, Miss Redcliffe. Though I'm sure you're well accustomed to shrugging off leering suitors. You're too much, she said with a giggle, her ears burning bright as she looked away. And please call me Abby. Very well. I stood up and walked around my desk, leaning against it next to her. I held out my hand and waited for her to take it. Her fingers barely touched my own as she returned my gesture. It's a pleasure to see you again, Abby. The pleasure is mine, she replied with a light squeeze of my hand. Pulling away, I took a peek at my companion, whose jaw was slack, before turning my attention back to my guest. I hope I'm not sitting too close. Talking to you from behind my desk makes it feel like I'm talking to my students. No, I prefer this as well. I mean, I'm not a student after all, she said, shaking her head. Good, I'm glad, I chuckled happily before letting my grin fall, though we may have to keep our conversation short today. Abby kept her expression impartial, but her shoulders slumped at my words. Oh. I take it you've made plans for the rest of your day. I plan to enjoy a lovely date with these piles of papers over here, I said with a tired smile. Like I said before, I'd be happy to help you prepare for your class, Gray, she said. It's not really about my class per se. I scratched my cheek while looking away, feigning shame. Never mind, it's a bit embarrassing for me to say aloud. What is it? Abby's amber eyes twinkled in curiosity as she leaned closer to me. I promise I won't tell, I let out a sigh. Well, I'm from a rather detached area of Saysclar, so I'm terribly uninformed about much of what everyone here would consider common knowledge. Abby's face brightened in realization. Oh, you couldn't have told anyone better. I raised a brow, shooting her a timid upward glance. What do you mean? My colleague gave me a mischievous grin. You see, I've known most of the other professors here long before I took a teaching post myself, and a lot of us like to talk. I leaned closer to Abby, just enough to let our shoulders touch. Really now? She glanced at our shoulders before looking back up. And a common gossip topic we all share is about the students here, especially which highbloods we have to watch out for. I'm jealous. I let out a meek chuckle. I really want to make a home out of this place and fit in, but asking for you to share so much with me would only be a burden on you. It wouldn't be a burden at all. She lit up like Xyrus during the Aurora constellate. Oh, where do I even begin? I let my hand rest gently on her arm for a moment as I gave Abby a wistful smile. You're a lifesaver, Abby. That was really helpful. Beaming, she slid from my desk and bent into a curtsy, holding her white battle robes out like the hem of a dress. At your service, Professor Gray, please. Those honey-tinted eyes held mine with fierce attentiveness. Don't hesitate to call on me again, okay? Maybe for drinks next time. I walked after her, leading her toward my door with a light touch at the small of her back and a smile to accompany it. Let me walk you out. Quite the gentleman for someone so socially disinclined, or so you put it, the caster said with a shy smile before stepping out of my office. As soon as I closed the door behind Abby and her hair, which billowed in a wind she was obviously conjuring around herself, my shoulders slumped and a breath escaped my lungs. The lingering anger had finally burned itself out, but I was left feeling cold and detached. Turning around, I was faced with a dumbstruck Regis, his uncomprehending eyes staring at me. What? I snapped. Who are you and what have you done with my antisocial, charming as a grumpy log owner? He asked with a mixture of suspicion and admiration leaking into my head. Just because I choose to be reserved doesn't mean I can't be charming when need be, I argued, sinking back into my chair. Regis followed me to my seat and put his muzzle on my desk. Aren't you worried that Miss Looselip over there will tell other professors all about her conversation with you? I'm counting on it, I answered wearily, leaning my head back. My fake background will be a lot more believable if it comes from someone else's mouth. Should I be scared of your uncanny proficiency in the art of seduction? You make it seem like I just sold myself to her or something, I scoffed. And the way you avoided her last question by putting your hand on her back. Did you learn that from a textbook or something? Because I'd like to read that as well, he said, shaking his head. I ignored my companion as I kicked one foot up on the desk, resting the heel of my boot in the middle of the stack of parchment. Shouldn't you be working on all that anyway? Regis pointed out. Yes, assuming I had any interest in actually teaching these kids. Standing up again, I left the office. Come on, let's make some use out of this training facility before school starts. Regis tottered after me. Ooh, a battle for the gravity-defying hottie. Get your head out of the gutter, she's not an object, I shot back. And besides, I thought you had a thing for Kara. Why do I need to only like one? Regis asked seriously. I rolled my eyes as I made my way to the control panel. Just go stretch or something so you don't blame losing to a pulled ethereal groin. After fiddling with a few switches, the shielding barrier sprang to life with a low hum. Next, I turned the gravity within the ring up as high as the system would go, biting back a smirk. I'll show you an ethereal groin, Regis quipped, leaping up onto the platform and immediately stumbling under the weight of his own body. Hey, wait a damned second, I chortled as I hopped up next to him. The force of the increased gravity was oppressive, maybe 7 times normal, but nothing I couldn't handle with ether infusing my muscles and bones. What's wrong, pup? I teased, beginning to bounce on the balls of my feet as I acclimated to the change in environment. Regis let out a low growl and stalked back and forth across his end of the platform as he, too, attempted to adjust. Oh ho, you are so lucky that I'd probably cease to exist if I blasted you with destruction right now. Holding back a grin, I began to throw tentative punches and kicks in the air, feeling out the extra weight of my blows, then shifted into a set series of motions I'd learned while studying under Cordry. The minute, careful movement required to implement most of the Asuran martial skills was made significantly more difficult by the intense weight of my limbs. Regis twisted his neck with a resounding crack, and his entire body quivered with anticipation, or maybe it was the effort of standing in the increased gravity. You ready for this, princess? Focusing, I narrowed my attention on the shadow wolf, blocking out the subtle hum of the shield and the sound of students' voices that occasionally drifted in from the courtyard outside. My companion's haunches tensed, and in the next instant he was hurtling through the air like a ballista bolt, but I had already stepped to the side, the flat of my hand coming up to deflect his snapping jaws. As he flew past, my other hand snatched at one of his rear paws. The simple disturbance of his momentum, combined with the increased gravity, was enough to send him spinning so that he crashed heavily to the mat, landing on his back and tumbling painfully into the shielding. Couldn't have turned on the impact dampening, Regis huffed as he fought back to his feet. Finished already? I asked in a tone of mock disappointment. The flames around Regis's lupin body flared, painting the classroom with splashes of purple light. Once he was on his feet again, he squared up for another leap, apparently out of things to say for once. The tensing of his body was even more pronounced on his second pounce, but rather than lunging directly at me, he feinted forward only a few feet, waiting for me to step aside, then redirected his attack. I brought up my ether-clad hands, intending to catch Regis in midair, but his form shifted and became ethereal, and he vanished into my body. I spun, expecting what followed, but with my body weighted down I wasn't fast enough, and his jaws latched around my calf and pulled the leg out from under me, sending me crashing heavily to the ground. The shadow wolf's fire-wreathed head smirked down at me. 1-1 boss. Raising myself up onto one elbow, I inspected my companion thoughtfully. Utilizing your ethereal form to outmaneuver me like that was pretty clever, Regis puffed out his chest. I'm a literal weapon designed by a deity for Vritra's sake. You think Regis stopped, staring down at me with wide eyes. I returned his gaze with a wry smile, one brow lifted. For Vritra's sake? Sorry. Some of Yudo slipping through. He sat back and smirked mischievously. That part really enjoyed putting you on your ass, by the way. I heaved myself to my feet. Let's see if you can do that again. We continued to train and spar until our legs shook with the effort, and my core ached from the amount of ether it took to strengthen my body against the heightened gravity. Regis was circling me, biding his time before another attack. Although he was trying to shield his thoughts, I knew he was at the end of his physical strength for the moment. Which is why I thought he'd be caught off guard when I burst step across the dueling ring onto his back. But before his legs could collapse from the added burden, the shadow wolf vanished, drifting safely into my body while I slammed to the ground hard enough to shake the entire platform. We've got company, Regis's voice sounded from inside my head. You take care of this guy. I'm going to take a nice long nap in your ether core. Remind me to start locking that door while we're in here, I groused. Kicking up off the mat, I scanned the room and saw that a man was making his way slowly down the stairs toward me, limping slightly on each step. He looked 10 or so years older than me, but something, maybe the way he held himself, the slightly soft lines of his face, or the expression of youthful amusement he wore, told me he was younger than he looked. Once he saw me look up, he gave a little wave, which I didn't immediately return. His hand went to his auburn hair, ruffling it so that it looked even more wind-blown and mussed than it already had, but my attention was on the other hand, or the lack of it, as it ended in a stump at his elbow. Hi there, Gray, right? Yeah, I said breathlessly. Can I help you? He tilted his head curiously before giving me a polite smile. No, not particularly. My classroom is just down the hall and I wanted to stop by and introduce myself. I'm Caden of Blood Aphelion. I gave him a single nod of my head which sent a fresh wave of sweat rolling down my cheeks and nose. In my head, Regis said, even Yudo had heard of the Aphelions. Highbloods, military family. A frown flitted across his face for less than a second but was smoothed away just as quickly as he limped toward the dueling ring. You're as laconic as the rumors say, which is a welcome change around these parts. Your tone suggests a dislike of gossip, but it seems like you're rather well-inclined towards rumors yourself, I replied with a raised brow. I choose to listen rather than partake, but I will admit to the minor hypocrisy, he said with a chuckle, continuing to take careful steps down the stairs. Anyway, I managed to catch your last movement and I have to say, your speed is almost as impressive as your mana control. Even now, I can't sense even a drop of mana leaking from you. It wasn't until he stepped over the boundary of the platform that I realized. Personally, I don't spend as much time as oof. Like he'd stepped off the edge of a cliff, Caden collapsed, his injured leg giving out immediately on contact with the platform as his weight increased sevenfold. Ignoring Regis, who was roaring with laughter, I jumped down to the floor and hit the control to reset all settings. The mana shield crackled as it faded away, and the high-blood Alacrian was able to push himself up into an awkward sitting position. Vritra's horns, how were you even standing up here? He asked, gaping at me. Then he let out a surprisingly genuine laugh. Of course, the man who broke his detention chains right in front of the panel of judges attempting to execute him would train like this. Sorry, I said, although in the back of my mind I was wondering just how many people here knew about the trial. Are you all right? No harm done, he said with a grin. I've had worse. I don't doubt that, I replied, looking down at his stump of an arm. After a brief pause, Caden stifled a laugh, my brows furrowed. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. He waved his hand, still smiling. It's just that I've seen a lot of people look at what's left of my left arm, but you're the only one whose expression didn't turn into pity. Who am I to pity when that could be your medal of honor or token of sacrifice? I said simply. Caden's lightheartedness disappeared as he stared at me like I had just sprouted wings before catching himself and shaking his head while muttering, I'm really glad I brought this. Using my shirt to mop up my sweaty face, I considered the man as he sat up and kicked his legs over the edge of the dueling platform. He withdrew a bright white bundle from his dimension artifact, which appeared to be a simple golden bracelet around his remaining wrist. He held out the bundle with careful nonchalance. When I hesitated, he gave me a knowing smirk. Don't worry, I'm not in the habit of giving gifts that might harm the recipient. I pulled the gift from his loose grip. It was soft to the touch. I shook it so the bundle unfolded, revealing a brilliant white cloak with a white fur-lined hood. It was trimmed in subtly shining silver that felt metallic to the touch. A closer look revealed nearly invisible runes embroidered across the hood. Magic? I asked suspiciously. The man grinned. I thought perhaps you might appreciate a little anonymity when you travel outside the academy grounds, considering. I rubbed my fingers over the white-on-white thread forming the runes. Some kind of concealment spell, Caden nodded, his brows twitching upward. Specifically, the cloak will conceal you from the attention of others, causing their eyes to slip away from your face. Only when the hood is up and only when they don't look too closely. He cleared his throat and shuffled slightly. I hope I haven't misread the situation. Frowning, I glanced at the man who was watching me closely. I realized I'd been staring at the runes as I thought about what his gift and his words implied. This is a costly present, I said, folding the cloak back up. I held it out to him. I can't accept this. Caden's expression softened, but he didn't move to take it back. I understand why you'd think that, but it's nothing, honestly. Whether you choose to use it or throw it away, do with it what you will. After a beat of hesitation, I nodded, accepting the magical cloak. You have my thanks, I said formally, giving the other professor a small bow. Caden waved away my gesture before making a somewhat clumsy dismount from the platform. It was a pleasure meeting you, Gray. He began to limp toward the stairs, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. Everyone around here has their demons, Gray. Most people won't be able to see yours past their own. Smiling to himself, the man made his delicate way up the stairs and out of my classroom. Weird dude, Regis noted, but he brought presents though, so I'll forgive him. Most people won't see yours past their own, I echoed, taking comfort in those words. Yeah, stop being so paranoid. That's basically what I've been telling you, Regis chimed. I looked down at the refined white cloak. How many days until classes start? Yes, just yes, Regis said, reading my thoughts. And you're sure you want to go in alone? The woman asked me again. She was middle-aged with a hint of gray in her brown hair. A burn scar covered the left side of her face. There are plenty of groups looking for, I'm sure, I said with a stale smile. The clerk finally relented with a shrug as she marked something down on the scroll in front of her. Professor Gray of Central Academy, solo ascent. Your identity has been verified. All relics and accolades must be logged on your exit. May your ascent be fruitful. Stepping away from the booth, I pulled the fur-lined hood back up to hide my features and looked around. A few dozen ascenders were gathered in front of the massive ascension portal, either lined up behind me or preparing to enter. I scanned the banners showing the sigils of the many high and named bloods hanging from the white walls and stifled a laugh when I saw that someone had defaced the Grand Bull's banner. A group of young men and women, no older than their late teens, was standing nearby, and one of them attempted to catch my eye. He was holding an artifact that looked like a simple black box with a mana crystal affixed to it. Hey, sorry to bother you, he said, flashing a sheepish smile, but would you mind taking our picture? It's our first ascent without a principal. No, I said simply, walking past the surprised group and directly into the golden white light of the portal. Chapter 346. A dim spark. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the sudden dimness as I stepped out of the ascension portal. I sucked in a lungful of ether-laden air, and it felt like the first real breath I'd taken in weeks. The tension faded from my muscles, and there was a hungry jolt from my core as it reacted to the dense atmospheric ether. I was standing on a small floating island. The portal had faded, leaving behind only an empty frame overgrown with sharp purple crystals. Dozens of other floating islands hovered at the heart of what appeared to be. Regis let out an appreciative whistle. Whoa! A few strides were all it took to cross the island I was on. I gazed down into the gloom below before looking up at the roof high above. The curving walls, floor, and ceiling of this cavernous structure were made of enormous purple crystals. Similar growths dotted the many islands as well, some the size of small bushes, while others grew into huge, jagged boulders. It was like standing at the heart of an enormous, glowing geode. Regis's shadow wolf form coalesced next to me, looking down as he licked his lips. Imagine how much ether is stored in all these crystals. My eyes focused on a black spire that rose from an island in the center of the zone. Augmenting my vision with ether, I could just make out the carvings covering the entire three-story structure. It was also the only thing in the zone that contained no ether. What is that? My companion managed to pry his hungry gaze away from the ether crystals to take a glance at the black spire. Beats me, but knowing the relictums, it's probably going to try to kill us. Reasonable assumption. I nodded in agreement before turning to the archway shimmering with opalescent light on the far end of the geode. At least the exit is within sight. Seems too easy, Regis said, sniffing around the edge of the platform. We're supposed to just play leapfrog from island to island until we reach the portal. Regis sprang across the 20-foot gap to the closest island, then back again to prove his point. Feel free to play leapfrog by yourself. I began charting the etheric paths all the way to the portal before shooting my companion a wink. See you on the other side. Regis cursed as I started to god step across the zone. As I stepped onto the next island, however, the pathways began to shimmer before twisting and melting away in a fuzzy haze. The atmosphere trembled with a sickening vibration. Suddenly dizzy, I stumbled to one knee. Wah! The howl of a rushing wind filled the entire zone. Clouds of purple motes flew from the thousands of glowing crystals, being drawn toward the obelisk at the heart of the geode. My instincts took hold and I forced the gates around my core shut, but it was no use. My reservoir was emptied, the ether I had collected since our training session forced out of me and drawn away on the receding tide. A thin, strained voice cried out over the howling wind. My eyes widened in horror at the sight of Regis, collapsed, his physical form rapidly dwindling as the ether that bound it together was forced away. The shadow wolf became a pup, then a will-o-wisp, before fading into a dim spark. I reached out a trembling hand as the glowing strands of his black and violet form faded. My fist closed just as the final spark began to disperse, and his incorporeal form drifted into me, his mind dark and cold. The wind faded, as did the horrible vibration, though the sensation lingered behind my eyes and deep in my aching core. Backlash sent spasms through my chest and stomach, but I resisted the urge to be sick, and instead forced myself back to my feet in order to figure out what the hell had just happened. Every inch of my body ached as I moved. Dragons needed ether to survive, their bodies consumed themselves if they didn't have enough, and my physical form was mostly a Surin now. I couldn't be sure how long I had, but it felt like even my blood had dried up into sand. And there wasn't a single particle of ether left in the atmosphere. Regis was silent, his minuscule spark floating near my empty core. The zone had gone dark except for the obelisk. Now containing every mode of ether within the geode, including my own, the obelisk glowed like a neon light burning with impossible power. I was stunned. Even as my tired, aching mind had trouble focusing, my eyes were locked onto the glowing spire like it was an oasis in the middle of a desert. But the obelisk continued to grow even brighter. I cursed, pulling my gaze away and scanning the other islands. Most of them had crystal protrusions, but mine didn't. If the growths had all been suffused with ether when we arrived, it made sense that I cursed again. The 20 feet to the nearest island felt a lot farther now that I couldn't strengthen my body with magic, but there was no other choice but to make the jump. Backing up until my heel was pressed against the quiet portal frame, I gathered all my strength before bursting into an all-out run. I hit the edge of the island at full speed and kicked off, hurling myself through the air toward the neighboring landmass, but my backlash-weakened muscles resisted, and I knew the moment I jumped that it wasn't going to be enough. My chest impacted the stony cliff with crunch. I scrambled for something to grab onto amongst the bare stone and loose dirt as I slid down the side, but failed. Just as my lower half swung out into the open air, my left hand closed around something hard and sharp. A knife-like shard of crystal growing out of the dirt. I hung that way for the space of a single breath before the obelisk flashed. A sphere of etheric fire burst out from it, quickly engulfing the closest islands. A pained yell ripped out from my throat as I heaved myself up, the crystal cutting deep into my palm, until I could kick one leg over the side of the island. On pure instinct, I threw myself behind the large crystal growth and curled up in a ball, my back pressed against it just before the nova engulfed me. Rather than burning my flesh, the ether was drawn into the crystal growth at my back. The explosion continued to expand past me, but the small area just behind the barrier was shielded. I was able to watch from relative safety as the expanding sphere of light crashed against the distant walls, infusing them with ether and lighting up the entire zone again. With no way of knowing how much time we had, I struggled back to my feet, each breath a pained gasp, and pressed my bleeding hand to the boulder-sized growth. My core hungrily devoured the ether stored within, and I was finally able to breathe. It wasn't much, but enough to heal my hand and fortify my body to stave off the backlash. I fought the urge to check in on Regis and focused on getting out of the zone. My stomach twisted and churned as I searched for etheric pathways. There was no path to the exit portal. At least, there was no path I could follow. The branching, interconnected points, which usually made a kind of road map from one space to the next, were tangled in a convoluted knot. To make matters worse, I could already feel the nausea-inducing vibration building up again, trembling through every particle of ether in the zone simultaneously. With no other recourse, I threw myself back behind the crystal shield and hoped it would protect me again. When the obelisk activated, all the ether in my core was ripped away for a second time. All I managed to maintain was a thin layer that I wrapped around Regis to keep him safe. The pain was immeasurable. As my eyes rolled back in my head and my mouth opened in a silent scream, I focused every ounce of my remaining strength on staying conscious. The second explosion rippled past me, a visible wave of dark purple fire that washed over the series of islands, lighting up clusters of ether crystals one by one until it hit the far walls. The cavern burst into light again. I can't die like this. There has to be something I can do, I assured myself over the sound of my teeth grinding against each other. My sluggish mind struggled to sort everything I knew and what I could potentially use. The obelisk on the central island absorbed all the ether from the zone, then utilized it in some kind of explosive attack. I didn't know what would happen if I was struck by the explosion, but with no ether to defend myself, I was sure it wouldn't be pretty. Aside from whatever destructive effect it had, the explosion also redistributed ether throughout the zone. The time between the first wave and the second had been different by several seconds, so it seemed likely that there was some randomness involved. Unfortunately, this meant I couldn't rely entirely on timing to move through the zone. But the crystal growths on the islands acted like shields due to their reabsorption of some of the ether. It was just too bad that they didn't also protect against the part when my core was drained over and over again. If I couldn't find some way around that, the backlash would kill me before anything else got the chance. When my brain cells and the blood in my veins began to shudder again, I clenched my teeth and prepared for the worst. It had come faster this time by at least 15 seconds, and I hadn't even absorbed any of the ether from the protrusion I was sheltered behind to protect myself with. This time, though, was different. The amethyst light playing within the clear crystals dimmed as the ether particles were drawn away, but I felt nothing. The tiny piece of ether I had held on to, wrapped protectively around Regis, had trembled with the vibration but hadn't been pulled away from me. The puzzle clicked into place. Knowing I would have to move quickly, I rose up to one knee, making sure my body was still entirely blocked from the blast that came shortly after. I was already absorbing the ether from the crystal barrier before the rest of the explosion hit the outer walls. Once I had absorbed the entire reservoir, I strengthened my body and sprinted to the edge of the island, clearing the 25-foot gap with room to spare. I barely had time to lunge behind a large, curved growth of the clear crystals before the warning vibrations shivered through my core again. When the stones at my back dimmed and the walls released streams of amethyst particles, my own ether gave a faint tug but stayed safely in my core. A shuddering breath escaped my lips. That's it, I gasped in relief. By hiding behind stones still full of ether while the obelisk drew it in, then absorbing it for myself after the following explosion, I could jump from island to island while refilling my core and avoiding the djinn's trap. The only variable became timing. Before maneuvering to the next floating island, I turned my attention to Regis. It took a quarter of my ether reserve, imbued directly into the tiny wisp, to bring back any signs of life. A sluggish confusion leaked from him before quickly sharpening into panic as he flew into my core, drawing on the rest of my reserves in a rush. Don't take too much, I warned quickly. I need as much as I can if we want to get out of here. Regis didn't respond. Instead, I felt a cold, numb fear, something I'd never felt from him before. You all right now? I asked tentatively. He hadn't been this weak since he first formed from the achlorate given to me by Renkine. How'd that even? I almost. Regis let out a resigned sigh. That fucking sucked. We'll get through this, I assured him. Just stay near my core and focus on recovering when I absorb more ether. Another explosion rolled by. This one had been 40 seconds from the previous and 10 seconds since the absorption process. And Regis. What? Glad you're not dead, I thought evenly, suppressing the fear and worry that had plagued me when he nearly disintegrated. My companion let out a groan. Don't get all emotional on me now. I was just worried that all of the ether I fed you would have gone to waste if you had died back there, I lied. Ah, there's my lovable master, Regis said, his weak voice still oozing with sarcasm. While I'd been checking on Regis, 3 more blasts had gone off. The shortest gap between the explosion and following absorption was 7 seconds, which didn't leave a lot of time to maneuver around. The next time a blast wave emanated out from the obelisk, I quickly drained the crystal shield and leaped to the closest island. It was a barren little patch of stone with no protrusions, so I moved on immediately, sliding into cover a full 10 seconds before all the ether was sucked in again. I waited, catching my breath and allowing another phase to go by. The jet-black spire blazed amethyst as the power built up before being released yet again. Wrapping my hand in a thick protective barrier, I reached up into the oncoming blast. Now that I had a better grasp on my overall situation in this zone, I wanted to test the strength of the blast while simultaneously attempting to absorb ether directly from the explosion. The blazing wall of light burned away my protective ether, then my hand along with it, leaving behind nothing but a cauterized stump. That turned out nicely, Regis noted. The sarcasm, I don't miss, I hissed breathlessly. Hand. Now, the wisp drifted down my arm to the scorched stump of my wrist, and I released nearly all of the ether from my core. It rushed through my ether channels, further condensed by Regis, and began to rebuild my hand, knitting flesh, blood, and bone from the purple particles. The destruction of my appendage made me realize that I had at some point stopped fearing the relictums. I'd come to think of it as a personal training ground, like the Flying Castle or Ephiodus, and forgotten that it was designed to kill me. Its difficulty would always grow to match my strength. By the time I had restored my hand, nearly all of my meager ether reserves had been depleted. Have I ever told you that you're a masochist? Once or twice. I mustered a weak grin as I leaned back against the cool, glowing barrier. When the vibration came again, signaling the start of another phase, I burst into motion. Several islands passed by quickly, each in the same fashion, and by the time I was halfway to the exit portal, I was feeling better. My core was rich with absorbed ether and my body had healed. My companion wasn't as lucky. This is the worst, he complained from within me. Even though I had absorbed more than enough ether to share, it was impossible for Regis to draw on it as quickly. After experiencing something akin to muscle atrophy, he would need to spend time rebuilding his strength. Just stay in there and absorb what you can, I said while also counting down the time since the obelisk had drawn in the zone's ether. It had been over a minute, but the black spire was still growing brighter, building up toward the inevitable explosion. Finally, it burst with the sound of 1,000 cannons. I waited for the ripple of etheric fire to roll past, then quickly drew out the energy trapped inside my protective barrier and prepared to leap to the next island. The obelisk exploded a second time. My course took me in the direction of the oncoming nova, so for a moment I was suspended in the air, watching the blaze overtake one island after the next as it expanded toward me. I hit the ground in a roll, slamming hard into a small cluster of crystals just barely big enough to cover my whole body. When the blast struck the crystals, already burning with purple light, they trembled and began to splinter with sharp cracking sounds. Not bothering to absorb the ether from the crumbling protrusion, I threw myself at the next floating island just as the obelisk exploded for the third time. The crystal shield on this island was the largest I had seen so far and curved inward to create a small cave. As I scrambled into the shallow depression, a noise like shattering glass filled the zone in short bursts. The crystal barriers, I realized just as the wave of etheric fire roared past my shelter. Pressing both hands against the glowing walls, I began to absorb the ether as fast I could, draining the crystals to prevent them from bursting apart. All around me, clusters of violently glowing crystals shattered, sending shrapnel spraying across the other islands. Looking around the edge of my shield, I saw that the only protective barrier to survive was the one I had hidden behind. I quickly charted a path to the exit portal, but it was too far to reach before the next explosion. Using most of my stored ether to activate Burst Step, I propelled myself across several islands. That's the wrong way, Regis pointed out as we sprinted and leaped toward the central island and the obelisk. Lacking the time or mental energy to put my plan into words, I tried to project the idea directly into Regis's mind. You sure about this? Regis asked. No, I grunted as we landed on the central island, the 3-story spire rising high overhead. But it can't be any worse than swimming in lava, right? The obelisk was dark and empty, but I didn't think I had long before the next wave began. Hurrying to it, I pressed my hands to the smooth sides. It had a glassy texture and was cold to the touch. I waited, thoughts ran in a jumble through my mind. If this failed, then I would probably die. When the vibration started, my eyes snapped shut and my lungs seized in my chest. It was much more intense this close to the obelisk. I prepared for the backlash. Having my core suddenly and forcibly drained for the third time in 30 minutes made my legs shake and my palms sweat. I heaved for breath, trying to force my lungs to work again, but it felt like a titan bear was sitting on my chest. I started to absorb ether from the spire before it had even finished taking it from me. I needed to utilize every possible second before the next etheric blast. The offsetting flow of ether kept me on my feet despite the pain of backlash. I sucked at the ether building within the obelisk like a half-drowned man gasping for air. My hands were already pressed against the quickly warming stone, but I leaned forward and rested my forehead against it as well, absorbing the swelling energy as quickly as I could. The ether was pure. Much more so than any source I'd encountered before. It was like breathing in pure oxygen. My head swam with the power of it, burning like a bonfire in my solar plexus. My ether core couldn't even condense or refine it further. Instead, the purified ether was scraping the remaining impurities from my core, and my chest began to ache. As my core filled to the brim, I continued to draw ether from the spire. I had no choice. If I stopped, it would explode and kill me, but it felt like I was trying to drink the ocean. My core was so full that it began to quake and tremble. A radiant bolt of pain shot out of it, and I tasted bile in the back of my throat. The light from the obelisk grew brighter and brighter through my closed eyelids. I wasn't even sure how long it had been. I tried to expel most of the ether from my core, just like I had when I first began to trace my ether passages. But when I opened the gates around my core, the stream still running in from all over my body overwhelmed my attempt to push outward, creating a backflow that caused an uncontrolled flood of purified ether that I couldn't stop. "I'm drowning in here," Regis shouted, his wisp form entirely inundated with ether. Strobing flashes of light pierced my eyelids. I pushed my face away from the obelisk and opened my eyes. The spire flickered, struggling to release the intended expulsion of destructive energy but lacking the force to do so. I was acting like a release valve, giving the ether an outlet that kept the pressure from reaching the necessary level. There was a resounding crack from my sternum. Looking inward, I saw a dark fissure appear across the surface of my ether core. My vision swam, fireworks went off behind my eyes. A white-hot blade of pain cut all the way through me. No. A second crack branched off the first, shivering like a slow-motion bolt of lightning around the circumference of my sphere, nearly breaking it in two. No, taking a ragged breath, I bent every ounce of my formidable will on the task of molding the ether to my will. With somewhere else to go, it stopped overflowing into my weakening core, and I eased into a delicate balance between the obelisk's continued efforts to explode and my inescapable absorption and reformation of the purified ether. Despite the precarious nature of my position, a grin formed on the corners of my bloody lips. Regis hovered within my core, watching me work. "No way." "Yeah," I huffed, my smile stretching wider. "Definitely better than bathing in lava." Chapter 347, A Stroll with Gods, ALDIR. A sea of mist moved in the unconscious rhythm of earth and air, eddying around the base of the mountain and under the many-colored bridge that guarded Castle Indrath. Wide, white rivers streamed past further out, away from the tumultuous currents near the stone cliffs. It was almost as if one could ride the wild river of clouds away from Castle Indrath and into the far reaches of Ephiatis, where the politics and intrigue of war were a distant, meaningless shadow. I'd carried the knowledge of Arthur Leywin's survival for several days now, but the understanding of what to do with it eluded me. As a soldier, I owed it to my lord to inform him at once, and yet. My fingers traced the story carved into the wall where I'd stopped to think. It told the tale of an ancient Indrath prince and how he challenged Geoluz, the living mountain. Hundreds of miles had been torn apart by the ferocity of their battle, but in the end, Arcanus Indrath cleaved Geoluz nearly in two, and the mountain fell still. In ages after, Acronis's descendants built their home on the mountain's back. As a sign of respect, they forbid the use of mana when ascending or descending Geoluz, a tradition that lived on to the present era. A wisp of earth mana trickled from the runes and along my outstretched fingers, imparting me with the stolid essence of ancient bedrock. My mind quieted as my spirit settled. This tale was a favorite of mine. It imparted the passiveness of rock and stone, allowing for more rational thought. "I guessed that I might find you here, old friend," Winsome's voice came from down the hall. "Is your mind still plagued with doubt?" "No," I answered, half turning to watch the dragon approach. He wore his uniform as always, which denoted his position as a servant of Lord Indrath. The midnight blue fabric was embroidered with gold thread at the cuffs, shoulders, and collar, and a rope of woven gold hung from his right shoulder to the middle button of his jacket. I had allowed myself more comfort, wearing a simple gray training robe bound with a silk cord. His gaze settled on me with the weight of the night sky. "When we last spoke," he left the rest unsaid, but we both understood well enough. I had expressed concern that our actions had led to more Dicathen deaths than Agronas ever had or likely would, a moment of weakness I now regretted. "I did not carry the burden of my actions lightly or well, but distance widens one's perspective," I answered. Winsome glanced at the story wall. "Are these the words of Aldir or of Geoluz?" "I am a warrior," I answered simply. "My mind is full of tactics and battle and at times requires calming." Stepping back from the wall, I gestured down the hallway. "Walk with me, I am enjoying the castle this morning." Winsome nodded and fell into step beside me, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes straight ahead. "I'm glad you've accepted the necessity of what was done. At least your part is played for the time being." We stepped aside as two armored guards marched past. They stopped to bow deeply before continuing on their patrol. Is that why you were so quick to volunteer to lead the attack? To end your long-suffered role as guide to the lessers? Winsome straightened his uniform. I will do as Lord Indrath commands now and always, but the truth is you had it easy, old friend. The lessers have become more tedious by the day. At least the boy, Arthur, was interesting. The rest are just fireflies. I couldn't be sure if the dragon spoke out of ignorance, or if he was testing me with his suggestion that my task had somehow been easy. It was possible he was attempting to push me to anger so that I might reveal some hidden reservation. I let his words go by unanswered. Is the situation in Dicathen salvageable? I asked. They have not accepted our version of events as readily as the Usuras, he answered, his tone accusatory. Lessers are suspicious by nature, and they yearn for hope above all else, even if it means abandoning logic. I nodded solemnly as we turned a corner. On our right, a training room was open to the hallway, separated only by a series of columns carved into the shape of serpentine dragons. 4 students practiced a coordinated series of movements and strikes, each in near-perfect unison with the others. I stopped to watch for a moment. I'd witnessed 1,000, maybe even 10,000 such displays in my life, but now I couldn't help but see it as much more than the slow perfection of form, speed, and delivery that we taught our youth. With each practice strike and block, they learned a blow intended to disarm or kill an opponent. If the Usuras continued on their current path, these young warriors would have reason to use them soon. Tassai looks strong, Winsome remarked, his eyes on a tall young pantheon. The boy's head was cleanly shaved, as was the tradition among the fighting class of pantheons. His once nut-brown eyes, of which there were only 2, a rarity among the pantheon, had darkened to beetle black. Tassai, the only pantheon among them, was just into his teen years, but time spent training in the Ether realm, a privilege, especially for those not of the Indrath clan, had left him more intense and mature than his age would suggest. It was clear watching him train that he was not in pursuit of physical or mental exercise. No, for Tassai, this was about mastering the art of death. I could nearly see the image he held in his mind. An enemy breaking under each punch and kick, an army falling before him. I understood what he felt because I was very similar once, a long time ago. The young warriors finished their form and stopped to give Winsome and me a deep bow. While the others began pairing up to continue their training, Tassai ran up to us and bowed again. Master Winsome, Master Aldir, please accept my gratitude again for allowing me to train within Castle Indrath, he said in a crisp, serious tone. Cordry has seen great promise in you, Winsome answered. See that you live up to it, Tassai. The fierce young pantheon bowed yet again and ran back to his training partner. If he continues as he has been these last several years, he could be the next wielder of the World Eater technique, Winsome commented. I was over 200 years old before I was chosen, I pointed out. If he were chosen, it would not be for many years yet. Inside, though, I couldn't help but wonder, when the elders inevitably asked me to pass on the technique to another warrior, would I do it? Could I give this burden to another member of my clan, knowing they may one day be forced to use it? Leaving Tassa and the others behind, we continued on our slow circuit of the castle interior. We walked in comfortable silence for a minute before Winsome spoke again. Why do you think he chose to use it this time? Even with the Winsome glanced around the hall, making sure we were alone, Jin, Lord Indrath never considered its use. Your ears are closer to the mouth of our lord than mine, I pointed out. But I see no reason we would have needed it. The Jin were pacifists. They had no army and little combat magic. That was a culling, not a war. It was a war, he countered, watching me from the corner of his eye. We simply struck preemptively. There were few, even among the Usuras, who truly understood what had happened to the Jin. Most Usuras never looked beyond Ephiatis and cared nothing for the lessers. Those who did were told a very convincing lie. Those who saw through the lie and cared were dealt with. Our lord did what he thought needed to be done both then and now, I hedged. Winsome chuckled. And you say you have no mind for politics. You're as careful with your words as any courtier. There is no need for caution when words are shared between old friends, is there? I asked, stopping to ponder a tapestry that hung from floor to ceiling. Take this image, for example. The tapestry portrayed a young Kezes Indrath at council with his best friend Mordain, a member of the Phoenix race. A golden plaque beneath it was engraved with the title, Let Rest. Even after the formation of the Great Eight, the dragons in the Phoenix race carried their ancient animosity openly, but Kezes and Mordain spoke truly with one another, each opening the other's eyes to the atrocities of their endless warring. Winsome had stopped beside me and was running his fingers along his chin thoughtfully. And in this comparison, which am I? I frowned at the tapestry. I did not mean to imply, because of course, Winsome said casually, Mordain was later at odds with our lord on the issue of the Jinn, was he not? As prince of the Asclepius clan, he threatened to reveal Lord Indrath's actions before disappearing from Ephiatis. Of those few who knew about the extermination of the Jinn, even fewer knew that Mordain and Kezes had fallen out. Their argument was kept secret so that no Usura might ever grow suspicious that Lord Indrath played a role in Mordaine's disappearance. The rumor was later circulated that the Lost Prince, as people began to call him, left Ephialtes to join Agrona. It was a near-perfect parable if I had wanted to communicate any such thing to Winsome, but I did not. It was happenstance alone that brought us to this tapestry, old friend, and my mind was not on the wider story between these two. I rested a hand on Winsome's shoulder. I am not Mordaine, and you are not Indrath. Of course not, Winsome said in answer, turning away to begin walking again. You asked me about the situation in Dicathen, but my answer was flippant. The truth is that they have no great leaders or mages among them anymore. Unless I am wrong, it will come to war with the Vritra clan and their mutts. We turned down a short corridor and stepped out onto an open terrace overlooking the many-colored bridge. A steady breeze buffeted the castle walls. That is my fear as well. It is a shame, Winsome continued, so much work wasted, but then I always thought giving them those artifacts was a bad idea. And yet. You delivered them and taught the lessers to wield their power, I thought, but kept this to myself. The Dicathenians grew lazy, he went on, heedless. With a white core mage soulbound to protect them, the royal families never needed to defend themselves, and their magical strength faltered. As for the mages who benefited from the artifacts, Winsome scoffed irritably. They never learned to be strong, they became strong, it is not the same. A sky swimmer soared out of the clouds, its iridescent scales glittering in the sunlight. The long, fish-like body was supported by triangular wings that folded and unfolded to catch the updrafts. I watched as the mana beast glided along the top of the clouds for a moment before tucking the wings to its sides and plunging invisibly back into the depths. Winsome's eyes stayed on me, careless of the wildlife. Would you visit Lord Indrath with me? I asked, finally coming to a decision regarding the Leywin boy. I could not be certain if it was unnerving or comforting that Winsome showed no surprise at my question, answering only, of course, Aldir. We did not make for the throne room. Instead, we headed deeper into the castle. The carved, story-filled halls gave way to natural tunnels as we went down. Luminescent moss filled the crags and hung in patches from the roof and in several places. Natural springs sent rivulets of clear water trickling down the sides of the tunnels. There were no carvings down here, no tapestries or paintings. These tunnels, the veins of the mountain, had been left untouched for a dozen generations of Usura. Earth mana was heavy in the air and only grew heavier as we proceeded downward. It clung to us as we moved, like mud sticking to our boots. Weaker Usura would find these passages uncomfortable to navigate as the mana weighed them down, and lessers would quickly crumble under the force of it. We passed several guards in the form of conjured earth golems, but they did not bother us. Above, in a more comfortable guard chamber, the dragons controlling them recognized us and let us pass. The tunnel ended in a collapsed wall. Broken stone woven through with thick roots barred the way, or appeared to at least. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovel.com. I stepped through the illusion first, and I stepped out into a small cave. A thick carpet of moss covered the floor, while jewels shone like stars in the ceiling, reflecting the light from the glowing pool that took up most of the cave. Lord Indrath sat unmoving at the center of the pool, his hands resting palm up on his knees, his eyes closed. He had not changed during my entire life. His cream-colored hair clung wetly to his head, while his unintimidating form dripped with condensation from the pool. Winsome and I stood to the side and waited. Lord Indrath enjoyed expressing his displeasure in subtle ways. For example, he was well known for leaving his counselors out of meetings when he was displeased with them, or asking envoys from the other clans to wait for days or even weeks if he disagreed with the clan's lord. After several hours, Lord Indrath finally stirred. The blue glow reflected off his purple eyes, giving them an unnatural indigo color. The simple change to his visage transformed his face, and I had to resist the urge to step back. Standing, the Lord of Dragons stepped out of the pool and waved his hand, summoning a white robe. Winsome, Aldir, thank you for waiting. We each bowed, staying bent until Lord Indrath spoke again. You've had something on your mind, Aldir, he said easily, shifting so that his hands were clasped behind his back. He smiled softly, but his eyes were hard and sharp as obsidian. You've come to tell me what that is. I have, my lord, I answered, opening my lower two eyes to meet his, which was an expected sign of respect. I have news that could affect our course in the war. I could feel Winsome's gaze burning into the side of my head, but I kept my eyes on our lord. He was contemplative for a moment, then gave another wave of his hand. The cave disappeared from around us. Instead, we were standing in a regally appointed solar, one of Lord Indrath's private rooms. Sit, he commanded simply. Sinking down into the thick cushion of a royal purple armchair, I laid my arms awkwardly on the rests. Lord Indrath took the seat across from me, while Winsome was placed to the side, more a witness to than participant in the conversation. So as not to stare, I let my gaze settle just over Lord Indrath's shoulder, focusing on the wall of climbing gold and silver vines behind him. Purple flowers bloomed inconsistently over the vines. Very rarely, a tiny sapphire blue fruit grew as well. Lord Indrath nodded his head, indicating that I should begin. An envoy of the enemy came to me, seeking to take advantage of some perceived weakness and turn me against my lord, I said clearly. To this end, she brought me this piece of information, although the mere fact she thought it might sway my loyalty says more about her than it does of me, I believe. The two dragons waited for me to continue. According to the Alacrian scythe Saris Vritra, Arthur Leywin is still alive, I announced formally. He is currently in Alacria and he has developed some new power. I believe he witnessed my use of the World Eater technique against the elven homeland. There was no twitch of his eyelid or straightening of his back, no hitch in his breathing to tell me my lord was surprised. But there was a faint ripple in his aura, and that was enough. He had not known. Then Lady Sylvie may yet, Lord Indrath held up a hand to silence Winsome. We must ascertain both the human's strength and his attitude. He may still be a useful tool against Agrona and this legacy. And if he is no longer willing to work alongside the Usra, my lord, I asked. My lord's gaze held true, his tone impassive. Then he will die. Chapter 348, Melee Enhancement Tactics. When I stepped back into the second level of the relictums, my limbs practically dragging behind me, a bespectacled clerk rushed up as his eyes darted across my bedraggled form. Sir, he asked tentatively, are you all right? Where's your party? I shook my head and took a step past him. Fine, solo ascent. The man kept pace, his hands fidgeting with a scroll he was carrying carefully in front of him. I see. Yes, solo ascending is notoriously difficult, sir. Name so I can record your return. Any accolades to report? Still walking, I said. Gray, just gray and no. The clerk winced, making his glasses slip to the end of his nose. Sorry to hear that, Ascender Gray. Might I scan? I stopped suddenly, forcing the man to jerk to a halt and turn back around to face me. Leveling an irritated glare in his direction, I said, I am exhausted and would like to be on my way. Whatever you need, just do it. The clerk cleared his throat and fixed his glasses before pulling out some kind of wand. If you're carrying a dimensional storage artifact, please present it, he said, somewhat stiffly. I held out my hand, showing him the dimension ring. He waved the wand past it, then along the length of my body. He clicked his tongue. No accolades, as you say. Next, he turned his attention to a scroll he was carrying. Ascender Gray. Ascender, oh, a professor. He scribbled something, muttering under his breath. My apologies, you're so young I didn't realize. Are we done? I asked impatiently. Yes, sir, of course. Thank you for your patience. He gave me a nod and started to turn away, then stopped. Closing my eyes, I rubbed 2 fingers against my temple and down to my eye socket. Yes, well, he started tentatively, I just thought you might want to know that classes at Central Academy began 3 days ago. With an awkward smile, he returned to his post. SHT, I grumbled, and began dragging my tired body across the second level toward the teleportation platforms. From the hall outside my classroom, I could already hear the laughter and shouts of the unsupervised teenagers inside. I caught snippets of conversation as I stepped through the door. Told me that the new professor isn't even a named blood, should be easy to hear about the hot new assistant for Professor Aphelion. Class is such a joke. I can't believe strikers have to waste our time with, kidding me, the rest of my classes are so freaking hard I'm looking forward to doing nothing in here. I glanced quickly around as I descended the stairs. 2 young women were sparring roughly in the dueling ring, while another student goofed around with the controls. A couple others had pulled out sparring dummies and were punching them awkwardly. The rest of the students were lounging around doing nothing. The professor isn't here again, a bespectacled boy said without looking up from his book. He is the Professor Deacon, another student said. It was the black-haired boy who had ordered the 2 bullies around in the library. You're late, his broad companion grumbled, crossing his thick arms over his chest. And you missed the first day, their tall friend added, kicking his long legs up on the back of the chair in front of him. Very perceptive, I said as I opened my office door and half-stepped through it. You all seem to have things under control for today. I'll be in my office. I closed the door before anyone could respond, cutting myself off from the prying eyes. The classroom burst into chatter again the moment my door closed. Nice, free day. Be exactly like last season. Stupid idea to train without mana anyway. Sighing, I tuned them out and sank into my office chair, leaning forward to rest my head against my forearms. Despite my exhaustion, though, I felt my face crack into a wide grin. I had actually done it. My mind buzzed as I considered the results of my experiment in the relictums. I wanted to talk through it, but Regis seemed to be hibernating like he had, while I trained with 3 steps in the peaks above her secluded village. I hoped that meant he would restore himself more quickly. Withdrawing the puzzle toy 3 steps had given me, I tapped it against the table, listening to the seed within rattle. I hadn't been able to replenish much ether on my journey through the second level of the relictums, and my core seemed to be strained to the edge of my endurance, but having something to occupy my hands would make it easier to think. Turning my awareness inward, the first thing I noticed was my ether channels. The flood of pure ether from the obelisk had widened them and scoured the insides clean of imperfections. There was a deep ache from my core as I manifested a claw and began to dig around inside the seed pod, but I focused on holding the shape. Although I didn't have much ether to pull from, I found that the ether itself was moving along my channels more quickly, meaning I could manifest it to a specific point of my body almost instantly. It still took time to condense the ether into a thin claw off my index finger though, and my tired mind struggled to focus on the shape. Instead, I focused on my core. The core itself was larger and more transparent. The reddish tint was entirely gone, and the ether within had resolved into a deep, rich violet hue. Focusing closely, I could see the clear delineation between two separate layers of my core. The original shell supporting and holding the pieces of my mana core and a second, thicker layer. I had first forged my ether core by pure intent and sheer will. At my weakest and most desperate point, I had turned total loss into an impossible victory, doing something perhaps no one in the history of this world had accomplished. When my ether core began to crack, I realized that I had to move beyond my current limited perspective. I had followed the same path as a mana-wielding mage, expecting growth through use, meditation, and combat. Mana cores lightened in color as they became purer. This was a purely biological mechanism, natural to its function. Although it required intentional meditation to make the most of it, even someone who never focused on refining their mana core would see it slowly progress through use, like the strengthening of a muscle. But my ether core wasn't natural. There was no set biological progression. Through significant effort, and the knowledge born of my time both as a white core mage and a Kai user, I had been able to remove many of the impurities and imperfections within it. Although this had allowed me to more easily absorb ether, and in greater quantities, it had not brought about significant stages of progression like advancing through the orange, yellow, and silver stages. I realized that I needed to be more intentional. If my ether core wouldn't evolve on its own, I had to find some way to force it. Utilizing the vast reservoir of ether from the obelisk trap, I had formed a second layer around my core, very slowly and very painfully. Unfortunately, the process had required nearly all of the ether channeled into the obelisk, so that by the time I was done there was none left to absorb for myself, leaving my body weak and aching. Now that I had done it, I couldn't help but wonder, could I do it again? With enough ether, could I continue to add layers to my core, growing exponentially more powerful with each one? It was possible. The biggest hurdle was finding a source of ether strong enough to forge the layer in a single sitting. Almost the reverse of holding enough ether in my core to imbue into Sylvie's stone and break through a layer. In my moment of necessity, when I had no choice but to do something drastic or risk crippling my ether core, it was exactly that thought that had given me inspiration. The way Sylvie's stone, or egg, utilized multiple layers to capture and hold ether had served as the foundation of my own attempt. Thanks, Sylve, I thought. Even asleep in your egg, you keep finding ways to keep me going. There was a knock at the door. I ignored it. Another knock. Professor Gray, I sighed and released the ether claw. In. The door opened and a familiar face peered around the frame. Seth, the boy from the library, was pale and sweaty, and his uniform was sticking to his chest and arms. Sir, are you going to be teaching the class today? My surprise at seeing the boy lasted for about a second before I waved him away. Haven't you heard this isn't a real class? But you told me to learn to defend myself, Seth said quietly. I thought you meant that you wanted me to. You thought I was going to teach you. I raised a brow. You're a highblood, right? You'd be better off hiring a private tutor. A chorus of laughter came from the classroom, and Seth, looking crestfallen, stared down at his feet as he slowly closed the office door, but I only activated the ether claw and tried again. Don't worry, we can help teach you a thing or two, someone jeered. There was a thump and a pained grunt from just outside the door. The etheric claw on my finger faded in and out as I struggled to ignore the distraction. Without realizing it, I had pulled the seed into the round opening and held it there, balanced perfectly within the stem hole for 30 seconds or more. I closed my eyes and refocused on the claw, pulling steadily while holding the ether's form. No, not like that, orphan. When you curl up, you lose sight of your opponent, and there was another, sharper thump. Leave yourself open to blows to your head. The edges of the hole buckled slightly and the claw slipped, but I was able to adjust my grip and maintain my hold on the seed. So close, I thought, just a bit more. A series of sharp, heavy knocks at the door broke my concentration, and I heard the seed clatter back to the bottom of the pod. Standing, I quickly crossed the office and jerked the door open. What? The uniformed man on the other side of the door wrinkled his nose and pinned me with a disapproving frown. Professor Gray, yes. That's me, can I help you? I asked with a slight tilt of my head. We haven't had an opportunity to meet yet. My name is Rafferty. The man was middle-aged, with gray hair at his temples and wrinkles starting to appear around his eyes. He was wearing a black and azure suit and a look that told me he wasn't exactly glad to meet me. In case you did not know, am the head of your department. He held out a scroll. This is an updated class list which you need because several students have already dropped this course. I took the scroll and tossed it on my desk. I see. Well, is there anything else I can do for you? The department head glowered. Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. Looking at your qualifications and recommendations, I am not entirely certain how you came to be employed here at Central Academy, young man, but I will not accept anything less than maximum effort from the professors in this department. Please ensure that you attend classes on time in the future and that you adhere to the academy-provided training regimen. His tone should have bothered me, considering my situation, but I was too caught between exhaustion and excitement to worry about this thin Alacrian's threats. Forcing a contrite frown, I bowed shallowly. I apologize, there was a mix-up in the relictums. I don't plan on missing class again. His frown smoothed somewhat. See that you don't. We don't need any more trouble like that in the high hall, Professor Gray. Spinning on his heel, Rafferty swept out the open door. On the other side, my dozen students were all motionless, obviously having heard every word of my chastisement. Wordlessly, I shut the door and returned to my mess of a desk. I hadn't bothered to look over the class roster I'd received in my original paperwork, so I pulled the new scroll open and scanned the much shorter list. I didn't recognize most of the names. Brian of Named Blood Bloodworth, Deacon of Blood Favager, Enola of High Blood Frost, blah blah blah, Mela of Blood Fairweather, Pascal of Blood Bancroft, Portrell of High Blood Gladwin, Remai of High Blood Seabrook. Blah blah, Seth of High Blood Millview. Millview, I thought, the name sounding familiar for some reason. I'd heard it before, but where? Some soldier in the war, not the man I'd tortured. Vale, so where? My eyes widened in realization. There weren't many Alacrian soldiers important enough to have their names recorded in our reports, but that was exactly where I'd read the name before. The sentry who charted a path through Elshire Forest, the person responsible for the fall of Elenoir, had been named Millview. A scoff escaped my lips as I set down the scroll. Was this coincidence or some sick twist of fate? Standing up, I crossed my office, opened the door, and leaned against the frame to watch. Seth was cowering between the same two students who'd cornered him in the library, trying awkwardly to protect his stomach and head. The wide, squat bully had his fists up lazily. He met his companion's eye, winked, then threw a knee up into Seth's unprotected face. As Seth hit the ground, the rest of the class seemed to focus on me. The short-haired girl sparring on the training platform grimaced, obviously uncomfortable, and another young man was leaning forward in his chair, frowning at the spectacle. Others were chuckling softly or simply waiting curiously to see what I'd do. I strode forward toward the Millview boy, shouldering the other young men out of my way. I met the heavily set student's eyes, looking down my nose at him. Name, Portrell, he said, his chin up and chest puffed. Of High Blood Gladwin. If you plan on fighting, do it in there, I said, nodding toward the training ring. Portrell's squashed face twisted in confusion as I jerked Seth up from the ground by the back of his uniform and pushed him toward the ring. Did I stutter? Letting out a chortle, Portrell strode purposefully to the dueling ring while Seth followed hesitantly, dabbing at a bloody nose with his sleeve. The girl with the short golden hair, one of the two already training in the ring, scowled at them, actually baring her teeth. We're using this. Not anymore, I said evenly. Move. She scoffed but leapt off the training platform. Her companion, a thin girl with brown eyes and dark hair that ran in twin braids down her back, winced as she stepped off the platform, her hand pressing against her ribs. The two boys climbed up onto the platform and positioned themselves a few feet apart before stepping onto the platform myself. I sensed the fear that struck Seth as he realized I had no intention of helping. However, he still got in a defensive stance as he faced the Gladwin boy. Crossing my arms, I stood between the two combatants, arms crossed, ignoring the rest of the class. Continue. They were as mismatched a pair as I could imagine. Portrell was twice Seth's weight, even if he wasn't any taller, and was probably a striker. From how he settled comfortably into a fighting stance, both hands up and his right foot back slightly, I was sure he had trained in hand-to-hand combat. Seth, on the other hand, was of average height but looked shorter because of the way he slouched. He was skinny to the point of looking sickly, an impression heightened by his pale skin, and had clearly never been taught to throw a punch. Maybe if he didn't spend all of his time in the library, I thought, ignoring the memory of him helping me that was scratching at the back of my brain. Well, what are you waiting for? I asked the bulky striker. Aren't you going to hit him? An even deeper confusion riddled their faces as they looked at me. Portrell recovered first, smirking as he lifted his fists. Whatever you say, Professor. His first punch was lazy, striking Seth on the inside of his shoulder, but the following uppercut landed squarely on Seth's chin, rocking the unprepared boy's head back and sending him sprawling to the ground. I know we're not using mana, but I expect you to at least try to throw a decent strike, I said, my voice level, almost bored. You punch as if Millview here is going to lean into your fist. His cheeks reddened. I'm one of the best fist fighters my age and veture, he argued. I have trained with someone who is afraid to tell you how SHT you really are, I finished for him. That's the weakness born of too much power. Now go again. There were some surprised snickers from the audience, including his colorful-haired buddy, which made Portugal blush even deeper. He scowled and squared up across from Seth, who was watching me instead of his opponent. Portugal didn't hold back, unleashing a series of powerful punches that Seth couldn't hope to defend against. The skinny boy was on his back within seconds. Portugal kicked his defenseless opponent sharply in the ribs once, then pulled back for a second but seemed to remember himself. He gave me a defiant glare as if daring me to criticize him. Your feet were crossed and at one point you had both fists extended, I said flatly. Seth's lip had broken open and he was slow to regain his feet. The next time Portugal struck him, he collapsed immediately. You pulled your punch and let your wrist go limp, I pointed out. The stocky highblood ground his teeth and glanced out of the ring at the dark-haired boy who seemed to be his ringleader. From the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head. Realizing I should have read through the entire list of students' names, I thought about the different bloods Abby had mentioned during our conversation, and which students she told me to be wary of. Although she had spoken about him very diplomatically, she had mentioned that the grandson of Director Ramsier attended the academy. Looking at the dark-haired boy, I could see the resemblance. It made sense then why he was ringleader even among the highbloods. Turning back to the class, I pointed to the short-haired girl. Are there training swords somewhere? She nodded slowly and pointed to an open door in the corner of the room. Well, I asked, giving her an expectant look. Can you go get them? Her expression fell into a disbelieving grimace, but she didn't move. Her training partner gave me an uncomfortable look and said, I'll get it. Before hurrying across the classroom to retrieve the practice swords, when she returned with them, she gave me a squinty, apologetic smile. The sparring swords were simple lengths of light, springy wood. I handed them to the combatants. Seth, who had finally dragged himself back to his feet, looked at the weapon as if it were a snake that was about to bite him, while Portugal twirled his with practiced comfort. Fighting stance, I ordered. Portugal adopted a middle stance, his left foot back with the sword held in front of him in both hands, pointed at Seth's face. I glanced at the Millview boy, who copied him awkwardly, looking like he'd never held a sword in his life, and felt a pang of annoyance. It grew from the fact that I felt more pity toward Seth than anger. He was the brother of the soldier responsible for not only the conquest of Elenoir, but its destruction as well. If the Alacrians hadn't taken over the country, the Usras would have never. A shift in the room snapped me out of my thoughts. The students around us, most of whom were only half paying attention a second ago, were now gazing at the ring with tense excitement. Seth's eyes widened as he focused on the dull blade of his opponent's practice sword. Seeing that Portugal had adjusted his posture suddenly and seemed much more focused, I knew, even without being able to sense magic, what he was up to. No mana, I said firmly. He scoffed. Such a stupid rule. What is the point of? Are you afraid to spar without it? I asked with a tilt of my head. Portugal swelled. I'm not afraid of anything. My blood has begin, I barked, catching both boys off guard. Seth jerked his sparring blade down, catching Portugal on the bridge of the nose with a crack. Blood splattered the front of his uniform. Snarling, Portugal lunged forward, swinging the sword like a club. Seth's eyes snapped shut, and he stumbled under the wild swing purely by accident. He let his sword sag so that it ended up between Portugal's off-balance legs, and the enraged highblood tripped and crashed to the ground at Seth's feet. The tall boy with multicolored hair let out a hoot of laughter. Nice one, Port, I blinked dumbly. Well, that was fun. Did the two of you practice that little comedy skit, or was it improvised? Seth looked away, embarrassed, as he scratched the back of his head. Portugal, on the other hand, was practically vibrating in anger. How dare you, you unnamed trash! The bulky striker got back on his feet and pointed his sparring sword at me. I don't know what you did, but my father will. Portugal, you forget yourself, a firm, authoritative voice said. I was surprised to see the Ramsier boy on his feet. Your actions bring disrespect to your blood. Portugal flinched, looking from his ringleader to me and back. Sorry, Valen, the director's grandson Valen flashed a diplomatic smile. I apologize on the behalf of both Highblood Ramsier and Highblood Gladwin, Professor. Portugal is an excellent fighter, but he has a temper. There was a glimmer in Valen's eyes and a wry twist to his smile that was unsettling, but I couldn't tell what he was up to. It's a shame you chose to match him up against such an underwhelming opponent. Perhaps your lessons will be better imparted through a personal demonstration. That glimmer brightened. I'm sure Portugal would be honored to spar with you, Professor. So very honored, he echoed, trying and failing to keep a vindictive smirk off his face. Very well, I said as I slowly twisted the spiral ring off of the middle finger of my right hand. The ground beneath Portugal's feet trembled as the striker darted forward with a speed that wasn't possible without magic. I made the slightest step to the side to avoid the wooden sword aimed at my shoulder. and with a gentle snap of my wrist, I slapped the kid across the face with the back of my hand. Portral's head jerked from the impact before he lost his footing and rolled right out of the unshielded dueling ring. Silence clung to the room as the students watched Portral dig himself out of the seats he had crashed into. "You wouldn't have rolled so hard if you hadn't used mana," I said matter-of-factly, securing the ebony ring back on my finger. "Class is over," I announced, focusing on Valen. "Get out of here." Laughter and excited chatter broke out from the rest of the class as they began collecting their bags and ascending the stairs out of the classroom. "Help Portral up, Ramai," Valen said dryly. While the tall boy helped his struggling companion disentangle himself from the seats, Valen's gaze lingered on me, that wry smile never slipping from his face. Portral, on the other hand, glowered at his feet, careful to avoid looking in my direction, but his fists were clenched white as his friend teased him all the way up the stairs. From behind me, barely a whisper, I heard, "Professor." Seth had stood frozen in the corner of the platform during my exchange with Portral, and he was now staring at me with a hopeful expression that made my stomach squirm with discomfort. His lip was badly swollen, and I could see the beginning of a dark bruise appearing around his left eye. "Don't expect class to get any easier than this, Millview," I said dispassionately, the intent of my words more threat than warning. Being in Alacria pretending to be a teacher, that was one thing, but teaching the family member of the woman who let the Alacrian army overtake Elenoir, I wasn't sure I could do that. "Thank you for the advice, sir," he answered resolutely, even as his gaze was lowered. I'll keep that in mind for your next class." As Seth slumped past me, my attention was drawn to the exit where students were starting to bottleneck. "I said class is over, what's the holdup?" Reluctantly, the gawking boys stepped aside, revealing a blue-haired, scarlet-eyed woman. "Long time no see, Gray." Chapter 349, Hope and Lies. My mana arrow struck the clod of dirt dead center, causing it to burst apart in a dusty cloud. The arrow continued along its path to the golem that had just thrown it, clipping it in the right temple. Although part of the golem's head collapsed, it apparently wasn't enough to count as a kill, because the animated pile of dirt and rocks shuffled to the side, preparing another attack. At the same time, a second golem appeared, growing up out of the ground like it was melting in reverse. It had a huge stone axe trained at my head. I let out a snort. "Dirt clods and blunt axes. I've trained with a lance hornfells," I said flippantly as I sidestepped a clumsy swing by the axe-wielding golem. The axe came up in a side-hand cut aimed at my hip, but I rolled backwards over my shoulder. Reinforcing my bow with mana, I swept the golem's leg out from under it, then had two arrows glowing against the string of my elven bow before I was on my feet again. Splitting the mana arrows with my finger, I sent them on slightly different trajectories so that one pierced the axe-wielding golem's chest, while the second took the clod thrower in the throat. "Nice shot, Ellie," my new friend Camellia whooped. I flashed the young elf a toothy grin, then yelped in surprise as the ground beneath me turned to muck. As I sank up to my knees, 3 more golems grew out of the ground and glowered down at me. I threw myself flat in the muck to avoid a crushing blow from a stone fist. The ground hardened again, trapping me half in the rocky cavern floor. I spit out a mouthful of mud. "Yuck," I moaned, trying to adjust my position but completely stuck. "Don't forget, I've also trained with a lance, you overconfident little twig," Hornfell said jovially. Soft footsteps darted toward me. "Are you okay?" Camellia asked. Hornfels let out a low chuckle and the stone turned to sand, releasing me. "She'll be just fine, don't fawn over her, girl. The lass has a big enough head as it is." I drew myself out of the sand pit and brushed myself off. "I do not have a big head," someone huffed sarcastically, and I turned to see 2 familiar figures walking toward us. "Jasmine, Emily," I shouted with excitement. "Come to see how awesome I've gotten." "No, not big-headed at all." Camellia teased. I shoved playfully at her shoulder and she poked me in the ribs, then jumped away before I could get her back. "I just needed to make sure this one wasn't getting into trouble," Jasmine said, nodding to Camellia. The serious adventurer hadn't changed much since I was a little kid. I liked all of the twin horns, but was secretly a little scared of Jasmine. When Helen, Durden, and Angela Rose had originally been brought to the sanctuary, Jasmine hadn't come with them. Camellia had told me all about how Jasmine saved her, though, so I was glad she'd come back. "Actually, we were looking for Hornfells," Emily piped in. "Helen suggested we get some training time in too." Unlike Jasmine, Emily had changed a lot in a pretty short amount of time. There was a hardened edge to her that she definitely hadn't had before, and sometimes I'd notice her go sort of blank and cold. She chopped off her hair after it had been burned in an explosion, but at least her eyebrows were growing back. I'd been so happy when she arrived with the twin horns and Gideon. We weren't best friends or anything, but Emily had always been nice to me, and she had even made a custom bow back then that took advantage of my pure mana techniques. She was a total genius though, so it wasn't exactly surprising that she'd found a way to survive. She and Gideon had been captured by the Alacrians and forced to work for them, but the twin horns had helped to save them. Or they'd helped to save Jasmine. I was still a little fuzzy on the details. She had been almost as bummed as I was to hear that my bow had been destroyed. Unfortunately, we didn't have any of the tools or resources she needed to make another one in the sanctuary, so I was stuck using a practice bow. It was still really good to have them both back, and seeing more familiar faces had been good for Mom, too. She'd started to come back to life a little as she realized that a lot of our friends were still alive out there, just waiting for help. "I'm about done with Princess Leywin anyway," Hornfels jeered, making Camellia giggle. "Hey," I said indignantly, "another princess, just what we need," Jasmine said, and she seemed so serious that I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. "Don't mind her," Camellia said, wrinkling her nose. "She's just not very good at expressing herself." Jasmine raised a brow at the elven girl. "Careful, skunk." Camellia crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at Jasmine. "All right then," Hornfels said, laughing loudly. "The Watskin girl I'm familiar with, but you'll have to walk me through your abilities, Miss Flamesworth." My attention drifted away from the others as Jasmine and Hornfels began to discuss sparring. We had chosen a flat ridge overlooking most of the cavern to be our training ground. It was far enough away that we weren't likely to accidentally break something in the process. I also liked it because it looked down on the village, and I could see almost every house from up here and most of the tunnels out of town. Curtis and Kathleen Glader were marching quickly toward the tunnel leading to the teleportation gate. After what happened in Elenoir, most of us never left the sanctuary anymore. But the Gladers, along with a few other strong mages, were still going on missions to look for more refugees. The members of our expedition to Elenoir had stayed pretty close after we all got back from Elenoir. Kathleen described it as a shared guilt. Each of us thought we should have done more to make sure Tesha was safe. The only one who didn't seem interested in checking in with us at all was the elven guard, Albald. Apparently he'd wanted to return to the forest almost immediately when Tesha and I didn't come back, but Virion wouldn't let him. Then when Baron confirmed that Elenoir was entirely gone, well, I shook my head. I tried to consider how it would feel to know Sapin was just gone, but "Ellie, you okay?" Camellia asked, nudging me with her elbow. "Of course," I said as I slung my bow over my shoulder. "But I'm pretty tired. I'm going to call it a day, okay?" Waving to the others, I turned and began the long descent into town, unsure what to do with myself. I was tired, but I didn't even really know. I never knew how to feel anymore, and so I'd started just pushing it all into the background. Was that how you dealt with it, brother? I wondered. Sighing, I kicked a stone down the size of the natural ramp I was walking down. It clattered away over the edge, eventually landing with a splash in the stream. It didn't help that I was surrounded by people who had lost everything. I'd lost my dad and my brother and my childhood to the war, but then I thought of Camellia. Her entire family had been killed during the invasion, her home was gone, most of the people she'd ever met were dead. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to help Camellia and Virion and all the others, but I just couldn't wrap my head around what they'd experienced. Albald was the only other elven member of our group. Maybe it was selfish of me, but it felt like he was my connection to what happened. I wanted him to help me understand what he was feeling, but he'd pretty much gone into hiding. There were other elves I could talk to, of course. Commander Virion was in meetings all the time, though, and as much as I had wanted to speak to him, I hadn't been allowed in weeks. Rhynia said she was too weak for visitors, but she hadn't moved back into the sanctuary. I couldn't help feeling that something was going on between Virion and her. I just couldn't guess what, and since neither one was speaking with me, well, having Camellia was great at least. There were a few other kids in the sanctuary, but no one who understood what I'd been through the way she did. Maybe it was because we were so much alike that we both struggled to really understand what had happened. Before Jasmine saved her, she had already lost her whole family and seemed kind of numb when it came to the attack on her homeland. There were others too, but no one I felt like I could talk to. If Tesha were still here, could she? I flashed back to that moment in the little elven town, with Tesha looking beautiful standing above her shocked and confused people. Shaking my head, I turned away from that thought. Instead, my mind went back to Albald. I'd gone looking for him a few times over the last few weeks, but hadn't found him. Still, trying again wouldn't hurt, I told myself, and maybe he needed to talk to me as much as I needed to talk to him. Although I was sure he wouldn't be there, I headed for the town hall first. Albald hadn't been at any of his regular guard shifts since I'd given my report to the council, but I really wasn't sure where else to look. As I'd expected, two unfamiliar guards flanked the door while the elven woman named Lena stood at the foot of the stairs. She was watching me approach. I hadn't made it within 30 feet of her before she said, "Sorry, Miss Leywin, the commander is not available." "Actually," I started nervously, "I was looking for the guard Albald." "Do you? Albald is still on his leave of absence due to his injury," she interrupted me, speaking firmly. I happened to know that my mother had personally tended to the elf's wounds moments after he teleported back to the sanctuary. Although there would have been some lingering discomfort for a bit, he had gone back to his duties almost immediately. Still, there was no point arguing with the head guard. I also knew what she'd say when I asked where he was now, but I tried anyway. As I said before, Albold has been given a private cave outside of the town and has asked not to be disturbed. I'm sure he'll let you know when he is feeling better. The way she said this made it very clear just how likely she thought it was that Albold would seek me out for anything. I wanted to be mad about her attitude, but then I just thought of a Lenoir again and my stomach folded into a knot. Sorry to bother you, thank you for your time, and I scrambled for something to say, feeling myself grow more awkward with each word. Your service, I finished with a wince. Turning at the edge of the town hall, I intended to weave into one of the alleys and just walk for a while, but a noise from inside the large building brought me up short. As I listened closer, I realized there was a sound-dampening spell in place, but someone had shouted loud enough for my sensitive ears to pick it out. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, I moved closer to the side of the town hall where the large conference room was, but there was something there, like an electrical charge in the atmosphere or a crushing pressure, enough to make my ears pop. Even though I wasn't sure what was causing it, I trusted my instincts enough not to get any closer. There was a small communal garden right next to the town hall. It only grew roots and mushrooms and stuff, so I didn't usually spend much time there, but it was the perfect cover now. Taking a seat in the middle of the garden, I pretended to be examining the plants. Instead, I activated the first phase of my beast will. Noises from all over the cavern grew loud in my ears as my senses sharpened dramatically, so that I had to take a few seconds to carefully tune it all out. I focused on the town hall, listening for Virion's growling voice. Artifacts we were promised. This lie you've made me tell is only worth it if we, another voice interrupted the commander. The lie you've agreed to tell is best for all, Virion, as we've discussed at length. I understand you are eager to retake your continent, but the artifacts are not yet ready. Nor, for that matter, are the Usuras. Although I hadn't heard this second voice in many years, I knew immediately who it was. There was no way I could forget the man or deity who gave me Boo, but what were they talking about? Lies. Artifacts? I didn't understand. Virion's voice was a snarl when he replied, "Damned your games, winsome. Don't think I've forgiven your crime against my people. I spread your lie only because I have no other choice. Knowing what the Usuras did would shatter what little hope remains in Dicathen." "You are correct," Winsome said, his voice cold and emotionless. "You have no choice, Commander Virion. If you wish to lead your people, elves, humans, and dwarves alike, through this war, then convincing everyone that the destruction of a Lenoir was an act of the Vritra clan is essential. The story has played well in Ephiatis," Winsome continued. "Even the remaining Basilisk clans have started coming around. Soon Lord Indrath will have enough support to proceed with a full-scale war." "But Dicathen will be protected?" Virion asked, somewhat nervously, I thought. "You have my word," Winsome answered firmly. "Lord Indrath is fervent in his desire that Dicathen will be unharmed by this war. As for the Alacrian populace, well, it is unfortunate." "And my granddaughter," Virion shot back. "Will she be more collateral damage for your war? You told me you'd find her, Usura." "I'm afraid I have nothing new to report on this matter," Winsome confirmed. "We know only that Tesha's vessel, her body, is currently in Alacria, but the clans of Ephiatis have no knowledge of this reincarnation technique Agrona has used. In the event that it is not reversible, you must be prepared to reincarnation." My heart was beating so loud in my chest that it drowned out Winsome's words. Like brother, a faint pop made me jump, and suddenly all I could see was the big, hairy body of my bond. His head was swiveling around, looking for danger, and as he turned around, his large rump knocked me over. My concentration on keeping my beast will active broke and the enhanced senses faded. "Boo," I grumbled as I tried to sit up but couldn't because of the wall of fur hovering over me. He let out a grumble that shook the ground. "No, I'm not in danger, I was just—" Another rumble, this time accompanied by a whine. "Well, I'm sorry I interrupted your hunt, but I didn't ask you to." The enormous bear-like mana beast sat back with a humph, crushing a patch of glowing mushrooms. "Hello, Aliner," a voice said from nearby, causing me to let out a yelp. Boo was on his feet again in an instant, his bulk obscuring the speaker. Grabbing a handful of my bond's fur, I pulled myself up and stepped around him. Winsome was standing just outside the garden, his hands held behind his back. Hello, sir," I said nervously. Had he somehow realized I was eavesdropping on his conversation? What would he do to me if he knew that I'd overheard? To my surprise, the Usura took a seat on a large rock just outside the garden and raised his hand toward Boo. My bond approached him warily, sniffing at the outstretched hand. Then my bond's demeanor seemed to change, and he gave the Usura a lick. I gawked as Winsome let out a small laugh. Apparently, he remembers me. He started scratching Boo's forehead between the white markings above his eyes, and my bond's rear paw began to thud against the ground in pleasure. We sat in silence for a few seconds. My mind was blank with fear. "You know, I had intended to return to you eventually," Winsome said, his gaze on Boo's wide head. You need to know more about your bond if you're to begin the assimilation phase of. His head turned to face me, and I could practically feel his eyes burrowing down into me, looking at my core. Fascinating, he murmured. You have completed the assimilation phase and can utilize his beast will. And you accomplished this without aid. My tongue seemed to swell up to the size of booze in my mouth, and I couldn't respond. Was this some elaborate trick so I would reveal that I'd been spying on them? I'm making you nervous, Winsome observed. I speak to so few of your kind, my apologies. Boo turned back to me and nudged my arm with his broad head. When he touched me, warmth poured out of my core, pushing away the fear. I let out a shaky breath. Winsome smiled, and I could see his eyes tracking the movement of the warm glow as it moved throughout my body. You have indeed come a long way with your bond. Again, I apologize for not having this conversation sooner. I had not guessed you would complete your assimilation without my assistance. I looked at the backs of my hands and my arms where the fine hairs were standing on end. What kind of mana beast is Boo anyway? We call them only guardian beasts, Winsome answered, shifting on his seat so he was facing me directly. They are bred, or perhaps created is a better term, by the grandest clan of the Titan race. A guardian beast's entire purpose becomes the protection of its bond. What else can he do? I asked breathlessly, my eyes locked on Boo's, my fear forgotten. I had known he wasn't a normal mana beast, but I'd never guessed he was some kind of superrephiatus mana beast. Their powers manifest differently based on their form, Winsome went on, but all guardian beasts are meant for protection, and so they can sense when their bond is in danger and teleport to them at great distance if necessary. Eventually, this guardian bear will be able to protect you in other ways, too, such as absorbing physical damage to your body and taking the wounds himself. Oh, I said softly, running a hand along Boo's neck. I'm not sure I like that very much. Winsome gave me a curious look. Such is the purpose of a guardian beast. A guardian bear can also inspire great courage in its bond, allowing you to push past your fear when necessary, as I believe you just experienced. When I channel Boo's beast will, I can. I trailed off, realizing I didn't really want to talk about my enhanced senses. It gives you insight into the beast's own senses, yes, Winsome said, picking up my train of thought. It can be quite powerful. The second phase should then manifest some of your bond's strength and fighting prowess, but it differs from Usura to Usura, and I honestly can't tell you how a human will adapt to the second phase. It is possible, quite likely even, that you will never pass the integrate phase. I slowly nodded. Virion had said something similar when I asked him about my beast will. It was apparently pretty common for beast tamers to stop at the assimilate phase, and some couldn't even assimilate properly. Why did you give me Boo? I asked, unable to suppress the thought. Now that I knew the truth about what Boo was, it seemed pretty unlikely that a deity would decide to just hand me one of their special guardian beasts. Winsome sat in silence for a while, pondering. A frown slowly creased his brow, and I felt his strangling aura leak out for an instant. Then he was on his feet. I'm afraid I must return to Ephiatus. He looked down at me, and rather than being drawn to his strange, cosmic eyes, I felt my body trying to pull itself away from him. It only took a second more to figure out why. The night sky over Elenoir, that's what his eyes looked like. Before he and Aldir destroyed the entire country, I reminded myself with a tremor of fear. Know that your brother is not forgotten among the Usura, Elenor. You were important to him, and so you are important to us. That is why I gave you a guardian beast. Before I could respond, the Usura had vanished. I sat in the garden for a long time after that, thinking. I still couldn't be sure if Winsome had somehow realized I overheard him and Virion or not. Was that why he decided to tell me about Boo now, I wondered, to distract me? Or maybe show me that he wasn't a threat, that he still cared about us. I wanted to be mad, but if Commander Virion was willing to go along with this lie to save Dicathen, then what right did I have to question him? Then I thought of Albold, who wanted to know the truth more than anything. Doesn't he and the rest of the survivors deserve to know the truth? I asked myself. Wrapping my forearms around my knees, I pulled myself into a ball and wished, not for the last time, that Arthur or Tesha were there with me.